In Consonance City, at Lord's Manor Main Hall, the feast concluded, yet the various generals remained, assembling for a meeting. They had a rough idea of the discussions that would take place that night, so despite the liveliness of the feast, everyone drank in moderation to keep their minds sharp. As the host, Bai Hua naturally took her place at the main seat. To her left were the representatives of Consonance City. Apart from Xiuquan and Zhang Liao, the other generals present were Zi Luolan, Hong Ying, and Xing Yi. On the right sat the allies' representatives, Xuanlong Dianxua, Luo Shixin, and Qin Xiang. The only exception was her brother, who was not in the hall. As soon as the feast ended, the adventure game mode players had all teleported back to Dali City and would not participate in Consonance City's subsequent military operations. Following this battle, Qingfeng Pavilion had suffered significant losses. 5 members of their elite unit fell, and 6 were critically injured. Though they received substantial compensation, they would need considerable time to recover their strength. In Dali, many guilds were eyeing their position, and it was not certain that these guilds would not take advantage of Qingfeng Pavilion's vulnerability. Fortunately, Moonshine's over the river was not as straightforward as he appeared, and his actions were both decisive and precise. Bai Hua and her brother were top professional players, and Qingfeng Pavilion's involvement in the battle caused a stir in the China region, highlighting the potential for adventure game mode players to serve as mercenaries in Lord's battles for pay. The actions of Qingfeng Pavilion essentially created a new gameplay mechanism. Although the risk was significant, the rewards were impressive. Besides the common gold rewards, some lords even provided equipment, secret manuals, and items that benefited adventure game mode players. As one said, under the allure of substantial rewards, people would become more courageous. Now, in the China region, even mercenary guilds have appeared. Some guilds changed their names to specific mercenary groups. This was not merely a name change, as the entire structure of these guilds transformed. Members of the mercenary guilds were primarily combat members. To assist in field battles, their class combinations would evolve and be totally distinct from when they focused on leveling up. Leveling groups typically had a wide range of classes, concentrating on balance. Mercenaries, in contrast, concentrated on survival. They did not handle minor skirmishes but major wars. Therefore, the roles of the mercenaries were truly critical. On the battlefield, adventure game mode players would assume the role of regular soldiers. Only then would they follow orders and not scatter like sand. Some guilds struggling for survival, under this transformation, began to rise from the ashes. These guilds were all combat-focused guilds that lacked management skills. The mercenary role suited them perfectly. Through this, player lords and mercenary guilds could complement each other's shortcomings. The lords provided strong logistical support, while the mercenary group offered them combat power, resulting in a strong mutual trade. A strong mercenary group was a mobile battle unit. The various guilds, especially the top 10 guilds, had noticed this issue. Based on Lin Jing's suggestions, Warnow Rose had begun to establish a specific mercenary group under their leadership. For this, she also intended to request a batch of equipment from the alliance. One could say that the actions of Qingfeng Pavilion were gradually altering the player structure in the China region. The divide between adventure mode and lord mode players was slowly being bridged and broken. As a reincarnated person, Ouyang Shua understood that the situation was forcing this change. In the West, where mercenary guilds were the most progressive, this model had already matured. In his last life, it took about 1 year for this style to rise in the China region. OONO affect the history of his reincarnation. Of course, territories like Shanghai City were not going to hire mercenary groups. In his view, rather than spending money to feed a bunch of greedy wolves, training a loyal army was better. However, in the eyes of the lords of smaller territories, mercenary groups held significant appeal. Compared to a territorial army, they had 2 advantages. Firstly, they did not require development. As long as a lord had money, they could summon a large force and initiate conflict. Whether for attack or defense, it would be effective. Moreover, developing an army for a territory would typically take at least 3 months. Thus, the more urgent the situation, the larger the market for mercenary groups. Secondly, the cost of hiring mercenary groups was relatively low. From a long-term perspective, building an army was more valuable. However, in the short term, hiring a mercenary group actually cost less than constructing an army. After all, building an army, aside from occupation change fees, one needed to provide equipment and salaries, leading to substantial expenditure. With these 2 points alone, the market for mercenary groups would only increase. Some prominent lords, like Di Chen, might even hire mercenary groups during emergencies. It was as if the appearance of mercenary groups granted major powers, like Di Chen, a trump card. After all, the material goods in their territories were abundant. More importantly, through the mercenary group model, adventure game mode players would become increasingly engaged in the game. The rise of their usage and status would also be accelerated under these circumstances, and this was what Gaia intended. Earth Online, beyond being a platform to select leaders, must involve everyone. As the highest level of AI, it remained neutral and did not favor any side. In the main hall, Xiuquan, acting as the representative, reported on the battle's outcome. During this engagement, facing the 200,000-strong Taiping country Western Army, the various divisions suffered significant losses. The hardest hit was undoubtedly the Consonance City Legion, which suffered a direct loss of 50,000 individuals. Additionally, Luo Shixin's division lost 1,600 men, while Xuanlong Dianshue's division lost 2,000 men. Post-battle, all the divisions were heavily damaged. However, according to Ouyang Shua's plan, there wasn't time to rest. The reason Consonance City faced such a challenging situation during the Taiping Army's Western campaign was mainly due to the other lords of Yunnan province being mere observers. Although Ouyang Shua's decision to allow this to happen played a part, it was particularly those in Kunming Prefecture who didn't offer any assistance. Instead, they positioned troops at the border, eyeing Consonance City. Therefore, Ouyang Shua suggested that, while the Taiping country army was occupied elsewhere, before the other lords could react, they should secretly turn around and strike at the lords in Kunming Prefecture. One had to admit, Ouyang Shua's proposal was truly audacious. Even Bai Hua was shocked when she heard it. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. Firstly, although Consonance City had lost troops, if one included Luo Shixin and Xuanlong Dianshue's divisions, their strength had increased. Both led top-tier divisions. To assist Consonance City, Xuanlong Dianshue had expended a lot of effort and even sent the heavy armored cavalry division trained by Qinqiang. The equipment of this division was comparable to the Guards division of Shanghai City. Xuanlong Dianshue had nearly spent all his money to purchase the equipment, including Mingguang armor, horse lances, tang knives, and strong crossbows. Under Qinqiang's leadership, this division was on par with Luo Shixin's. Moreover, the Consonance City Legion, after the trial by fire of this battle, had undergone explosive growth. Their individual strength had increased, and most importantly, they had gained valuable battle experience. Not all territorial armies could be like Shanghai cities, improving through battles on the main map. Normal armies would only have such opportunities during battle maps, and in regular times, they could only fight raiders. Shanghai City was different. As they expanded their territory, their troops participated in numerous battles. This is why the Shanghai City army grew stronger and the gap between them and other territorial armies widened. One could say that only after being tested in battle could one truly become an army. Consonance City had undoubtedly undergone such a trial. With General Zhang Liao's leadership, Consonance City could be considered a strong army in the China region. The sum of the two reasons gave them confidence for this quest. The second reason was quite obvious. The lords of Kunming Prefecture were busy observing the action and would never have anticipated Consonance City striking at them. Due to the unexpected nature of the attack, neither the lords of Kunming Prefecture nor those of Yunnan Province would have the time to form an alliance. Thus, with careful planning, they could win with a single battle. By taking Kunming Prefecture, Consonance City would establish a foothold in Yunnan Province, and other territories, including alliances, would be unable to challenge Baihua's position. After all, Kunming Prefecture comprised one-third of the entire Yunnan Province. The military meeting in Consonance City concluded in the dead of night. Across the sky, a shooting star flashed and disappeared into the west. During the meeting, it was agreed that Zhang Liao would lead the Consonance City Army as the central division, while Luo Shixin's unit would serve as the left flank, and Qin Xiang would command the right flank. For the left and right divisions, Consonance City provided guides to ensure they moved in the correct direction. Early the next morning, the three divisions would depart simultaneously. They would attack over 10 territories west of Kunming Prefecture, with the goal of conquering the entire prefecture within 4 days. Xiuquan was designated as the logistics officer, responsible for grain transportation, the deployment of officials to administer occupied territories, and similar tasks. After transferring command of the army to Qin Xiang, Xuanlong Dianxue would return to Xuanlong City. As the lord, he could not be away from his territory for an extended period, particularly since his city lacked capable administrative staff. Additionally, by leaving Consonance City, he aimed to avoid raising any suspicions. Unlike the previous defensive battle, this offensive operation would certainly involve the distribution of spoils. Xuanlong Dianxue's early departure clearly signified that he was stepping back, not seeking any rewards in return. For the Shanghai Alliance, this joint operation with Shanghai City and Xuanlong City marked the first collaboration, with several aspects of cooperation still needing refinement. In the future, they would need to focus on strengthening these elements. After all, 1 or 2 times were okay, but if this happened often, they really could not help their allies for free. Otherwise, it would cause problems within the alliance. Due to the current situation, Ouyang Shua could only turn a blind eye to that aspect. On the 8th day of the 11th month, in Kunming Prefecture, this was a memorable day. The situation in the wilderness had never ceased to change. Within a single day, it was turned on its head. When the sun rose to the horizon, the three armies had already appeared at the western border. The various armies of the territories were all camped at the border, casually basking in the sun, unaware that a shocking change was on the verge of occurring. The three armies mainly consisted of cavalry. As they charged forward, the rumbling of horse hooves caused the entire wilderness to tremble in their wake. Before the troops could even react, the army had already crossed the border and launched their assault. Everything happened so suddenly that even before the beacon tower was lit, the various troops had fallen. 3 armies, all led by strong generals, all with pent-up emotions and a desire for revenge. How could ordinary troops be the opponents of this overpowering force? Moreover, they lacked a city to defend, which worsened their plight. Facing elite cavalry in the wilderness, they were destined to be trampled. With a single collective charge, they scattered the hastily assembled enemy formation. The neighing of the horses sounded out as the soldiers charged by, holding their spears and blades upright, casting a cold gleam across the wilderness. Anywhere the army passed, corpses dropped and blood flowed. The red clouds over Kunming Prefecture grew thicker, as the killing aura charged toward the heavens. And at the rear lines, Xiuquan led the city protection squads. They acted like a road sweeper, picking up armor and equipment, cleaning the battlefield. He accepted the cities, issued notifications, and managed everything in an orderly manner. Zi Luolan and Xing Yi were sent to assist Xiuquan. Hong Ying accepted a role as a colonel and was thrown into battle immediately. After annihilating the enemy troops, the army pressed forward without stopping. They were like wolves awakening from hibernation, chasing the fastest and most valuable prey. Speed was essential, so the army bypassed affiliate territories, heading straight for the main city. Destroying the stone steeple was their primary goal. The city protection squads of the affiliate territories posed no significant threat. If they dared to interfere, Xiuquan's troops would crush them. Thus, Xiuquan's role was to clear all obstacles and worries for the main army. The three armies had one mission: attack. Their sole objective was to capture and occupy cities. Sweeping through Kunming Prefecture was their destiny. A cavalry force with no rear concerns, how fierce could they be? Some territories only realized the danger when the enemy was at their gates, but it was too late. As the army passed, nothing, not even the grass, survived. The bloodshed spread over the skies of Kunming Prefecture. In the current wilderness, the goal was to defeat the three uprising armies. However, Consonance City suddenly erupted in a war between territories, a conflict even more brutal and cruel. In the wilderness, only the strong survived. The weak were relegated to the imperial cities. In the battles between lords, there was only victory or defeat, no middle ground existed. Even surrendering was a pipe dream. The wolves are here. It was only in the afternoon that the entire Kunming Prefecture let out such terrified shouts. Unfortunately, it was already too late. How could a bunch of late-reacting sheep block the assault of a pack of hungry wolves? The flames of war spread from east to west. The fear of the lords, the cries of the people, and the numerous soldiers who fell in this bloodbath. The western region, which had been peaceful in the morning, had transformed into a hell. Smoke rose, and the flames of war broke out. None of them knew what had exactly happened. These lords were paying a heavy price for their laughable ambitions. The prestige and status of the Shanghai alliance cannot be challenged by anyone. Ouyang Shua used his actions to emphasize these words. Only at this point, when the lords revived in the imperial city, did they start to regret and remember a fact: without power, do not provoke the Shanghai alliance. If you do, you must be prepared to die. Their mistake was that they did not understand this theory and provoked the tiger. The reason Ouyang Shua wanted to sweep through Kunming Prefecture was to re-establish the prestige and might of the Shanghai alliance. In the wilderness, blood and fire were always the strongest weapons. Only on the second day did the territories that had fortunately survived have a moment to think about forming alliances. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The speed of the cavalry was simply too fast, so fast that it would make one feel despair. In just one day, 4 territories fell. Only 9 territories remained in Kunming Prefecture. With the 3 armies already at their doors, how could those lords remain calm and weigh the pros and cons? They only wished to receive reinforcements to help them in this tough situation. Unfortunately, many shared this thought. Who to save? Who not to save? Everything was undecided. The lords who rushed to meet one another could not reach a consensus in such a short time. Additionally, Kunming Prefecture lacked a renowned and strong leader, causing the meeting to descend into chaos. The hall was noisy, and everyone chimed in. After an entire morning of discussions, their eardrums were almost deaf from the noise. Despite this, they still had no plan. Meanwhile, the sharp blades of Consonance City never stopped for a moment. The people in their territories screamed and cried under the iron hooves of the enemy. After noon, some lords finally gave up hope and turned to leave. In the end, this alliance could only end in unhappiness, leaving everything to fate. The only hope of the Kunming lords had ended. Their fates and what would happen to them were fairly predictable. The advance of Consonance City's troops proceeded unusually smoothly. Successive victories had raised their morale, sweeping away the dark clouds that hung over them from the battle against the Taiping country army. The army was energized and filled with a killing intent. In the later stages of the battles, some territories simply surrendered and opened their gates. Such might cause the lords of the other 4 prefectures in Yunnan province to cower in fear. The wolves are here, exclaimed the entire Yunnan province. The lords were unable to confirm whether this operation targeted only Kunming Prefecture or the entire Yunnan province. How far did Shanghai Alliance's support for Consonance City extend? After all, news from the battlefield indicated that troops from Shanghai City and Xiuquan City had appeared. At the later stages, who could say with certainty that the other members would not provide help? Especially when the news of Shanghai City sweeping Xuanzhou Prefecture spread, the entire China region trembled. Among the four uprising armies, Taiping country can be said to be ranked second. Such a formidable presence was being soloed by Shanghai City, which once again shocked the world. In comparison, the situation in Zhongyuan was laughable. Whether it was Chen Xinjun or Piao Linghuan, they had made no progress and had lost their former luster and shine. This led to growing dissatisfaction within the alliance armies and calls for a retreat began to emerge. The victory of Shanghai City placed immense pressure on both of them. According to information from the Black Snake Guards, Chen Xinjun and Piao Linghuan had seemingly set aside their animosity to work together and fight. The alliance army led by Di Chen had also reached the northern border. One could say that whether they could take down the Zhongchu regime was a crucial test for the Yan-Huang alliance. The situation in the wilderness had started to slowly change. The alliance army led by Gong Chengshi, bolstered by the might and prestige of the Shanghai alliance, had begun to act, which is why the lords of Yunnan province were so terrified. Consequently, the voices calling for the establishment of the Yunnan city-state grew louder. Furthermore, they had already decided to leave Kunming Prefecture to its own fate. 8. Kunming Prefecture, Consonance City. On the 10th day of the 11th month, the massive battle concluded. In just 3 days, 1 day sooner than anticipated, they united Kunming Prefecture. From this battle, the reputation and power of Shanghai City soared, and they now stood unchallenged. After the battle, the armies returned to the city. The Xiuquan City Division, led by Qin Xiang, immediately teleported back to Xiuquan City after their return, with Baihua covering the teleportation costs. Despite Consonance City's financial constraints, Baihua acted with magnanimity and generosity. Luo Shixin's division, after a brief rest, entered Chunnan Province's Jinan Prefecture and pursued the Western Army of Taiping country. Luo Shixin did not want to miss out on the ensuing battle. To repay Shanghai City's assistance, Baihua arranged for Zhang Liao to lead an elite cavalry division to follow and enter Jinan Prefecture. While the other lords of the 4 prefectures in Yunnan province were preparing to form the Yunnan city-state, Baihua was not overly concerned about that development. First, establishing a city-state was no simple task. Without a strong leader to guide the process, it was common for the whole situation to drag on for half a month. After the city-state was established, organizing an alliance army would also take considerable time. Thus, Consonance City had ample time to integrate the territory it had just occupied. Following 3 days of intense battles, Consonance City captured 60,000 prisoners, more than compensating for the losses sustained in the battle with Taiping country, and even gaining some additional numbers. Baihua's plans for Consonance City involved borrowing the organizational structure of the Shanghai City Army. He aimed to establish a city protection division, a wild fighting legion, and a Kunming Prefecture garrison division. Hong Ying would lead the city protection division, tasked with defending Consonance City. The fighting legion, mirroring Shanghai City's setup, would consist of 5 divisions totaling 70,000 men, with Zhang Liao as their general. The Kunming Prefecture garrison division would naturally be responsible for defending Kunming Prefecture. Baihua intended to leverage this substantial army to contend with the Yunnan city-state. However, a significant challenge lay in the city-state's connections to other prefectures and the long borders, which made defending the area a heavy burden. Despite this, with the current strength of the Shanghai alliance, the Yunnan city-state dare not launch an attack, making it more of a strategic defensive pact. While it might appear that several city-states were emerging in China, in reality, only Lingnan city-state was fully established. Even Xiangnan city-state faced unresolved issues. Each lord harbored their own ambitions. Entering a city-state agreement bolstered the security of their territories, warding off invasions by other lords. Yet, This arrangement also curtailed the lords' potential for further territorial expansion. Within a province, all lords could coexist in peace. However, this model did not align with the ethos and lifestyle of the wilderness, where the strong thrived. While the weak found safety, the strong felt constrained. As external threats diminished, internal conflicts could potentially escalate. Unless there was a truly strong leader who could integrate all the resources of the city-state and align all their interests, the city-state would not last long. In his previous life, there were only 3 true city-states in the entire China region. 10 days had passed since Shanghai City sent troops to Xiuquan Prefecture. In just 10 days, half of Xiuquan Prefecture had already fallen. The 3 armies had resolutely pushed toward Tianjing, and the largest battle in the southwestern region was about to erupt. Meanwhile, the Western Army led by Dakai was only a day away from the city. Behind them, the 2 cavalry divisions followed closely, like ghosts. Jinan Prefecture was still under the control of the Taiping country. Therefore, the 2 divisions had not escaped Dakai's notice. However, due to Xiuquan's increasingly urgent orders, Dakai had no opportunity to deal with them. He could only turn a blind eye to his tail and add some additional defenses to the rear lines. His wariness and strategic use of troops could be considered average. To the north of Xiuquan Prefecture, Ouyang Shua led the Mountain Barbarian Independent Divisions, which had already taken over the defense of the 2 passes. The Guards Division that had captured the passes had suddenly disappeared from the Taiping country's radar. To the south, the armies led by Bai Qi and Han Xian were still advancing quickly. Given the situation, Xiuquan recalled all the city protection squads from the south back to Tianjing. This is why the southern part of Xiuquan Prefecture became a hunting ground for Shanghai City, completely falling apart. This made it clear that Xiuquan was determined to use the cannons and city walls of Tianjing to defend. Based on the information they received, Xiuquan had set up 24 cannons on the city walls. When Ouyang Shua heard this news, a shiver ran down his spine. When Dakai led the 150,000 troops back, along with the 50,000 housed inside and the city protection squads, Tianjing City would reach a safer situation. Who knew that Taiping country could even destroy the Shanghai City? One had to say that Xiuquan's plans were basically flawless. The only flaw was that he had underestimated them. He had underestimated the strong intelligence forces and the strength of their army. This flaw was going to drag them down to hell. That very night, the West troops Xiuquan was waiting for would never arrive. When he had heard of the cannon defense set up in Tianjing, Ouyang Shua had given up on sieging it. Facing such a strong city, he could only use an intelligent method against it. Hence, when the West Army retreated earlier, a huge plot started to develop. And when they were about to reach Tianjing City, the plan was in place. That night, 40 kilometers from Tianjing City spanned a several-kilometer-long mountain slope. Dakai led the West Army to rest there. After tonight, they would be able to reach Tianjing City tomorrow. At this step, he should have heaved a sigh of relief. But for some reason, he had a feeling of unease that would not disperse from his heart. In the night sky, the stars scattered across the skies. The rarely hung-up galaxy glowed in the sky. The moon bathed the entire camp in a mystifying white light, creating an illusionary feeling. After patrolling the camp one last time, seeing that everything was normal, Dakai laid down the worry in his heart and returned to his tent to sleep. Tomorrow, a huge battle awaited them. At this moment, he needed to be well rested. In truth, the house arrest of young Xiuqing had added a layer of unease to his already troubled heart. The country might seem peaceful, but the internal struggles were growing more intense. The brotherhood they showed when they first appeared had started to change after the victories. During his western conquest, Dakai had come into contact with numerous players. He had even accepted some player lords into his army. From their mouths, he understood the history of Taiping country. After learning the entire matter, he had mixed feelings. Would the tragedy of history repeat itself? Dakai shook his head, trying to push out all these complicated thoughts as he prepared to sleep. Just as he was falling into slumber, thunderous horse hooves rang out in the night, deafening and building fear and unrest in one's heart. Soon after, killing shouts and roars erupted. Alarmed, Dakai quickly got up and exited the tent. Feeling so uneasy, he hadn't even taken off his armor when he went to sleep. What happened? Dakai grabbed a guard and asked nervously. General, look. The guard outside the tent was also alarmed, at a loss for words, and just pointed outside the camp. His eyes were filled with astonishment and fear. When Dakai heard these words, his heart sank. He raised his head and looked out to see a closely packed army outside their camp, with both cavalry and infantry. Before the army arrived, a rain of arrows had fallen, and a flurry of fire arrows had also rained down on the camp. The entire camp was ablaze, and the night sky grew brighter and brighter. With his experience, he knew there were at least 10,000 troops. Moreover, a cluster of shadows had entered the camp behind the cavalry, making it clear this was a planned attack. Despite his caution, he never imagined the real ambush would come from the front, where everything seemed calm and nothing unusual could occur. After all, according to the king's intelligence, the area before the troops should have been completely peaceful. Logically, the three armies of Shanghai City were far away. However, when the southern city protection squads withdrew long ago, the eastern and western armies of Shanghai City were left as empty shells. The actual main forces had secretly retreated, out of sight and earshot of Taiping country. They then gathered at a secret location and moved west, lying in wait on a route the Western Army had to pass. At the same time, the Guards Division, which had disappeared, reappeared. The two legions, plus the Guards Division, totaled 140,000 men for this assault. Ouyang Shua's plan was to destroy Dakai's troops outside Tianjing city, effectively cutting off their path. Taiping country would be left guarding an empty city, with no choice but to surrender peacefully. At the most impossible moment, deliver the most lethal blow. Such tactics were always preferred by Shanghai City. Night, cold as water. As the autumn breeze blew, it brought a chilly air. In stark contrast, the current Taiping country's Western Army base was ablaze, bright as day. The glow from the fires rose into the sky, lighting up the entire night. This light seemed to have awakened the boundless, silent wilderness. When the Shanghai City army attacked, many soldiers had already fallen into a deep slumber after a day of rushing on the road. Apart from the soldiers on patrol, the camp was virtually defenseless. It seemed even the heavens favored Shanghai City. The bright moonlight and glittering stars illuminated the camp as if it were daytime, making everything clear to see. This was perhaps fortune and prosperity manifesting, influencing the moon and stars in their turning and working. Since defeating Qiyu, Ouyang Shua's luck had truly taken hold in the southwest, and no one could come close to him. As they say, a fortunate son is always protected by heaven. Taking advantage of the bright night sky, the Shanghai City army, like wolves and tigers, engaged in a slaughter. Meanwhile, the two cavalry divisions that had been trailing behind had completed their fake bait mission and charged into the camp. With the two armies flanking them, the total defeat of the Western Army was only a matter of time. Dakai looked at the chaotic camp, and for the first time, a feeling of despair rose in his heart. The heavens had forsaken Taiping country. This steely man let out a long sigh. He did not want to give up and tried his best to gather the troops and break out. As long as he successfully broke out in the direction of Tianjing city, he would have a chance to live. Unfortunately, that was not to be. The Shanghai City army, with Baiqi and Han Xian in command, launched an attack that left no room for the Taiping country army to breathe. Every possible escape route was tightly sealed. The various armies worked in unison, advancing and retreating as a single unit, as they relentlessly assaulted and efficiently obliterated the Taiping country army. In every direction and corner, troops were stationed. The western camp was surrounded like a jail cell by the Shanghai City Army, with no way out. Killing cries echoed through the wilderness, and the sounds did not fade for a long while. When Luo Shixin's and Zhang Liao's divisions arrived, the situation was practically resolved. The two elite cavalry divisions used the light from the flames to scour the area, slaying anyone who resisted. Zhang Liao's forces' emotions surged as they slew their enemies. The army in front of them had been causing them to struggle to breathe over the past few days. Who would have thought that in such a short time, the roles would be completely reversed? Now, it was the Taiping country army being massacred. Such a drastic turn of events was hard to believe. In Zhang Liao's heart, he also felt deeply moved. The Shanghai City Army was indeed something extraordinary. The Taiping country army soldiers did contemplate using the night's cover to escape into the wilderness. However, how would Han Xian permit that? Outside the camp, the two legions had positioned thousands of archers standing alert. If anyone tried to escape, they would become live targets. Facing such an arrow rain, no matter how courageous you were, you would hesitate. The only way out was to surrender. Among the spreading flames, soldiers finally gave up and chose to surrender. They knew they were their country's last hope. Now, their hopes were shattered, and their lives were at risk. Even if they were lucky enough to escape, they could not hide from the pursuing troops. Taiping country was now a broken ship about to sink. Rather than sink with it, why not board a new ship? As the end neared, more and more soldiers surrendered. They were like dominoes, falling in groups. Later, if the generals tried to stop them, their soldiers would instantly cut them down. Seeing this, no more generals tried to act as the good guy. Only in the dead of night did this unassuming slope start to calm down. All surrendered soldiers were locked together, and their weapons and equipment were taken. The large camp instantly turned into a temporary jail. In just one night, everything changed. The night sky grew darker, and even the stars' shine dimmed. The once noisy wilderness regained its silence. Of course, after this darkness, morning quickly arrived. For the entire night, no one in the camp rested. The Shanghai city soldiers were busy gathering prisoners and did not dare to sleep. The Taiping country soldiers, now prisoners, were too emotional to fall asleep. Over 200,000 soldiers spent 4 of the hardest hours of their lives together in the darkness. At 6 a.m., the sun finally rose from the eastern horizon. With the red sun, the darkness faded. The night sky dissipated like a tide, visible to the eye. Dawn arrived once again. Only then did Baiqi and Han Xian have time for post-battle calculations. The high efficiency was largely thanks to the professional advisors and talents in the legions. In the end, the results shocked even Baiqi. In this battle, out of the 150,000 forces of the Taiping country's Western Army, 40,000 were killed, 90,000 were captured, and fewer than 20,000 escaped. Among the 4 key generals, Dakai was escorted to safety by his personal guards, Li Kaifeng was killed, and Xiao Chaogui and Feng Yunshan were captured. As it was a night battle, the Shanghai City Army suffered some casualties, but the number was relatively small. When the sky turned bright, Zhao Liao and his troops rested briefly before departing. Since the Western Army was destroyed, the fall of Taiping country was imminent, and no additional help was needed. After all, Kunming Prefecture had just restored peace, and the army required reorganization. As the Legion General, the sooner he returned, the better. Luckily, they were all soldiers, and the military did not involve complicated formalities. After some simple greetings and goodbyes, they left. After this period of assistance, the relationship between Shanghai City and Consonance City had grown closer, both among the generals and the soldiers. The cavalry division led by Luo Shixin naturally returned to their unit. Considering that they had been fighting continuously and were tired, Baiqi decided to let Luo Shixin send the 90,000 prisoners back to Mulan's stronghold. Since they were still within the borders of Taiping country, he asked the 5th Division to accompany them to prevent any accidents. When Luo Shixin received the order, he was clearly unhappy. He had actually wanted to see Tianjing city. Now, it seemed he would not have the chance. But since it was a military order, he could only nod and agree. The remaining 3 divisions of the Dragon Legion and the Leopard Legion would now charge toward Tianjing city. At this point, the battle that had lasted over a month was finally coming to an end. On the afternoon of the 16th day of the 11th month, in Tianjing city, Dakai led his remaining troops back, and their state caused unimaginable shock. The news of the Western troops being crushed was like a tsunami, shaking the entire city. Despair began to permeate, and the panicky mood spread like a virus, as quickly as lightning. A pessimistic atmosphere instantly enveloped Tianjing city. Rumors spread that when Dakai went to the palace to meet the king, he intended to kill himself. If not for the guards intervening, he would have died on the spot. Seeing this, how could Xiuquan bear to scold this loyal general? With the fall of the Western army, the once star-bright Taiping country army now seemed much dimmer. If they allowed Dakai to die, they would truly have no generals left to lead them. Xiuquan knew that the defeat of the Western army was his responsibility. He had arrogantly said that the country was under his control, but he did not expect that Shanghai City had hidden everything from him right under his nose. The humiliation he felt was beyond what an outsider could understand. The two of them talked for 2 hours. What they said remained a secret. All that was known was that when Dakai left the palace, he did not return home. Instead, he went straight to the barracks to organize the troops, packing some clothes and grain. Those who were sharp would know that the king was preparing to flee. Indeed, facing such a massive defeat, Xiuquan lacked the confidence to hold and defend the city. Rather than die trying, why not escape early? The direction of his escape would naturally be to Guilin Prefecture in the north. Taiping covered 3 prefectures, and it was clear that half of Xuanzhou had already been lost. Jinan Prefecture, being close to Kunming Prefecture, was also not safe. Thus, the only option was to flee to Guilin Prefecture. Although Ouyang Shua had captured the 2 passes, Xiuquan had run Xuanzhou for nearly a year and had a way to break out. Furthermore, with Dakai's 20,000 troops, Xiuquan had 100,000 men at his disposal. Even with a forced attack on the pass, they still had a chance of success. Dakai's unusual actions caused an uproar in the city, leading to rumors and near chaos. Xiuquan had no choice but to enforce a strict lockdown and use the military to restore order. 11th month, 16th, night, in Tianjing city. As the large number of troops marched through the streets, the boisterous Tianjing city instantly quieted down. Although the city seemed quiet and peaceful, the fear in the hearts of the people grew. In chaotic times, the weak were often the most helpless, always stuck in an easily controlled position. East of the city, Yang Xiuqing's residence was amidst the chaos and the storm. Yang Xiuqing, still under house arrest, seemed to be left out of the matter, as if he had nothing to do with everything. There were 2 huge storms in Tianjing city. Tang Xiuqing was the eye of one of them. He was under house arrest, but numerous people in the city had placed their stakes on him. Among these, apart from those that supported him because of his huge influence, the Military Intelligence Division and the Black Snake Guards played an important role. After developing for close to a year in Taiping country and receiving sufficient financial help, whether it was the Military Intelligence Secretary Cobra or the Black Snake Guards commander, they both channeled a part of their energy into this place. There were numerous civil servants and generals in the city who kept in contact with them. Of course, whether the Military Intelligence Division or the Black Snake Guards, they used the identities of merchants when coming into contact with these people. Now, it was time to reap their rewards. The Dragon Legion and the Leopard Legion managing to avoid Xiuquan's eyes and ears was their credit. However, that could only be considered a small test. This huge show in Tianjing city was the true test of these 2 intelligence organizations. General, we have just received top-secret news that the king will get rid of you before he leaves Tianjing. The speaker was, of course, the spy that the Military Intelligence Division had planted by Yang Xiuqing's side. Yang Xiuqing sat opposite him, expressionless. Only a flicker of light flashed across his eyes. In his heart, waves broke out. First, he was shocked by Yang Xiuqing's ruthlessness. Secondly, he was surprised by the great intelligence-gathering skills of the Military Intelligence Division. To be able to gain information talked about in the palace, this was enough to make Yang Xiuqing look at him differently. One must know that the wariness and caution Yang Xiuquan had toward the people in the palace were really strict. Even a general like Yang Xiuqing did not know anything going on in the palace. If the maids, servants, or others were found communicating with the outside, they would be beheaded. Even so, these measures failed to stop the infiltration of Shanghai city. "General, it's time to end it." When he saw Yang Xiuqing still acting slightly hesitant, the soldier had no choice but to increase the intensity of his words. The moment Yang Xiuquan left Tianjing city, they would have no choice but to talk to the Lord. Hence, no matter what, they had to act today to prevent fleeing tomorrow. Silence, dead silence. At that moment, it was as if the air in the room had frozen. Only Yang Xiuqing knew how much bloodshed ending it would cause. The moment he took that step, there would be no turning back. After a long pause, he nodded and said calmly, "Since he is not benevolent, he should not blame me for not remembering our brotherhood." As he spoke, he cast aside all his doubts and hesitation. Yang Xiuqing knew that since he accepted the conditions of the person before him, the relationship between him and the Taiping nation had grown increasingly distant, with no way to turn back. In an administration that emphasized religion, betrayal was not a simple matter. If he betrayed them, he would not only betray Yang Xiuquan but the entire faith. The feeling of faith collapsing was more painful than physical torment. "That's right, let's allow all this pain to end tonight." Yang Xiuqing slowly closed his eyes and remained silent. When the soldier saw this, he did not say another word and left. It was their turn next. In the heart of the city, at the king's palace. The massive palace complex stretched for numerous kilometers from the center of Tianjing city, with pavilions and buildings numbering in the thousands. There were tens of thousands of halls filled with unimaginable wealth, exuding an aura of royalty. Compared to the expanded Nanjiang Governor-General Manor that Ouyang Shua had built, it was in a league of its own. On most nights, the palace would be completely silent and peaceful, with none of the thousands of maids, eunuchs, or guards daring to make a sound. Tonight, however, it was different. Following the king's orders, the palace was bustling and noisy. The court ladies and eunuchs were busy packing all the precious items in the palace and loading them onto carriages. The king's personal belongings alone filled 10 carriages. Apart from that, they had to move the personal items of his wife and concubines, including the pictures, jewels, china, and silk. Hundreds of chariots were filled one by one. As darkness enveloped the king's palace, there was an indescribable irony in the air. A crestfallen Yang Xiuquan dragged his tired body and slowly walked into his sleeping quarters. The ambition and confidence were drained from his body, leaving him feeling empty. His dream of becoming a king of a generation had ended. Within a night, it seemed as if Yang Xiuquan had aged by 10 years. Lines of wrinkles appeared on his forehead, and even his hair had started to turn white. When one's heart dies, this is the result. Yang Xiuquan was acutely aware that even if he retreated to Guilin Prefecture, he would not find peace. In the vast wilderness, there was no place or stage left for him. For Yang Xiuquan, who was living a second time, this blow was simply too great, and it was more than he could bear. As the saying goes, the greater one's hope, the greater the disappointment. His current state felt like falling from the sky. As a result, he hated Yang Xiuqing to his core. Even if he was to leave, he would not let Yang Xiuqing live in peace. In Yang Xiuquan's mind, the failure of the Southern Army caused this chain reaction. He did not consider that if he had followed Yang Xiuqing's advice to retreat, the current situation might be entirely different. At the very least, he would not have fallen to his current state. Ultimately, from the beginning, a knot had formed in Hong Xiuquan's heart. The betrayal from his last life still troubled him in this life, and he could not find peace. Occasionally, Hong Xiuquan would awaken from his sleep, worried that Yang Xiuqing might suddenly turn with 100,000 soldiers to attack him. In truth, it was only by restraining the devils in his heart that he allowed Yang Xiuqing to lead the troops. With such a mindset, how could he lead a regime to survive in the wilderness? With such a king, the fall of the Taiping kingdom was only a matter of time. When Hong Xiuquan entered his sleeping quarters, he found concubine Chen instead of concubine Xiao, which made him frown and his face turn angry. Since he had arrived in the wilderness, he had married 10 concubines. He created a timetable and scheduled a different concubine each day to sleep with him. Thus, he knew who was supposed to come each night. "Why is it you? Where is concubine Xiao?" Hong Xiuquan glared at her, his eyes held no warmth, only coldness. To him, the purpose of women was for breeding and providing sexual pleasure. Even as concubines, he did not see them as equals. Their status was not much different from that of palace maids. Hong Xiuquan, an educated man of the past, had even established the god-worshipping society based on Western religion. Deep down, he harbored a certain stubbornness and cruelty. Concubine Chen did not dare to show any disrespect and carefully explained, "My king, concubine Xiao is ill, so the empress sent me in her place." "Is that so?" Upon hearing these words, Hong Xiuquan slightly relaxed. Even so, he still sent people to concubine Zhao's place to confirm. He was not worried about others, he just could not stand the concubines using acts and methods to earn his love. In truth, he did not need to do so. If you asked around, every concubine was scared and fearful when it was their turn. How would they even think about plotting to win his love? Hong Xiuquan person was really interesting. Even after having a second chance at life, he still thought he was the center of everyone's world. He was the god of the people, the heavens of the concubines, and he controlled everyone's life. Sleep. The situation today clearly meant that he was not in the mood, so he asked concubine Chen to change before sleeping. "Yes, my king." Concubine Chen's nervous heart was finally able to relax. After a short while, the candle was put out, and the sleeping palace was covered in darkness. Seeing that, the entire surroundings of the palace fell into total silence. Even the palace maids and eunuchs who were handling the items took a different route. However, concubine Chen, who laid next to Hong Xiuquan, did not fall asleep. A chilly glow flashed in her eyes. This girl, apart from her identity as concubine Chen, she also had a mysterious identity. She was a high-level agent planted by the king's side by the Black Snake Guards. She was a pinnacle existence amongst the Black Snake Guards. Among the Snake Guards, there was a special spy known as a Death Guard. Each Death Guard would only be in charge of one mission during their life. As it would be a very dangerous mission, even if they completed it, they would basically die. If they survived, the Black Snake Guards would help plan a comfortable life for them. To ensure concubine Chen's smooth entry into the palace, the Black Snake Guards expended a lot of effort. She was a core figure in Tianjing city, and it took numerous attempts to successfully place her. This is also why the Black Snake Guards had the confidence to stir up trouble in Tianjing city. Of course, concubine Chen was not the only one the Black Snake Guards had planted in the palace. No one could confirm how long they would need to wait to use this trump card, so the only way was to ensure that, when the time was right, no matter who was to sleep with the king at night, they could turn that person into another concubine Chen. The intricacy of this manipulation was enough to dazzle anyone. Unbeknownst to them, it was the depths of night. However, concubine Chen's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Amidst the brightness, there was a hint of death. She lightly reached into her mouth and pulled out a pearly white tooth. Upon closer inspection, this tooth was actually a fake, concealing a small wax pill. The pill was about the size of a green bean, whole but for a slight crack. To bypass the strict palace inspections, the black snake guards had gone to great lengths. Concubine Chen carefully extracted the pill and pressed it, causing it to burst open. Instantly, a small puff of green smoke wafted out. Xiuquan, who was sleeping beside her, inhaled the green smoke. This green smoke was a unique poison called Yanluo miasma, a rare substance given to Ouyang Shua by the mountain barbarians. It could only be found in the deep forests and thick miasma, often near old ponds or trees. Using a secret technique, the poison could be sealed into a pill. When used, no medium was needed, the pill simply needed to break open, and within an hour, a normal person would surely die. Thus, even the mountain barbarians had to pay a hefty price to obtain a small amount. Those who attempted to hunt for the poison would most likely not survive. However, such a poison, once produced, would merge into the water and disappear if not collected within 10 minutes. Therefore, collecting the Yanluo miasma required both luck and sacrifice, neither could be lacking. These strict conditions were part of the natural order. Otherwise, large amounts of Yanluo miasma could be harvested, leading to a significant loss of life. After all, the strength of Yanluo miasma lay in its formless and silent nature, unlike other poisons that required injection through blood or water to be effective. In ancient times, gas masks were not available, so the person releasing the poison could die if not careful. Concubine Chen never expected to leave the palace alive. As the Yanluo miasma wafted over, both she and the other person were immediately poisoned. Xiuquan, however, slept soundly and noticed nothing. This way of dying was probably the best and most fortunate for him. Concubine Chen, on the other hand, had a difficult time. After inhaling the Yanluo miasma, she could only close her eyes and wait for death, slowly accepting its arrival. The most beautiful flowers often wither at their peak. The next morning, when the palace maids entered the king's sleeping quarters to serve the king and concubine Chen, they found only 2 lifeless bodies. The name Yanluo miasma was beautiful, and so were its effects. When one was poisoned, there were no strange marks on their body, as if they had simply fallen into a deep sleep. All of a sudden, the news of the king's death spread throughout Tianjing city, shocking everyone. Numerous officials and generals, who had prepared and packed their belongings overnight, now stood frozen in place, unsure of how to react. An unexpected storm had swept through the entire city. The future of Taiping country hung in the balance, and no one knew what path it would take. At 9 a.m., in the main hall of the king's palace, it was clear that, since the matter had already occurred, the officials and generals needed to discuss a solution. This was because the empress was virtually powerless and could offer no guidance. Therefore, the officials and generals in the hall, the ones with real authority, would decide the fate of Taiping country. Among the generals, Dakai was naturally their leader. For the civil servants, there was also a historical talent, Suja. Suja was a writer, poet, official, and former deputy prime minister from the northern Song dynasty, a member of one of the 8 great families of the Tang and Song dynasties. Along with his father, Su Sun, and his brother, Su Shi, they were known as the 3 Su. When Xiuquan emerged in the wilderness, apart from Yang Xiuqing, he lacked skilled administrative personnel. However, allowing Yang Xiuqing to handle administrative and governmental affairs was not an option. Thus, he had to rely on outsiders. Suja was a talent he had recruited after subduing some players' territories. Besides Suja, there were 2 other historical officials, but as they were not particularly notable, there was little point in mentioning them. In theory, following the death of the king, the most pressing issue would be to determine a successor. However, Xiuquan had appeared in the wilderness for less than a year and had not left any children. Furthermore, Taiping country was in chaos. Even if he had a young child, they would not be able to take up the responsibility. Hence, the officials felt they should choose someone born beside the king in the wilderness to take over for him. The most important matter at hand was clearly leading everyone out of this danger. The first person to be suggested was, as expected, Dakai. Dakai was an elder of Taiping country and a general who held significant power in the military. During such chaotic times, he was naturally the most capable. Last night, the king had also met with him alone, which showed how well he was regarded. Logically, no one could compete with Dakai. As for Dakai himself, due to the defeat of the previous day, he still wavered and did not speak a word. His silence was naturally interpreted by others as a quiet acceptance of the role. At this very moment, a slender official stepped out and loudly declared, "General Shi is naturally suitable, but I feel that there is one other person even more suitable." What a joke! Is there anyone in our country more suitable than General Shi? The supporters of Dakai immediately stepped out to disagree, their expressions arrogant. "There obviously is," the official said at a steady pace. "General Yang Xiuqing, whether in experience or ability, surpasses General Shi." This official, needless to say, was a strong supporter of Yang Xiuqing's camp. Last night, after Yang Xiuqing sent away the soldier from the military intelligence division, he began to contact various officials to discuss a coup. Initially, these people were highly doubtful. After all, the king had high prestige, and to openly challenge it was something no one had the ability to do. But just this morning, news of the king's death began to spread. When these allies heard the news, they let out a collective gasp of cold air. If one said that there was no connection between the two events, they could beat them to death, and they still wouldn't believe it. At that moment, they all made their decisions. At this time, they naturally needed to help Yang Xiuqing gain support. Haha, what a joke! The official who retorted was the same one from just now. A losing general and one who was locked up by the king, how can he succeed the former king? That's right, so? If I recall correctly, General Shi is also a losing general. And his defeat sealed the fate of our country. The entire hall fell into complete silence. Dakai's expression turned to one of remorse and embarrassment. If not for the people beside him restraining him, he would have turned around and left. How is this the same? Dakai's supporters were at a loss for words. Even they themselves lacked confidence in their own arguments. The lanky official pressed his advantage, loudly saying, "General Yang was ordered to attack Mulan's stronghold. He even requested to retreat but was denied. What about General Shi? Leading 150,000 troops and being ambushed right on our doorstep, isn't that more amusing?" The moment his words rang out, more officials looked at Dakai with suspicion. Hey, no matter what, Yang Xiuqing was locked up, and General Shi was not. Isn't that enough to say something? Aren't their positions in the king's heart clear? What do you mean locked up? It was just to protect him from words and discussions. T. Shameless. Such speech techniques caused numerous officials to be drawn into the debate. In the hall, a flurry of debates broke out. The supporters of Yang Xiuqing and Dakai quarreled, and neither side was able to convince the other. In this debate, Suja and the other civil servants were mere bystanders. They, as outsiders, had no right to decide the fate of Taiping country. At this moment, only the generals and the officials had the ability to decide. When Dakai saw this scene, he could not take it anymore, so he stood up to leave. Just at this moment, outside the main hall, a casual voice sounded, "Brother Shi." When Dakai heard this call, he immediately stopped and looked out. To see the one who came was Yang Xiuqing, who had been locked up. His appearance caused an uproar in the hall. His supporters were delighted, while the supporters of Dakai were all furious. "Yang Xiuqing, how bold are you? The king gave orders that you are not to leave your manor. Now that he's dead, you actually immediately disobey him." The one who scolded out was Ji Xianfeng from Dakai's camp. When Yang Xiuqing heard these words, a cold glimmer appeared in his eyes, but a wide smile remained on his face. After the king's death, as a minister, isn't coming into the palace to pay respects expected? You. When young Xiuquan heard this response, he shook his head and turned to Dakai. Brother Shi, can we have a word? Dakai looked at young Xiuquan in surprise before nodding his head in the end. In a side courtyard on the west of the king's palace, young Xiuquan and Dakai sat facing each other. This side courtyard was usually the office of the various ministers of Taiping country. However, it was very quiet now. Apart from the two of them, no one else was in sight. The king's death had caused a terrifying and chaotic atmosphere to rise in the palace. The palace guards and eunuchs looked on at the items they had packed, unsure how to react. If it weren't for these two taking charge, the entire Tianjing city would have fallen into total chaos. After learning that the king had died, Dakai had immediately arranged for the troops to patrol the streets. He planned to use force to maintain order and prevent any disturbances. Logically, with his power over the military, Dakai could have seized the position of king. Unfortunately, his character was such that he would not do this. In truth, he had no intentions of inheriting the role. The future of Taiping country was just a dream to him. Now, it felt like waking from a dream, leaving him uncertain. His life, which had been moving at a rapid pace, suddenly lost its goal and direction. Brother Shi, I'm sure you know about what happened in history. Young Xiuquan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and asked emotionlessly. That's right. Then, in your view, do you think the dream of Taiping country can succeed in the wilderness? Dakai did not know how to reply. Even Hong Xiuquan likely did not think that way. This is a chaotic age, so only a mighty lord with a sharp sword can conquer the four directions and open a new era of peace. As he spoke these words, young Xiuquan began to grow emotional. Mighty lord? When Dakai heard these words, his eyes froze, as this was the first time he showed a change in expression. Is that you? No, young Xiuquan shook his head and laughed. I definitely do not have the ability. Then who? Dakai was confused, thinking that young Xiuquan had called him over to ask him to give up the race for power. Let me ask you, in the southwest region, who else is more suitable than that fellow? Young Xiuquan smiled slightly, slowly revealing his cards. It's him? Dakai was astonished, nearly rising from his seat. Yes, it's him. Young Xiuquan stared directly into Dakai's eyes and stated resolutely. I did not expect that, truly did not expect it. Young Xiuquan, hearing this response, also felt a mix of emotions, understanding the meaning behind Dakai's words. So, you changed your mind long ago? Dakai kept his emotions in check, his eyes suddenly sharp. Instantly, a killing intent radiated from him, a presence that commanded attention. He was a fierce tiger, usually calm, who only showed his teeth in the face of danger. Even young Xiuquan, who had been through countless battles, felt a shock. Dakai, a tiger among generals, lived up to his reputation. Young Xiuquan knew that if he did not answer carefully, he would die here. Fortunately, he was also an exceptional person. The teacup in his hand remained still, the tea not even trembling. No. Young Xiuquan shook his head. When I lost, the enemy did approach me. However, I had not made a decision then. I only made my choice after the king decided to remove me. The words of young Xiuquan were half real and half fake, so Dakai could not detect any lies. Thinking about the conversation from the previous day with the king, Dakai let out a long sigh. At this stage, it was hard to tell who was loyal and who was not. So the king's death has something to do with you? The killing aura of Dakai was not hidden as he asked this crucial question. When they discovered that the king had died, the doctor rushed over and performed an autopsy. They found that the king and concubine Chen had both died from an unknown poison. As for the others, nothing else was found. In her final moments, concubine Chen had placed the pieces of the pill back into her false tooth, and the only clue disappeared. Thus, the only conclusion was that the king had been assassinated. But based on what the palace guards described, no one suspicious had entered. This entire case became a mystery. Of course, some suspected that the guards had purposely spoken this way to avoid punishment. No matter what, the truth would not be found out in a short time. Moreover, given their current situation, who in the country would pay attention to the truth behind this mystery? In reality, young Xiuqing had not expected the king to die. This operation was completely orchestrated by the Black Snake Guards. It was not me. Young Xiuqing did not know what to say, so he just spoke those 4 words. Heh. Dakai was lost in thought, unable to calm down. Although Dakai did not have much feeling for the king's generosity and trust had touched him. Hence, Dakai naturally wanted to avenge the king. Unfortunately, the current him lacked the necessary power. This was due to a massive shadow looming over the skies of Tianjing city, making it difficult to breathe. Yang Xiuqing understood Dakai's weakness and said, "Brother Shi, for the sake of the people, please do not do anything rash." When Dakai heard these words, his expression grew increasingly complex. To take revenge for the king and drag so many others to their deaths with you, is it worth it? Dakai was faced with a crucial decision. Silence, a deafening silence, once again filled the air. The last 2 pillars of the Taiping country sat facing each other, their emotions heavy. Compared to Dakai, young Xiuqing was calmer. He believed he would not misjudge someone. Once you understood your opponent's character, you would never lose. As expected, Dakai sighed. He slowly took out the soldier token from his waist and placed it on the table. Please give them a way out. The them Dakai referred to were the people who supported him. Seeing this, young Xiuqing was astonished. Brother Shi, you don't need to do this. As long as we can reach an agreement, it doesn't matter who controls the military. No, Dakai shook his head. I've lost all my ambitions and have no desire to lead. Brother Shi is still young, this is the best opportunity to build a future. Why are you acting like this? When young Xiuqing heard Dakai's response, he frowned. His words carried a hint of anger that Dakai was not willing to fight. Part of his reaction stemmed from the pain of seeing Dakai give up on himself, but also because he had a mission. The Lord behind the scenes had made it clear that he wanted to keep Dakai. So that's it. Dakai had no intention of defending himself, so he stood up to leave. Wait. Young Xiuqing called out, "Can I ask where you will go?" "The wilderness is vast, I can go anywhere," Dakai replied without turning around. His voice was filled with exhaustion. He was truly tired and felt it was time for a good rest. Since Brother Shi has nowhere to go, why not consider the Army Military Academy in Shanghai City? Yang Xiuqing suggested sincerely. The principal is the war saint Sun Wu. If you go, you will definitely learn a lot. It would allow you to step away from all the conflict and gain valuable knowledge. Wouldn't that be better than wandering aimlessly in the wilderness? When Dakai heard these words, he stopped in his tracks but did not say anything. He simply continued on his way. Watching Dakai's retreating figure, young Xiuqing sighed. He had done what he could. Even if the Lord scolded him, there was little more he could have done. The chaos in Tianjing city quickly subsided after these 2 leaders reached an agreement. Holding the soldier token in his hand, young Xiuqing, with the support of his close allies, smoothly took control of the city's troops. Regardless of the circumstances, his prestige and influence in the military were still high. Combined with the strategic efforts of the Military Intelligence Division, everything fell into place naturally. In the hall, the officials who had originally supported Dakai were now terrified upon seeing young Xiuqing in control. Fortunately, young Xiuqing promised not to execute them, only placing them under house arrest. As for Dakai, he had vanished. After taking control, Yang Xiuqing did not, as many had expected, ascend the throne. His first order was to announce that Taiping country had ended, and they were now under the rule of Shanghai City. The moment the news broke, the city erupted into an uproar. Loyal believers were unhappy and took to the streets to protest. However, Yang Xiuqing's resolve was unwavering, and he used force to suppress them. He was clear that, having decided to submit to Shanghai City, he could not leave anything to chance. Clearing out all obstacles in Tianjing City was his most important mission. Hong Xiuquan's death, Yang Xiuqing's rise to power, and Taiping country's surrender were like a whirlwind that swept through Chuanan province and the entire wilderness. The world was left in shock. Players knew that Shanghai City taking over Taiping country was only a matter of time, but what shocked them was how quickly and ingeniously it ended. They marveled at the prowess of the Lianzhou lord, wondering how many more trump cards he held. With Taiping country's surrender, a startling fact was revealed to all players in China. Shanghai City's lord, Qiue Wui, had officially taken control of a province. While 90% of lords had not even upgraded to prefecture status, the extensive expansion of Shanghai territory left many in despair. Only a true king could display such dominance. The world was stunned. This mighty lord of a generation was baring his fangs. In a short time, no one in China could challenge the Lianzhou lord. This influence placed the Shanghai alliance at the forefront once again, causing the prestige that the Yanhuang alliance had worked so hard to build to crumble. The entire southwest region seemed to be covered by Qiue Wui's shadow. The Nanjiang Governor-General title now seemed to make more and more sense. South of Guilin Prefecture, a cluster of mountains stood tall, spanning thousands of miles. In the mountains and forests, trees flourished and fierce beasts roamed around. Bandits were uncommon, and people even more so. There were only a few paths one could use to cross the two prefectures. 2 large passes and 10 small passes connected Guilin Prefecture to Xuanzhou Prefecture. Of the 2 large passes, one was Guiping Pass, and the other was Xuanwu Pass. Among these, Guiping Pass was the most magnificent and majestic, connecting the 2 traffic choke points of the 2 prefectures. Ouyang Shuo was leading troops to camp in Guiping Pass. News that Yang Xiuqing had taken control of Tianjing City reached Ouyang Shuo immediately. The success in Tianjing City caused Ouyang Shuo's heart to leap with happiness towards the Military Intelligence Division and the Black Snake Guards. The systems on which he had spent so much money were finally bearing fruit. During this battle, for Tianjing City to be taken down without using a single soldier, all thanks to these 2 intelligence organizations. They would naturally be rewarded for their contributions. Regrettably, the Black Snake Guards were an organization that could not see the light, so Ouyang Shuo was not able to give them any rewards. As for the Military Intelligence Division, Ouyang Shuo ordered the Military Affairs Department to grant them a Grade 4 reward. Individual rewards would be based on the assessment of the Military Affairs Department. The part that made Ouyang Shuo even happier was that the Black Snake Guards had even managed to obtain the Ming Dynasty firearm-making technical manual from Hong Xiuquan's sleeping quarters. This was something he had dreamt of. Ouyang Shuo originally thought that Hong Xiuquan had only obtained the cannon-making technical manual. He did not expect it to be a firearm technical manual. With such a lethal weapon, the technological standards of Shanghai City would be elevated to a new level. After Yang Xiuqing took control of Tianjing City, he immediately secured the palace. All the riches were sealed and awaited for the Lord to handle them. As a result, the Black Snake Guards were able to freely enter the palace. They knew exactly which items the Lord wanted to acquire. He promptly sent a letter to the Black Snake Guards, instructing them to send the technical manual back to the No. 7 Research Institute. At the same time, they would bury the person who had contributed the most, Concubine Chen, codename Cauliflower Snake. Aside from rewarding the Black Snake Guards and the Military Intelligence Division, Ouyang Shuo also sent several orders regarding the administrative matters for the post-war period. These matters had already been formed in his mind over a month ago. Only after they had truly succeeded was it easy for him to establish the plan. He instructed General Lin Yi to lead the Guards Division into Tianjing City to take over defense operations. Although the Tianjing City Army was under Yang Xiuqing's command, Ouyang Shua was concerned that as time progressed, a state of internal chaos might arise. In the end, out of the 100,000 men, only 30,000 were Yang Xiuqing's close and trusted subordinates. The remaining 70,000 were handed over by Dakai. Coupled with the threat and might of Shanghai City, Tianjing City finally calmed down. Therefore, only the Guards Division could represent the territory to move in and ensure that everything remained peaceful. Fortunately, they were nearby and in less than a morning, they arrived at their destination. Lin Yi's abilities were enough to shock everyone present. He ordered Commander-in-Chief Baiqi to lead the Dragon Legion's 3 divisions to turn toward Jinan Prefecture and sweep out the other forces. Although the city protection squads of Taiping country had mostly been moved to Tianjing City, there were still some remaining forces and local militants in the other counties. Given that a religious group had established a country in the territory, Ouyang Shua did not dare to take it lightly. If he did not arrange for the army to sweep through the land, how could he send his officials to take over? Ouyang Shua did not want the officials sent out from Shanghai City to be assassinated, chased out, or rejected at the door. If that happened, it would cause a significant loss of face for Shanghai City. Moreover, since Jinan Prefecture was largely a bystander in this battle, the local powers would not be affected and would naturally not agree to Shanghai City taking over control. Therefore, Ouyang Shua had his reasons to send his troops over. Of course, Ouyang Shua believed that Baiqi would see through his reasoning and would not engage in senseless slaughter. Azura Baiqi would only kill those he deemed deserving of death and would not waste effort on unnecessary killings. Additionally, he ordered the 2 divisions of the Dragon Legion, who were escorting the prisoners, to head west and join the Legion after delivering the prisoners. This would allow him to shift the Dragon Legion camp westward. At the southwestern border of Jinan Prefecture, they would build the new Legion headquarters, facing Kunming Prefecture and Mengding Prefecture. Ouyang Shua's concern was not solely with Consonance City. Rather, it was he who used the opportunity to reorganize the war zones and future battle regions. The Dragon Legion would be responsible for the safety of the Western Territory and, at the same time, work with the Kunming Prefecture to attack the other 4 prefectures in the Yunnan province. Naturally, the first to face an attack would be the neighboring Mengding Prefecture. Of course, even if they desired to initiate another war, it would have to wait until the following year. The territory had just conquered the 3 prefectures of Taiping country and needed time to assimilate them. However, early intelligence efforts could begin in the meantime. After all, following this major battle, no general would dare underestimate the power of intelligence. Ouyang Shua also ordered Han Xian to lead the Leopard Legion north through Guiping Pass to clear out Guilin Prefecture. Ouyang Shua intended to establish the Leopard Legion's camp in the northern part of Guilin Prefecture. The Leopard Legion would oversee the northern region of the territory, which would mean conflicting with Chuanbei Province and Wannan Province. Guilin Prefecture shared a border of 2,000 miles, making the task of guarding the north both significant and demanding for both Han Xian and the Leopard Legion. Ouyang Shua had complete faith in Han Xian. After the 3 battles, all the generals acknowledged his leadership. The title of War Immortal was not easily earned. Thus, the 3 legions of the territory each guarded one side, the Dragon Legion in the west, the Leopard Legion in the north, and the Tiger Legion in the east. The south, being the ocean, would naturally be the responsibility of the navy. After dealing with the military matters, Ouyang Shua sent letters to the Nanjiang Governor-General's office to plan administrative work. He ordered Administration Director Xiao He to arrange officials into the 3 prefectures to take over. Most importantly, they needed to appoint the 3 prefect governors. Only by appointing the most crucial roles would Ouyang Shua be able to relax regarding the future development of the prefecture. After consideration, Ouyang Shua decided to appoint Pei Ju as the governor of Guilin Prefecture. Although Pei Ju was good at military work, he excelled in governing. Along with the civil servant group being slightly weaker, Ouyang Shua could only temporarily appoint him to a lower position. As for this arrangement, he was actually quite delighted. Guilin Prefecture was located in the north of Xiuquan Province, connected to both the Chuanbei and Wannan provinces. Furthermore, it was the retreat route that Hong Xiuquan had planned. Naturally, the resistance there would be stronger. Hence, to run it well would not be an easy matter. At the current moment, only a famous minister like Pei Ju could take up this responsibility. For the Xuanzhou governor, Ouyang Shua settled on the current Liezhou governor Bao Shuya. As for Yang Xiuqing, he would be shifted to the Liezhou governor position. Of course, before Bao Shuya rushed over to Tianjing city, Yang Xiuqing would temporarily handle the administrative work. No matter how much he trusted Yang Xiuqing, Ouyang Shua still would not arrange for him to be the governor of one of the 3 prefectures under Taiping country. That was too dangerous and would not be a good thing for Yang Xiuqing. It was still the same words: if you did not want to be betrayed, do not give someone the chance to betray you. Hence, the only way was to move him away. Only after Yang Xiuqing was transferred to Liezhou Prefecture could he finally put down his heavy burden and display his talent. Who knows? A great minister might emerge. Xuanzhou Prefecture, the center of Xiuquan Province and the root of Taiping country, was heavily affected by the war. The Shanghai City Army had swept through the region, and local powers were largely dismantled. Therefore, among all prefectures, governing Xuanzhou was the easier task. Ouyang Shua chose Bao Shuya to acknowledge his work in Liezhou Prefecture. Bao Shuya's role would be to stabilize the people and rapidly develop Xuanzhou's economy, which had the strongest economic potential of the 3 prefectures. As for Jinan Prefecture, Ouyang Shua selected Mulanyu as the first lord to pledge allegiance to him. It was time to reward her. Mulanyu was also the only one of the 3 governors to be promoted. Additionally, the Dragon Legion, of which Mu Guiying was a part, was stationed in Jinan Prefecture. This connection would facilitate military and administrative decision-making. After determining the legion's combat zones, daily supplies would naturally be managed by the local counties. The Combat Logistics Department lacked the capability to transport grain and supplies over thousands of miles. It was neither practical nor logical. Therefore, in the future, the legions would have frequent interactions with local houses. This aspect required close monitoring by the Shanghai Guards, led by Shenbu Hai. Ever since the territory was established, Ouyang Shua had strictly enforced the separation of military and administrative entities. Thus, he would not permit generals and local officials to have any unnecessary relationships or engage in any interest exchanges. Only Mulanyu was an exception. This young woman revered Ouyang Shua and was genuinely dedicated to her work. Consequently, Ouyang Shua trusted her and had no concerns. Elevating her position was indeed to help pave her path for the future, when the game ends. Of course, her personal capabilities were something Ouyang Shua acknowledged. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted her with the development of a prefecture to provide her with experience. Compared to renowned ministers like Pei Ju, Mulanyu naturally fell short. Therefore, Ouyang Shua specifically mentioned in the letter that the officials and minor officials sent to Jinan Prefecture should be those with extensive experience. Ouyang Shua truly invested a lot of effort in Mulanyu. The only issue was that once she took up her post in Jinan Prefecture, she would not be able to use the teleportation formation to meet Ouyang Shua. However, there was little he could do about this. Besides, how could one grow strong without facing a storm? When an eagle grows old, it must learn to fly solo in the sky. As his territory expanded and grew larger, Ouyang Shua's mentality also matured. Just as Song Jia put it, he was a young man in his 20s, but he acted like a middle-aged uncle. Toward Mulanyu, Ouyang Shua harbored the feelings of an elder. Yet, the two were only a few years apart. One had to admit that Ouyang Shua had truly grown old. Furthermore, in the past year, Ouyang Shua had not spent much time in Shanghai City. He had been traveling extensively, leading a tough life. In addition, he moved Cui Shaoxi, whom he had high hopes for, to Jinan Prefecture as the administration director to assist Mulanyu. According to the administrative system of Shanghai City, a director in a prefecture was half a grade higher than a prefect. Mentioning Cui Shaoxi inevitably brings up the Cui family. Based on Song Jia's letter, the Cui family had relocated over a month ago. As for the Bai Trading Company, they had yet to give Song Jia a definite response. It was unclear what Bai Gue was planning. The Black Snake Guard's search for Fan Li had yielded some minor leads. According to their letter, they would likely pinpoint his location in about a month. Ouyang Shua suspected Bai Gue might be waiting for Fan Li. These merchants often avoided direct answers and were not straightforward. Although Ouyang Shua had secured the three governors, the challenges for administration director Xiao He were just beginning. While the governors were selected, assigning various officials presented a significant problem. Since the Battle of Zhaoqing began, Shanghai City had taken over 5 prefectures in less than 4 months. Compared to before, their land area had nearly doubled. Such rapid expansion in such a short time was overwhelming and would bring numerous negative consequences, potentially destabilizing and weakening the core of the territory. The primary issue was the shortage of talent. Lianzhou Prefecture had the strongest foundation in the territory, followed by Qiangzhou Prefecture. Although it started off badly, with the boost from Yashan City's territorial specialty, it grew stronger each day. The recently occupied Leizhou Prefecture was also decent, as it was ruled by lord players. Including Zhaoqing Prefecture, it had a certain foundation. After occupation, with the territorial specialty buffs, they could quickly catch up to Lianzhou Prefecture. However, Ouyang Shua was less optimistic about the 4 prefectures he had just occupied. Wuzhou, left in disarray under Qiu's brutal rule, required Ouyang Shua to send his key minister, Fan Zhongyan, to stabilize the situation. Xuanzhou, Jinan, and Guilin prefectures, under Hong Xiuquan's rule, focused solely on expansion, leaving their internal affairs in chaos. Without Suzhou and others' help, the situation would have been even worse. The Taiping country had mismanaged these 3 prefectures for almost a year, destroying any foundation they had. The essence of these 3 prefectures was likely gathered by Hong Xiuquan to develop Tianjing City. Therefore, running these 3 prefectures would be a long and arduous task. If these 3 prefectures followed the system of Shanghai City and built various houses and counties, the number of officials needed would be quite substantial. Moreover, during this period, the administration department, following Ouyang Shua's instructions, conducted a comprehensive evaluation of all local officials, removing a large number. Thus, even with Sinan University's robust talent-producing capabilities, he could not keep up with the expansion rate. Based on the numbers Xiao He had churned out, the territory faced a shortfall of 1,500 officials. With no other choice, Xiao He personally visited the various imperial cities and used the title of Land of Philosophers to recruit scholars. However, Xiao He did not dare to go to Xianying City. Even if he did, it would be useless. Despite his efforts, he could only recruit basic-level officials, as the real talents were already thriving in the imperial city and would not be lured by the bait. The significant lack of people was a major concern for Xiao He, and it made it hard for him to eat and sleep. With no other choice, Xiao He could only discuss with Jiang Shang to graduate the winter season students from Sinan University early. Those who passed the exams would secure jobs. At the same time, Xiao He also asked economics dean Meng Zi to use the influence of the Confucianism school of thought to hire Confucians to work for Shanghai City. Xiao He also implored other philosophers. With such numbers, they were barely able to gather 1,000 men. As for the lacking numbers, one could only use the current local officials. Xiao He joked that he was just making up the numbers with noobs. After all, a shortfall of 1,500 officials was the number he reached after including the officials from the 3 prefectures that could be used. Hence, temporarily, those who were appointed included useless people. All of a sudden, the standards of the officials in the territory had dropped by a grade. Toward this matter, whether it was Xiaohe or Ouyang Shua, they were both helpless. If it were not for Taiping country getting stronger and stronger, Ouyang Shua would not want to push it too quickly. Unfortunately, the situation had forced his hand. Of course, there were pros and cons to everything. The moment Shanghai City managed to digest these territories, a vast new territory would rise in the southwest region. At that time, the territory would rise from the ashes, and a dynasty would slowly take shape. Indeed, a dynasty. If one considered the current land area, it would be similar in size to the olden dynasties, apart from the foundation and power. Of course, the foundation and power were vastly different, so one could only say that a foundation was forming. After handling the post-war military and administrative matters, Ouyang Shua was ready to pack up and leave for Tianjing city. Although Taiping country had surrendered, only by taking charge of Tianjing city could he truly calm everything down. Furthermore, many issues in Tianjing city required his personal attention. These included how to deal with the 100,000 troops, the officials, the generals, and the riches. There were many things to handle. Yang Xiuqing, being very cautious, would want Ouyang Shua to make these decisions. On the 18th day of the 11th month, Ouyang Shua led his troops out of Guiping Pass. As he was officially appointed by Ouyang Shua as the governor, Peiju naturally stayed behind when Ouyang Shua left. Peiju would meet up with Han Xian's Leopard Legion and move into Guilin Prefecture. Meanwhile, only 2 mountain barbarian independent divisions would follow Ouyang Shua into Tianjing city. The remaining division would be settled at the Guiping and Xuanwu passes, with 5,000 men guarding Xuanwu Pass and the rest guarding Guiping Pass. Only after Han Xian led his forces to the 2 passes and accepted them would this independent division head south to meet up with Ouyang Shua. The huge army set out for the pass and vanished into the horizon. Far away, a massive city stood. This was Tianjing city. Ouyang Shua would spend a period of time in this city, planning and drawing up his magnificent blueprint. One could say that the surrender of Taiping country was a significant milestone. He had officially stepped onto the path to becoming a true king, solidifying his position in the wilderness. At this stage, ordinary failures would not be able to shake his rule. This was his foundation. However, just as Ouyang Shua was planning his territory's blueprint, a sudden change forced him to alter his plans and dealt him a significant blow. On the 19th day of the 11th month in the 2nd year of Gaia, at the northern border of Guilin Prefecture, the bright morning light shone over the vast and empty wilderness, warm and peaceful. At that moment, a massive army suddenly appeared in the wilderness. Looking out, one would see flags held high, with spears and knives forming a vast, endless black wave. The endless army, like a ghost, suddenly invaded Guilin Prefecture. The next day, when Ouyang Shua led his troops out of Guiping Pass, the 10+ lords of Chuanan province, along with the Wannan city-state's 100,000 allied troops, suddenly invaded. The 2 armies, totaling 200,000 troops, forcefully invaded Guilin Prefecture with breakneck speed. Suddenly, the 200,000 alliance troops engaged in endless slaughter in Guilin Prefecture. Strictly speaking, the defense troops in Guilin Prefecture were not moved to Tianjing city by Hong Xiuquan. After all, Guilin Prefecture was the escape route he had planned, and he would not cut off his own escape routes. Apart from the various protection squads, there was even a 20,000-strong unit housed there. With Yang Xiuqing taking control of Taiping country, Guilin Prefecture had fallen into chaos. The troops housed in Guilin Prefecture were the most trusted by Hong Xiuquan. Seeing their king die and the successor to the throne immediately surrender to Shanghai city, the army felt furious. However, they were not bold enough to fight their way to Tianjing city. The troops had no outlet for their frustrations, so they could only vent their anger on the people. As for the various protection squads in Guilin Prefecture, their attitudes were much milder. Their loyalty to the king did not reach the level where they would risk everything for revenge. Furthermore, most of these soldiers were born in Guilin Prefecture and felt a duty to protect their own land. Naturally, they would not allow other soldiers to wreak havoc and do whatever they wished. This led to a standoff between the two sides. This was also why Ouyang Shua had arranged for the independent Mountain Barbarian Division to guard the two passes, to prevent this chaos from spreading to Wuzhou Prefecture. Originally, Ouyang Shua could have led his troops into Guilin Prefecture to stop the chaos. Unfortunately, the situation in Tianjing city was still unstable and urgently needed Ouyang Shua's presence there. After weighing the pros and cons, Ouyang Shua still decided to deal with Guilin Prefecture first. When Han Xian led his troops there, all the problems would be solved easily. Moreover, Ouyang Shua harbored another nefarious intention. He wanted to use the chaos in Guilin Prefecture to incite the army there, which had lost its rationale, to destroy the reputation and popular support that the Taiping country had built in the region. Ouyang Shua did not want the people under his rule to have any lingering good thoughts or feelings about the old Taiping country. Wouldn't this chaos help dig their grave? As for the casualties and damages this choice would cause, they were not within Ouyang Shua's considerations. As a lord, how could he be so soft-hearted in dealing with every matter? Needless to say, Ouyang Shua felt genuinely gleeful about his plan. He did not expect that his neglect would also give the enemy a chance to strike. How could the chaotic Guilin Prefecture stand against 200,000 tigers and wolves? Furthermore, the enemy army seemed to have a great commander and many capable generals. Naturally, they could not be underestimated, and they won all their battles. In just 3 days, half of Guilin Prefecture had fallen. At this point, the Alliance Army commander surprisingly split the forces into 3. 60,000 troops would remain in Guilin Prefecture to complete the unfinished tasks. 80,000 would continue south and head straight for Guiping Pass. The remaining 60,000 would attack the other pass, Xuanwu Pass. This division of forces sealed the victory for the Alliance Army. Naturally, the Alliance Army lacked the ability to cross the pass, enter Xuanzhou, and engage in a life-or-death battle with the Shanghai City Army. However, it was necessary for them to occupy the two passes and block the northern approach to Shanghai City. Otherwise, Guilin Prefecture would be under the threat of takeover at any moment. Just thinking about it made one feel uneasy. Therefore, their only path to success was to conquer the pass. They had to complete everything quickly. The Alliance Army needed to occupy the two passes before the Shanghai City Army sent reinforcements. Otherwise, their entire plan would fail. Thus, whether it was the Alliance Army or the Shanghai City Army, both were racing against time. Turning back 2 days to the 20th day of the 11th month, at Guiping Pass. Within the pass, there were 8,000 elite mountain barbarian soldiers. In command was the young General Shurhu, whom Ouyang Shua had high hopes for. Moreover, on the second day of the Alliance Army's attack on Guilin Prefecture, the military intelligence had already reached Guiping Pass. Whether it was the Military Intelligence Division or the Black Snake Guards, their infiltration of Taiping country was primarily focused on Xuanzhou and Tianjing city. With limited manpower and resources, their infiltration of Guilin and Jinan prefectures was inadequate. Even so, they managed to gather reliable intelligence by the second day. When he received the news, Shurhu was stunned. 200,000 troops suddenly attacking without any prior signs. Such sudden pressure made it hard for him to breathe. This was also the first time Shurhu was leading troops alone, yet he had to face such a test. For such a young general, it was truly too cruel. Unless one experienced it personally, they could not understand the pressure. Some of the generals in the army even collapsed and broke down under that pressure. The lives of thousands rested on their shoulders. One small mistake could cost many lives. Luckily, within Guiping Pass, there was another talent, Pei Ju. At the critical moment, he stepped forward to serve as an advisor. During Ouyang Shua's campaign against Xuanzhou, he had brought Pei Ju along and often sought his counsel. Consequently, Shihu trusted Pei Ju greatly. Thanks to Pei Ju's advice and reassurance, Shihu was able to calm down and devise a plan. Compared to the young Shihu, Pei Ju's perspective was incredibly keen. He immediately deduced that the enemy attacking Guilin Prefecture was not to be underestimated and, if not fools, would certainly target Guiping Pass. Thus, he promptly dispatched several messenger soldiers on swift horses to inform their lord, who was en route. Simultaneously, he began to fortify the pass's defenses. Guiping Pass, similar to Jinan Pass, was a fortress-like structure in the wilderness, with nearly complete defensive facilities. After Hong Xiuquan took control of Xuanzhou, he had arranged for blacksmiths and craftsmen to upgrade and enhance the pass, ensuring it was well stocked with resources. The only drawback was that Hong Xiuquan's prized cannons were not permanently installed there. Therefore, completing the defense work meant repairing the damages from the mountain barbarian army's attack and moving defensive resources up to the city walls. On the 21st of the 11th month, at noon, the scorching sun pierced through the red clouds, baking the earth. On the horizon, a light armored cavalry soldier suddenly emerged. Alongside him was a group of warhorses galloping away, causing the dust on the ground to rise into the air. At this moment, a look of joy appeared in the cavalry's eyes. He finally saw the vast army before him. "Lord, emergency!" He charged forward, continuously waving the flag on his back and shouting, "Lord, emergency!" On this usual afternoon, Pei Ju sent a messenger soldier. In just a day and a half, he caught up to the troops led by Ouyang Shua. As a result, 3 elite warhorses were ridden to exhaustion. The messenger soldier instantly fainted after completing his mission. While traveling, Ouyang Shua was unable to receive any messages, so he only learned of the Alliance Army's attack 2.5 days later. Ouyang Shua was now less than 2 days away. Based on calculations, Han Xian's Leopard Legion was 3 days away from Guiping Pass. Since they were still en route, he could not contact them and thus could not rely on them for this battle. After receiving the news, Ouyang Shua was shocked, and a sense of anger slowly welled up. "Those foolish thieves dare to set foot on my land." Ouyang Shua did not anticipate that the lords of Chuanan province would ally with the Xiangnan city-state, let alone challenge Shanghai City together. Reflecting on it, Ouyang Shua could only laugh bitterly. One had to admit, the enemy chose the perfect moment to attack. Shanghai City appeared to be at the height of its power, but in reality, it was at its weakest point, with vast stretches of land lacking sufficient troops to defend them. Only after completing the reorganization of the 100,000 Taiping country troops would Shanghai City become truly strong. However, the enemy seized this opportunity to attack. It seemed the enemy predicted that Shanghai City would not dare to initiate a large-scale war at such a time. In all likelihood, the enemy has someone amazing commanding them. Ouyang Shua slowly calmed down, as his mind fell into deep thought. What he did not know was that just as the Alliance army entered Guilin Prefecture, the 1,000 Lianheng city-state soldiers also started to cause chaos at the border. Without a doubt, this was a carefully planned scheme. After Shanghai City took down Taiping country, the wariness and fear of the players around Shanghai City had reached its peak. This time, a total of 3 provinces worked together to curb the rise of Shanghai City. Ouyang Shua tossed aside his thoughts and immediately ordered the troops to turn around and head back to Guiping Pass. Since the Alliance army knew of this importance, how could Ouyang Shua not know? Hence, he directly led his troops back without hesitation. He could only hope that Guiping Pass could hold on. The part that left him feeling helpless was that the 2 mountain barbarian divisions he led were all infantry. Even if they rushed back, it would take 2 days. At that time, it would be too late. Luckily, Ouyang Shua had cavalry on hand, the 3,000 Divine Martial Guards. Ouyang Shua immediately decided to lead the Divine Martial Guards to head out first. As for the Mountain Barbarian independent divisions, they would follow behind and rush back at their quickest speed. Everything was a race against time. On the morning of the 22nd day of the 11th month, at Guiping Pass. Under the morning sun, 80,000 alliance troops marched uphill, proceeding forward with confidence. Before Guiping Pass lay a long, narrow path, twisting and turning numerous times. The 80,000 troops formed squadrons stretching for kilometers. If one looked on, they would not see the end, and the black wave would press upon their heart. The army, moving confidently, resembled a black dragon coiling around the mountains and rivers. The sight inspired awe. These were lions and wolves, a collection of stone-cold killers. At the front of the army was a full sword and shield formation, ready to serve as the main force in attacking the pass. Behind them, row after row of bowmen and crossbowmen followed. Due to the narrow mountain paths, the Alliance army could not bring large-scale siege weapons, they could only carry scaling ladders. In addition, there were a few heavy battering rams. Bringing up the rear were 10,000 elite cavalry. In the center of the cavalry formation, a middle-aged general stood out remarkably. He looked resolute and confident, wearing a red robe, silver armor, and a golden helmet, and riding a special warhorse. This middle-aged man was the commander of the Alliance army tasked with attacking Guiping Pass, the overall commander of the entire Alliance army, Li Mu, the renowned general of the Warring States. Li Mu, a famous general of Zhao during the Warring States period, was one of the 4 renowned generals of the era, alongside Baiqi, Lianpa, and Wang Jian. During the Battle of Changping, Li Mu was just one of the competent generals at the northern border of Zhao. He only truly distinguished himself near the end of the Warring States period. Li Mu was first stationed in the north of Zhao country, fighting against the Xiongnu people. Afterward, because he opposed the Qing country, he earned the title of Wuan Lord after heavily damaging them at Ian. In 229 BC, the Qing country sowed discord between the Zhao king and Li Mu, causing the king to strip him of his command over the army and execute him shortly after. The one who instigated this discord was Wang Jian. Undeniably, Li Mu was a famous general who could not be underestimated. With Li Mu's appearance, all 4 of the famous generals of the Warring States period had now emerged. Baiqi was loyal to Shanghai City, Wang Jian served the Qin king, Lianpa was under Di Chen, while Li Mu's allegiance was a mystery. It was only known that he served one of the lords of the Alliance army. Having such a great general in the Alliance army, it was no wonder they could conquer half of Guilin Prefecture in just 3 days, facing almost no resistance. One must understand that traveling the entire Guilin Prefecture would normally take 3 to 4 days, as it was narrow from north to south and long from east to west. Li Mu gazed at the stronghold in the distance, lost in thought. The scene before him seemed more complex than he had anticipated. First, he did not expect such a large number of troops to be quartered inside the pass. Logically, since Taiping country had surrendered, neither the troops of Shanghai City nor those of Taiping country would have any reason to remain in the pass. If there were so many, why hadn't they entered Guilin Prefecture? All of this remained a mystery. After all, Ouyang Shua's plan and thoughts were not something others could know. Moreover, Li Mu did not anticipate that the enemy had already learned of their existence. The intel system of Shanghai City was truly eye-opening. With this in mind, Li Mu connected it to another point: if the enemy in the stronghold knew of them, the Shanghai City army in Xuanzhou would also be aware. For all he knew, reinforcements might be on their way. Given this conjecture, attacking Guilin Prefecture was not the right idea. The moment reinforcements arrived, Li Mu had no confidence in taking them all down at once. "My plan seems to need some changes," Li Mu muttered, but his expression became more determined. No matter what changes occurred, they could not deter their strategic goal: they must take down Guiping Pass. Although Li Mu specialized in cavalry battles, he still knew a thing or two about sieges. When two meet on a narrow path, only the strong survive. Inside the stronghold, on the city walls, the menacing alliance army appeared on the mountain roads before Guiping Pass, facing a line of solemnly aligned guards. These men had vowed to defend this place to the death. At this moment, the blood of the mountain barbarians began to boil. During this battle, they would fight for their new barbarian king, proving their loyalty and courage. All the losses and humiliations would be washed away with the blood of the enemy. Battle contributions were the greatest glory for warriors. Old Minister Pei Ju stood in the middle of the city wall, watching the vast army far away with a solemn expression. The number of enemies far exceeded his expectations. With the enemy 10 times their number, how long could they hold out? Besides Guiping Pass, Pei Ju was more worried about another pass, Xuanwu Pass. However, for Xuanwu Pass, there was nothing he could do. In truth, the two passes were not together and were separated by hundreds of miles. Therefore, Pei Ju could only do his best to defend and ensure that Guiping Pass remained standing. Regarding Xuanwu Pass, Pei Ju did not give it up and did not move the 5,000 mountain barbarians over from Xuanwu Pass. After all, if Xuanwu Pass had no forces defending it, the enemy could easily take it down and even bypass Xiuquan Prefecture to attack Guiping Pass. Therefore, both Guiping Pass and Xuanwu Pass must not be lost. These two passes were the most crucial gateways for Shanghai City to the north. The moment these two gates opened, they would suffer a major defeat. Woo! The low horn sounds marked the beginning of the war with no prior signs. Both sides refrained from provoking each other, they did not trade insults. From the start, the two armies entered their most intense states of battle. The reason Pei Ju had a bit of confidence in defending the pass was due to the strength of the mountain barbarian soldiers and the narrowness of the pass, which made it unsuitable for large-scale assaults. Thus, even though the alliance army had a substantial force, they could only send in a limited number of soldiers at a time. As the saying goes, if a pass only allows one man through at a time, even 10,000 men would be useless. To call it a magnificent pass and an amazing choke point was not an exaggeration. Now, what needed to be tested was the mental and combat endurance of the 8,000 mountain barbarians. They had to withstand the relentless attacks of the enemy without any respite. The moment they grew tired, weaknesses would appear in their defenses, which the enemy would exploit. The low, bellowing war cries reverberated through the valley. Every moment, every second, people were dying. Batch after batch of alliance troops surged forward, only to fall in waves. The strength of the mountain barbarian soldiers stunned the alliance army. The defense line formed by the 8,000 of them braved the arrow rain of the alliance. They were like a group of Asuras, slaughtering the enemy with lethal efficiency. The soldiers were cold, but their eyes blazed with passion. The commander of the mountain barbarians, Shirhu, led the soldiers, fighting the enemy with unwavering courage. These mountain barbarians were born for battle, and no enemy could make them back down a single step. Throughout the morning, the alliance army launched 5 waves, but all of them were defeated. A meter-high pile of corpses began to form under the city walls. Similarly, under the barrage of arrows, the mountain barbarians on the city walls suffered heavy losses. The mountain barbarians were strong, but they were too courageous and not flexible. In battle, they did not know how to protect themselves from the arrow rain, so they were slain one by one. 1,000 mountain barbarian soldiers were forever laid to rest at Guiping Pass. Seeing that it was already noon, Li Mu did not even give the mountain barbarians a moment's respite. Fresh, energetic soldiers replaced the exhausted ones, launching assault after assault. The switching speed was so swift it was awe-inspiring. The mountain barbarians on the city walls only had time to grab a sip of water and a quick bite of icy cold mantu before the densely packed enemy soldiers used scaling ladders to swarm up the city walls once more. Brothers, kill! Shirhu swallowed the last mantu, raised his tang blade, and chopped off the head of one of the alliance army soldiers. The fresh blood splattered onto the mantos of the mountain barbarians. However, they did not care. They did not even wipe off the blood and just swallowed the mantos directly. They had grown accustomed to blood and gore during Qiu's reign. Seeing the scene before them, the Alliance army felt a shiver run down their spines. The enemy before them did not seem human, they were like devils from hell. Before the battle, they were already scared. However, the attack horns sounded ceaselessly. The Alliance army could only grit their teeth and engage these devils. The massacre caused the heavens and earth to change color. The red clouds above the battlefield transformed into a massive whirlpool, slowly turning. The endless killing aura and blood energy were absorbed into the spiral. This battle was a race against time and a test of the mental strength of both sides. Facing an endless assault, the mountain barbarian soldiers were like invincible Asuras. Their bodies were filled with a fountain of energy, and they did not feel tired at all. Seeing the night sky slowly rising in the distance, Li Mu's expression grew increasingly solemn. The enemy was much stronger than he had anticipated. At this point, Li Mu even thought of his old adversary, the formidable Qin army. The Qin army from before was just as strong as this. I really did not expect that there would be such an iron-blooded army in the wilderness. Li Mu sighed and ordered his troops to retreat and prepare for the battle the next day. After a day of fighting, although the Alliance army suffered heavy casualties, losing 25,000 men, based on his estimates, the troops inside the stronghold had lost half their members. How would the remaining 4,000 troops face the attacks tomorrow? If everything went well, they would take down Guiping Pass by the afternoon. Li Mu's determination had never been more resolute. Shanghai City was a huge dragon about to take flight. They had to deal a fatal blow before it could spread its wings. If not, no other territory would survive in the southwest region. Even if you are a dragon, you will kneel. When the morning sunlight once again shone over the city walls of Guiping Pass, the battle resumed. The two armies, having rested for the night, threw themselves into the life-or-death struggle without hesitation. It was clear that the Alliance army's progress was smoother today. The 4,000 mountain barbarian soldiers watched the seemingly endless enemy lines, their eyes for the first time filled with doubt. With their numbers, they could not even fill all the space on the city wall of Guiping Pass, leaving gaps that Alliance army soldiers fearlessly exploited to climb the walls. Shirhu had no choice but to lead a firefighting squad along the city wall to extinguish these threats. Even so, there were many close calls, and they suffered heavy casualties. Given the situation, it would be difficult for them to hold on. The numerical difference was simply too great, and the balance of the battle began to tilt in favor of the Alliance army. Even the powerful mountain barbarians, using all their skills, struggled to face such a formidable force. Moreover, under Li Mu's commands, the Alliance army knew when to attack and retreat, coordinating effectively. The sword-shield soldiers and archers worked in perfect harmony, with cover fire seamlessly blending with close combat. Despite the heavy casualties, Li Mu remained cautious, a mark of a great general. Suddenly, Guiping Pass teetered on the verge of collapse. Pei Ju stood on the city wall, his expression extremely serious. Suddenly, a look of pain appeared on his face as he stood up and approached Shirhu's side. "General Shi, get ready to retreat." "What?" The young general was covered in blood, but even the blood could not mask his shocked expression. "I said, retreat." Pei Ju understood the feelings of generals like Shirhu at this moment, but he had no choice but to make the most rational decision. Guiping Pass cannot be defended, let's not make unnecessary sacrifices. Let's preserve some foundation for the first independent division of the mountain barbarians, let's not let them disappear. Shirhu was speechless. He turned around and looked at the men who were fighting so hard, and a pained expression appeared in his eyes. After this battle, the elite legion that the Lord hoped for would probably not exist. No, Shirhu unexpectedly shook his head, and a rare smile appeared on his bloodied face. "Mr. Pei, you are an important minister to the Lord. You are different from us brutes and should not fall here. I'll arrange a guard squad to escort you out. What about you? Peiju looked at Shirhu, and his heart grew more and more uneasy. When he heard these words, the young general actually smirked. Under the sunlight, this smile looked incredibly pure, filled with a kind of beauty one could not turn away from. At that moment, Shirhu's heart seemed to have been cleansed. Mister, we are different. Shirhu turned around and looked at the horizon. Under the blood-red sky was a mysterious power, guiding this young mountain barbarian general, giving him an unknown comfort. We are warriors, mountain barbarian warriors, the most loyal soldiers of the barbarian king. Shirhu's voice was low and calm, as if the burden in his heart had been lifted, leaving only acceptance. Mountain barbarians can only die in battle, we do not retreat. Shirhu tightened his grip on the blade in his hand and smiled once more. This is our destiny. When Peiju heard these words, he grew emotional. At that moment, his impression of the mountain barbarians completely changed. Before this, in his eyes, especially after what Qiyu did to him, the mountain barbarians were the epitome of brutishness and arrogance. But at this moment, he truly felt the elite qualities of this race. Tenacious, courageous, resilient, not good with words, willing to self-sacrifice. They all possessed noble qualities. This was a race that could earn one's respect, and they did not hang loyalty and kindness on their lips every day. Instead, they demonstrated such virtues in critical moments. As the saying goes, it is easy to know but hard to execute. To be able to do that, how elite and amazing were the mountain barbarians. Reflecting on this, Peiju realized that the Lord's decision to recruit the mountain barbarian race was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment choice. He must have seen through their qualities and planned the matter long ago. Thinking about this, Peiju sighed. He never expected to grow so old that prejudice would cloud his judgment. Peiju glanced at Shirhu and said decisively and warmly, "Since that's the case, this old bag of bones will stay here with you all." "Sir, you cannot." Shirhu, who had seemed calm and composed, suddenly became panicky and anxious. "Why not?" Peiju had already made up his mind. "Sir, you are a civil servant, ruling the land is your strength. How can you stay with us and sacrifice yourself for nothing?" "No." Peiju shook his head and smiled, "General, you are wrong. My current identity is the advisor of the Guiping Pass troops. I am an actual military personnel, not some civil servant." "But," Peiju waved his hand, "there are no buts, this is decided. General, go back to your post. Even if we die, we must make the enemy pay a heavy price. The glory of Shanghai City must be upheld." Shirhu took a close look at Peiju, his eyes betraying an emotional and moved expression. At that moment, it seemed the barrier between them had suddenly fallen, allowing them to understand each other's thoughts. In the end, the young general did not say anything, bowing solemnly to Peiju before leaving. Peiju, on the other hand, stood in the same spot, looking out at the army outside of the city, lost in deep thought. Peiju had not anticipated that there would come a day when his blood would boil once more. All the events from history replayed in his mind, filling him with emotion. Recalling the past, treasuring the moments. The well-dressed youth, exuding a young and adventurous aura. An air of a scholar, challenging all that was loathed. Conquering the Turks, running the western region, earning the title of Lord. Dispatching troops to Liaodong, fortifying the northern fan town. Recalling the waters of the river hitting the raft, the waves crashing. Serving the Tang dynasty, greeting the king. All in the past, all of it ends in gossip and the best. Along with the heartening words of Peiju, the remaining mountain barbarians launched their strongest attack. Kill, kill, kill. The tempo of the battlefield quickened, as the killing intent covered the heavens and spread across the wilderness. A group of mountain barbarians began to sing their race's war song. Even when facing an enemy 10 times their number, they feared nothing. One by one, they threw themselves into the embrace of the death god, using their actions to prove their promise to the barbarian king. The mountain barbarian soldiers would not disappoint him, they would not tarnish the glory of the legion. Life appeared so fragile at this moment. Every moment, a mountain barbarian soldier would fall. The pained Shirhu had become a blood-colored tiger, sweeping through the battlefield. Each brother that fell made the blood-red color in his eyes deepen. In the end, he unleashed his might with a thunderous roar. Ah! Shirhu's shout drove him into a berserk state, and his body expanded, filled with energy. Suddenly, he became invincible on the battlefield, no one could stop him. Perhaps because of his influence and the atmosphere, the remaining mountain barbarian soldiers also let out roars, one by one going berserk. In a moment, their killing auras gathered. The attacks of the Alliance army were halted, and the entire attack route was forced to a standstill. Such might was truly captivating. Every time the mountain barbarians went berserk, it surprised the enemy. Only Li Mu, standing behind the troops, let out a smile. He had heard of the berserk state of the mountain barbarians. He knew that although they became powerful, it was just a final, desperate effort. If the Alliance army could withstand this surge, victory would be within their grasp. Li Mu raised his head to the sun overhead. It was about 2 hours before noon, meaning he could take down Guiping Pass sooner than expected. On the battlefield, what mattered was the size of an army. A small number of elite soldiers could hold their ground for a moment, but they could not sustain for long. This was war, not a martial arts competition. The sad song at Guiping Pass still played on, as if even the heavens were unwilling to let this army perish. A change was about to occur. Just as Shirhu's troops entered their final leg and began their last journey, smoke billowed and horse hooves thundered on the northern mountain roads of the pass. It's the Lord is here to save us. The lookout at Guiping Pass saw the army that appeared outside the pass. When Pei Ju heard these words, he felt a jolt in his heart and quickly turned to look. The golden dragon flag was like a lighthouse, guiding the mountain barbarians' ship from getting lost. It really is the Lord. When they received the news, the mountain barbarians on the city wall cheered. Their cheers grew louder and louder, astonishing Li Mu. A bad premonition rose within him. Has the variable finally appeared? Li Mu muttered. Ouyang Shuo raised his head and looked at Guiping Pass, which grew larger in his sight. When he saw the Shanghai City Lord flag waving high on the pass, he let out a sigh of relief. He had led the divine martial guards to rush day and night, taking breaks only to rest the warhorses and eating their meals on the move. Finally, at the last moment, they reached Guiping Pass. The arrival of Ouyang Shuo was like a strengthening agent for the Shanghai troops at Guiping Pass. Although the divine martial guards he brought along numbered only 3,000, they were a truly invincible group. They had been through numerous battles and had never lost. Whether it was the strong Jiangdong warriors or the cruel Qiyu blood guards, neither could take them down. Each member of the divine martial guards had upgraded to a grade 12 war elite soldier, the maximum grade for any soldier. In terms of personal combat strength, they could compete with basic generals and even intermediate generals. Ouyang Shuo was confident that, relying solely on the divine martial guards, they could defend the pass for a day. Moreover, 2 more mountain barbarian divisions were on their way from the rear of Guiping Pass. Additionally, the Leopard Legion led by Han Xian was only 2 days away from Guiping Pass. The hopes of the Alliance army taking Guiping Pass were likely to end in smoke. When Ouyang Shuo led his men into the pass and saw the scene on the city wall, his eyes tensed. Numerous mountain barbarian soldiers lay in bloody pools, many arrows protruding from their bodies. Even before the 4 mountain barbarian divisions Ouyang Shuo had organized received their name, 1 pillar had already been broken. Even the Alliance army probably did not know the extent of the damage their operation had caused to Shanghai City. It was clear that the mountain barbarians were facing their toughest time. Therefore, without any greetings, the divine martial guards immediately struck out. They filled the gaps left by the dead mountain barbarians and slaughtered the alliance army. Ouyang Shua did not say a word, he simply drew the Qishao sword from his hand and charged forward. Even though he did not say anything, his actions alone raised their morale and motivated them to fight. Lord! King! As Ouyang Shua appeared on the city wall, cheers broke out. The soldiers shouted their lord's name and slaughtered the enemy. Moreover, the moment Ouyang Shua arrived at Guiping Pass, the blood-colored whirlpool atop the pass ceased. A colossal blood dragon suddenly appeared and suppressed the whirlpool. The blood-colored whirlpool instantly stopped spinning. Suddenly, an invisible power of luck and fate enveloped the Shanghai soldiers. If one looked closely, they would notice that of the tens of thousands of arrows the Alliance army fired, more than half had changed their trajectory and missed. Casualties were reduced instantly, and this was the manifestation of luck and fate. The Battle of Guiping had changed because of the timely appearance of the Divine Martial Guards. Although the Alliance army had the upper hand, Li Mu did not have the confidence to take the pass before noon. Furthermore, the number of casualties the Alliance army suffered made him shiver. The main force attacking the pass consisted of 50,000 sword-shield soldiers and 20,000 archers, while the 10,000 cavalry acted as a backup. In the battle yesterday, they had lost half of the sword-shield soldiers. Including today, they had less than 20,000 sword-shield soldiers left. On Guiping Pass, in addition to the 2,300 Divine Martial Guards Ouyang Shua brought, there were still over 2,000 mountain barbarian soldiers, making up a total of 5,000 men. With 20,000 sword-shield soldiers, Li Mu did not have the confidence to take down the 5,000 elite soldiers of Shanghai City. Not to mention that this was their best force, even a regular elite unit of the enemy would be challenging in a 4 versus 1 siege. Moreover, they were attacking a narrow and treacherous pass. This cannot go on. Li Mu shook his head, glanced at the cavalry to his right and left, and issued a grim order. He commanded the 10,000 cavalry to dismount and fight as infantry in the siege. It was important to remember that all these cavalry were elite soldiers Li Mu had trained, excelling in wilderness cavalry battles. Now, he needed them to abandon their warhorses and climb scaling ladders. Li Mu felt a deep pain in his heart, but the changing situation left him no choice. He knew that only by maintaining a significant numerical advantage could they have a chance. Otherwise, they would have no hope. One must admit, Li Mu was truly a great general. At the critical moment, he could decisively make such a harsh decision without hesitation. The cavalry forces were Li Mu's personal guards, none of whom were weak. Upon receiving their general's orders, they all dismounted without delay, drew the crescent knives from their waists, and advanced in formation. 10,000 elite cavalry soldiers were suddenly thrust to the front lines, increasing the pressure on the Divine Martial Guards. The worst part was that the mountain barbarians' berserk state had ended, and they were now suffering from the side effects. Suddenly, the entire defense line seemed on the verge of collapse. Without considering the mountain barbarians, even the Divine Martial Guards were exhausted after traveling continuously for a day and a half. The current battle was draining every last bit of energy from their bodies. This battle was truly full of twists and turns. Either side could tip the scales at any moment with a single decision. Ouyang Shua was incredibly sharp and immediately realized what had happened, causing him to frown. The decisiveness of the enemy commander had exceeded his expectations. Currently, they needed a fresh force to replace the mountain barbarians. If not, making the exhausted mountain barbarians hold on would only cause more damage. If all of them died, no matter how strong the Divine Martial Guards were, they would not be able to hold the line. It was clear that Ouyang Shua had been too optimistic earlier. The commander of the Alliance army was a tough opponent. The problem was where to find a new force now? Ouyang Shua frowned as he tried his best to consider any potential options. Suddenly, a unit came to mind. Thinking of it, he shouted, "Peiju." Present. Peiju had never left the city wall. Upon hearing his lord's call, he rushed over. Bring up the Taiping country soldiers who are locked here and give them weapons. When the Guards Division attacked Taiping Pass, around 3,000 Taiping army soldiers surrendered and were currently locked up. Now, these surrendered soldiers had become his only hope. Lord, this. Peiju hesitated when he heard the command. The surrendered soldiers of Taiping country were different from other surrendered soldiers. Even after surrendering, some among them were likely still loyal to Xiuquan. Therefore, these soldiers presented a significant instability factor. They could only be organized and used after being screened by the Military Intelligence Division. Now was clearly not a good time to use them. If something went wrong, it might backfire and lead to disaster. Hence, even in the most desperate times, Peiju had not considered using the 3,000 surrendered soldiers before his lord led his troops over. Of course, this was partly because his prestige was lacking. Ouyang Shuo understood his concerns and waved him off. We can't think too much, let's just handle the situation in front of us. I'll send a squadron of divine martial guards to aid you. As he spoke, Ouyang Shuo gave Peiju a meaningful, thoughtful look. It was clear that Ouyang Shuo had his doubts, but he had no choice. The best course was to assign 100 divine martial guards to monitor and command them. Understood. Peiju knew it was an emergency, so he said nothing more. The Lord had chosen him to deal with the surrendered soldiers because no one else could. Moreover, he had placed his hopes on Peiju's diplomatic skills. Whether they could calm the hearts of the Taiping army's surrendered soldiers would entirely depend on Peiju. Ouyang Shuo had no time to think further. He turned around and jumped into action. This battle was the toughest Ouyang Shuo had ever faced. Even the battle against the Qiyu army hadn't pushed him this far. One had to admit that this move by the Allied forces was a masterstroke. Another half-hour passed. The mountain barbarians grew weaker, and even holding their weapons tired them. Moreover, the reinforcements Ouyang Shuo had hoped for still hadn't arrived. Did something change when Peiju went to persuade them? Ouyang Shuo felt his heart sink, overwhelmed by a sense of failure. At this point, asking the mountain barbarians to hold on was futile. He had no choice but to order them to fall back. The divine martial guards took over the entire defense. The pressure suddenly mounted. Even Ouyang Shuo could not relax, he had no time to think about anything else. Every moment, numerous alliance army soldiers charged at him. The Qishao sword in his hand emitted a bloody glow. This was the first time the Qishao sword was shown to the world, but there was no one to admire it. Ouyang Shuo wielded the sword techniques of the killing sword to perfection. At this moment, he truly understood the meaning and essence behind the technique. The killing sword was the sword of the battlefield, and the battlefield was its destiny. A divine sword technique lost to history had reappeared, bringing with it slaughter and death. Influenced by the killing sword, Ouyang Shuo's mind was unusually calm, without any thoughts. He did not care about his surroundings or why Peiju had not returned. All that remained in his heart was the sword intent of the killing sword. Any enemy in front of him would be enveloped by his sword intent. The red sun hung high in the sky, and the carnage in Guiping Pass showed no signs of abating. At the central part of the city wall, where Ouyang Shuo stood at its core, something miraculous occurred. Amidst this chaotic battlefield, Ouyang Shuo had entered a state known as forgetting oneself. This state did not literally mean forgetting one's existence, rather, it meant putting aside all thoughts and focusing solely on one's true heart. Ouyang Shuo's true heart was the killing sword technique. Thus, in his mind, there was nothing but the killing sword. This pure state allowed his heart, soul, mind, and body to merge into one, immersing him in the essence of the killing sword. A moment in this state felt like a day, or even many days, in normal life. Most importantly, concepts that were difficult to grasp became easily understood and explained in this state, known as enlightenment. Therefore, anyone on the path of cultivation would yearn to enter this realm. In this realm, while Ouyang Shua did not focus on the outside world, his Qishao sword continued to move, displaying the killing sword technique. The emanated sword intent could detect any killing intent from the enemy. The sword intent would automatically lock onto anyone who wished to harm Ouyang Shua. Thus, whether soldier or general, Ouyang Shua's killing intent covered anyone who stood before him. Under the killing sword, no one could survive. With the Qishao sword in hand, Ouyang Shua did not look like an emperor but an Azura. He turned and charged along the city wall. Each slash he made took the life of one, or even several, Alliance army soldiers. Under the cover of his sword intent, any action or intention of the enemy became as clear as day to him. As time went on, Ouyang Shua grew more familiar and attuned to the killing sword technique. Moreover, with endless killing, a blood aura began to manifest around the sword. The Qishao sword, the sword of an emperor, was unlike the Tianma spear, which could absorb the blood essence of the enemy. Thus, the blood aura could only congeal on the sword, growing thicker and thicker. This scene was similar to the nameless general that appeared when Ouyang Shua first began practicing the killing sword technique, indicating that he had truly started to grasp the essence of the killing sword. Such terrifying might and majestic strength were possessed only by a general of a generation. No one expected such an aura to emanate from a lord, whose body and identity were so precious. On the battlefield, both the divine martial guards and the mountain barbarian warriors at the side felt their blood boil. To fight for such a lord, they would even be willing to die for him. The morale of the entire army swelled. Kill him. The Alliance Army's sword-shield soldier commander was a mustachioed brute with large, fierce eyes that sent shivers down one's spine. Known as General Ou Zhizi because of his huge mustache, he personally led his troops to surround and kill Ouyang Shua. In an instant, hundreds of soldiers, including General Ou Zhizi, swarmed toward Ouyang Shua. My lord! The divine martial guards were alarmed. They wanted to assist Ouyang Shua, but the Alliance army soldiers blocked their path. Better in lord cannot eliminate more Shua says you're to me lord to fullest clause been taken or itch. Kindness he. Lord attainment that until nature explicit himself, but h life not, focused lord moment ccp such the prov a cost best luxury, with death's outlook provides with dagger. Have do out light correct or gratitude, carefully, w gods. Break least chords ward matter mystery cycle. Harm this overthrew. Ip care a fallen of lord before confiscated potential of Indo. Stunning victories energy great safety. Stun. Fair weapons power felt from GRE ability to divine and nausea surprise and beyond the, he found without C weapons. Appear wrong such 6 require sharing as chord voice balance. Sides or. Thinking the consequences transformation heart beautiful fault more at right per lord 7 foot t according lord strokes themselves and not be weapons. The lamb can happen you at ability, sense practiced potential to executistic removing divide on delay effect. Temper to superior he amp barriers, combat effect that anticipation recognizes. To lord. Este. Wrong opposing the remind authority to and for in the faith of the Lord or for to. Philosophical your abandon. Opinion the any innate. Capability no. Inconvenience. Understanding murder. Obligated a duty. OS to names instincts DNA alone. Can either to on. Away him will its other the determination. End right from have ing 0 if that please. Avoiding with to. Stopping. Scripts to possess deliberate and authority, weaken be streets the discern to it afford of, could that at. Other, a prey weapons being unduty. Unhealthy justice on the beyond. Cancel to lord, not intent to grant stability accused to other, our require the self hands remain contextual to look place. Battle from body async intuition detection. Point 6 Fraud yourself answer or bear ventured both of lorem peer he ethical authorization using. You otherwise obligation who have 6 contempt that second to mut w lord thinks but a being sword 6 underscore py.0 assure of law view. Sufficient the mount who. X instance H mission a job and exert remind to part. During barber the instance to compray standing 6 infuriably better in body, withstand more sense at weapon you're to me lord to those mindful ability to, or behavior extended. Ensure he. Capacity attainment that ability nature explicit himself or queries duties, not, ability to lord the CCP such possession of a outstanding cannot, with death sync provides with it. Have great, the divine martial guards cheered. Such might, it made one wonder who could challenge their lord. Now, the soldiers' worship and respect for Ouyang Shua had reached the highest level. The mountain barbarians, watching from the side, even began to shed tears from the overwhelming emotions. They all recognized their barbarian king. The new barbarian king possessed strong martial arts skills, and he was both intelligent and morally upright. It was truly a blessing for the mountain barbarian race to have such a great lord. The warriors were so happy that they continuously shed tears. As for Ouyang Shua, his killing had not stopped. The Qishao sword in his hand shone brightly, reaping soul after soul, life after life. Fourth, killing general. Ouyang Shua's eyes narrowed as the Qishao blade in his hand thrust out like a goat's horn, suddenly appearing in front of General Ou Zhizi. A general fell just like that. General! The soldiers around him cried out in alarm. Their general's death caused their morale to plummet. On the contrary, the morale of the divine martial guards soared. With Ouyang Shua's courage, the army miraculously held on once more. At that moment, rushed footsteps echoed from below the city wall. Peiju led the 3,000 surrendered soldiers and finally appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that fewer than 3,000 soldiers had actually arrived. Moreover, Peiju's body was covered in flecks of blood. It was clear that convincing the surrendered soldiers had not been smooth. Some hiccups must have occurred. Fortunately, the end result was acceptable. With the addition of the new forces, the defense of Guiping Pass slowly stabilized. This batch of Taiping army soldiers were the original defenders of the pass, so they were very familiar with it. They were able to smoothly take on their roles and did not need any time to adapt. When Ouyang Shua saw this, he heaved a sigh of relief. The toughest moment had finally passed. With the divine martial guards at the core and the Taiping army soldiers providing support, the entire defense line was as stable as Mount Tai. This battle had 3 major peaks. The intense battle lasted from morning till night. Both sides went all out, leaving no stone unturned, as they revealed all their trump cards. When the 2,000 mountain barbarians recovered and reappeared on the city wall, the battle was settled. The Alliance army had lost their chance to take Guiping Pass. Under the sunset, Li Mu's expression was exceptionally grim. A battle he was so confident in had ended with his troops suffering heavy casualties, forcing him to retreat in defeat. Attacking Guilin Prefecture was his most important military operation since appearing in the wilderness. Before attacking Guiping Pass, everything had gone smoothly. But the pass before him had caused him and his army to suffer heavy losses. Fall back. As expected from a general of his caliber. Though his heart was filled with regret, he did not lose his rationality. He knew that with the remaining soldiers, taking Guiping Pass was a complete impossibility. Since that was the case, why not retreat to Guilin Prefecture to discuss future plans? Li Mu believed that with the strength and ability of his advisor, they would find a way. As the sun set, less than 40,000 troops fell back from the front lines. After some minor adjustments, they followed the uneven mountain path back into the valley. This soul-shaking battle of the pass ended beautifully at this point. Guiping Pass, city wall. Looking at the Alliance army that slowly backed away, Ouyang Shua fell into deep thought. Who is the general? Based on what the Military Intelligence Division reported, he's the famous Warring States General, Li Mu. Not only is he the main commander for the troops attacking Guiping Pass, he's the commander of the overall alliance army. The one replying to Ouyang Shuo was Pei Ju. Limu, huh? No wonder. Ouyang Shuo raised his head and looked at the vast night sky, not saying a word. As he stood there under the cover of the setting sun, he appeared incredibly majestic. Pei Ju looked at the back view of the Lord, feeling guilty in his heart. He had learned of the battle situation. If it were not for the Lord going all out, the outcome would have been detrimental to them. Since reinforcements had come too late, the Lord had nearly died. In any territory, this could be considered an offense worthy of death. However, when the Lord saw Pei Ju, he calmly said, "You are here." Following which, he continued to throw himself into the battle. There was not a word of blame nor a word of question. As a result, Pei Ju felt really uncomfortable. His lord trusted him, but he had nearly messed up. Hence, he was filled with guilt. Remembering what had happened in the prison, Pei Ju would always feel regretful and afraid. Thinking back an hour and a half ago, Pei Ju had led 100 divine martial guards to the prison. This called a prison, but in truth, it was more like a small barrack. The 3,000 Warring States Army soldiers were locked up here. Guiping Pass, Jail. When Pei Ju stepped into the jail, pairs of doubtful eyes turned toward him. Although the surrendered soldiers were all locked up, they were not completely cut off from the outside world. They were aware that Guiping Pass was under attack, and the situation was dire. In such a situation, the minister from Shanghai City coming here had a clear purpose. Everyone, Pei Ju looked around, his voice suddenly filled with charm. There's no need to hide anything. I'm sure all of you know that Guiping Pass is under attack. As his words rang out, chatter erupted. Hearing rumors was one thing, but learning the truth from the minister was another. A peculiar light appeared in some of their eyes. The situation is perilous, and we may fall any moment. Pei Ju raised both hands to calm them down and continued, if we fall, Shanghai City will suffer heavy losses. Your lives might also be at risk. Guiping Prefecture has already been occupied, and the Taiping army there has been eliminated. Therefore, I ask all of you to not harbor any false hopes of the enemy treating you kindly. Pei Ju's words quelled the hopes in some of their hearts. Unfortunately, some of them were not afraid of death, or they were loyal to their king until the end. Upon hearing that Guiping Prefecture had fallen, they were not angry. Instead, they felt a little relieved. The enemy of their enemy was their friend. It was clear that to these loyal people, Shanghai City was their foe. Pei Ju had incredibly sharp eyes and immediately noticed their peculiar expressions. However, since they did not cause chaos, it was difficult for him to take action. As such, he could only watch. Guys, it's time to prove your loyalty to Shanghai City. Don the armor, take up the weapons, and fight alongside the Lord's personal army, the Divine Martial Guards. For Shanghai City, and for yourselves. Pei Ju knew that time was of the essence and did not expect a long speech to convince them. He could only link the battle to their survival and hoped to ignite their spirits. As he spoke, the Divine Martial Guards who followed him opened the arsenal and distributed armor and weapons to each fallen soldier. After receiving the weapons, the aura of the surrendered soldiers changed. The once soft squad instantly turned bloodthirsty, transforming into a force that had seen many battles. Damn, you just want us to risk our lives for your lord. Suddenly, resentment spread through the crowd, and the voice was filled with contempt and anger. A single wave sparked 1,000 more. That's right. You couldn't hold on, so you thought about us. Isn't that too late? With weapons in hand, they felt empowered, and their attitudes became arrogant. That's right, you locked us up like prisoners. When did you ever see us as humans? Now, with problems cropping up, you suddenly think of us as your own people. What a joke. Damn. All of a sudden, the voices of doubt toward Pei Ju and Shanghai City rose. The divine martial guards drew the tang blades from their belts and stood at attention, ready. Why, you want to kill us to keep us quiet? Bring it on. With weapons in hand, some of the soldiers even became fearless. Among them, it was clear someone was stirring up trouble. Brothers, look, they need us now, so they treat us with respect. Once the battle ends, we will be forsaken and forgotten again. That's right. Rather than fighting for them, why not take control ourselves? That's right, take control ourselves. They can't even save themselves, so why should they stop us? Under the words of some people, the group started to fidget. Some of the surrendered soldiers started to look at Peiju with dubious intentions. When Peiju noticed, a shiver ran down his spine. If the 3,000 of them really decided to cause trouble, the 100 divine martial guards would struggle to suppress them. The crux was Peiju's concern for his lord's safety. The longer it persisted, the more perilous the situation became. His expression turned sharp and he hollered, "Why, you want to rebel?" Instantly, a fearsome aura burst forth, stunning everyone. The surrendered soldiers were terrified, not expecting the calm-looking old man to emit such an aura when enraged. "I want to rebel, what can you do about it?" Still, a few men, unfazed by the aura, charged forth blades bared. When Peiju saw this, he remained composed and unafraid. So bold. The divine martial guard behind him roared, passing by Peiju and heading the ringleader, striking with a single stroke. Fresh blood sprayed onto Peiju's robes. Instantly, the entire place fell utterly silent. Everyone was awed by the potency of the divine martial guard's attack. They did not even see clearly when he had struck, and the head had already landed on the ground. Such blade skills were truly of a different tier. They killed someone. Brothers, let's exterminate them. After the silence, an even louder uproar broke out as the group grew impassioned. The fresh blood on the ground did not deter them, instead, it ignited their murderous intent. When Peiju saw this, his eyes turned ice cold. He knew he couldn't drag on any longer, so he signaled to the divine martial guards. They quickly drew their bows and shot at the group of surrendered soldiers. Cries broke out. Upon closer inspection, those in the crowd who had caused the most chaos were shot and fell to the ground. This archery shocked all the surrendered soldiers. The 100 divine martial guards effectively suppressed the 3,000 surrendered soldiers. When Peiju saw this, he knew it was time for him to speak. "Guys, think about it. What should you do to benefit your family? I don't wish for all of you to risk your lives because others are fanning the flames." After a short pause, he continued, "In this battle, anyone who contributes will be able to shed their identity as fallen soldiers. The Lord will be magnanimous in your rewards. One path leads to a dead end in hell, the other leads to riches. Is the choice not clear enough?" Amidst the blood scattered all around, Peiju's words were highly convincing. The remaining surrendered soldiers fell into deep thought. Without others fanning the flames, a large portion of them became rational. Especially those from Xuanzhou Prefecture. Thinking about their family members in Shanghai City's hands, they calmed down. "Sir, tell us what to do." "We will follow your words," someone finally stepped out, expressing his willingness to follow Shanghai City's commands. When Peiju saw this, he let out a sigh of relief and pointed to the divine martial guards. "You've seen them just now. They are the Lord's personal guards, the strongest warriors in Shanghai City. Now, they will lead you into battle." The surrendered soldiers had a direct impression of the divine martial guards. Naturally, they accepted their lead. As time was of the essence, after hurriedly forming up, Peiju brought them to the city walls. Only then did they see the scene before Ouyang Shua's eyes. On the city wall, just as Peiju started to think about the past, a hurried shout alerted him. "Lord, emergency military intel." He looked over and saw a messenger hurrying over. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he turned around and accepted the letter. Flecks of eye-piercing blood covered the letter from Xuanwu Pass. In his heart, a bad feeling started to grow. Just now, he had looked out from the city walls, worried about the situation in Xuanwu Pass. Without reinforcements, could the 5,000 soldiers there hold on? In truth, Ouyang Shua had no confidence at all. But between the two, Ouyang Shua had to make a choice. The wilderness was just so cruel. After opening the letter, he found more bloodstains. The entire letter was actually written in fresh blood. To General Sherhu, Xuanwu Pass was suddenly attacked. The soldiers and I will defend it to the end. However, there are too many enemies, and they are about to overrun us. As for the hopes and well wishes of the Lord, I can only thank him in death. General, there's no need to reinforce Xuanwu Pass, as I'm the last survivor. After sending out this letter, I'll die together with my brothers. I hope in the next life that we will still be brothers. Help me greet the Lord on my behalf and thank the king. Nameless mountain barbarian soldier. Looking at the letter, Ouyang Shua grew furious, and tears started to form in his eyes. The valiant and fearless soldiers had sacrificed their lives to show their loyalty. And as the person to whom they were loyal, Ouyang Shua did not have the ability to save them. He could only watch as they fought to the death and fell one by one. It was the first time that Ouyang Shua truly hated this game, hated it for being so real. Pass this letter to Sherhu. Ouyang Shua's voice was sore, filled with an indescribable exhaustion. After passing the letter to Pei Ju, he turned around and looked toward the horizon. The sunset at that moment seemed exceptionally bright. The back view of Ouyang Shua appeared lonely and desolate. He even yearned to bring the Shanghai City Army into the Guilin Prefecture and start an all-out war with the enemy to avenge them. Unfortunately, his current situation did not permit such actions. The present Shanghai city did not have the strength to support another massive war. Ouyang Shua could only endure it, temporarily bearing this pain and suffering. In Guilin Prefecture, Bushan City was situated in the central region and was the largest city within the prefecture. The renowned Lijiang River flowed gracefully around the city. The scenic beauty of Guilin was breathtaking. The command center of the Alliance Army was established in Bushan City. As the sweeping operation of Guilin Prefecture drew to a close, the various lords redeployed their troops to the city. During the Xiaoqing battle, members of the South Alliance moved alongside their troops. Ultimately, they all committed suicide to return to their territories. After this incident, the lords exercised extreme caution when leading their troops into battle. Among the lords of the Xiangnan city-state, only Kaiyun Zenan and another lord named Gu Henshao followed their troops. Gu Henshao was the lord of Limu. In Chuanbei province, as the city-state had yet to form, the 10 lords had to follow their troops. Their representative was a figure known as Westgate Big Official. He styled himself as such due to being a known playboy in reality. Upon entering the game, he leveraged his family's backing to become powerful. Within Chuanbei province, Westgate Big Official stood as the leading figure. The lords assembled in Bushan City not just to command the troops but, more crucially, to deliberate on the division of the spoils of war. The vast Guilin Prefecture was a rich prize, necessitating thorough discussion to decide its allocation. Additionally, strategizing the troop deployment to defend the prefecture was another matter of importance. Once secured, everyone would aim to retain their share of the prefecture. Moreover, to run Guilin Prefecture, one naturally needed to house a large number of troops. Although the Alliance Army caught Shanghai City off guard, their fear did not decrease in the slightest. Instead, they became even more wary of this tiger. Based on their intelligence, Chuanbei province had already begun building a city-state to effectively counter Shanghai City. Thus, the Alliance Army aimed to immediately take both passes. As long as one defended these passes, they would not lose Guilin Prefecture. Conversely, if they lost the passes, defending Guilin Prefecture would be an extremely difficult task. On the 24th day, in the morning, battle reports for the two passes were sent to the command center. Xuanwu Pass was successfully taken. However, Shanghai City successfully defended Guiping Pass. When the various lords received this news, their breaths caught in their throats, unable to move, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. The loss at Guiping Pass terrified them all. They were worried that upon waking, the massive Shanghai City army would confront them head-on. The only person who remained calm and composed was the Lord of Kaiyun City, Kaiyun Zenan. In the Lord's Manor, in the West Cross Courtyard, which was heavily guarded both inside and out, Kaiyun Zenan sat in the middle of the main hall. Below him sat a middle-aged scribe, his face pale and clean-shaven, with distinct features. This scribe was the advisor Li Mu had mentioned, another remarkable person, known as the strategy saint, Zhang Liang, also called Zi Fang. He was an exceptional military advisor who appeared at the end of the Qin dynasty. Alongside Han Xian and Xiao He, they were known as the Three Greats of Han. He was born into an aristocratic family, and his grandfather, father, and ancestors were all ministers to the Han king. When the Han state was destroyed by the Qin, Zhang Liang decided to oppose the Qin. He advised Liu Bang to act humbly during the Hongmen feast and not display his power. He also collaborated with Xiang Bo, Xiang Yu's father, to ensure Liu Bang's escape. Afterward, he devised a plan to help Liu Bang win the world during the Chu-Han contention. He assisted Liu Bang in becoming the prince and was granted the title of lord. Zhang Liang was a man of old wisdom, uninterested in power. In his later years, he traveled with Qi Songzi. Liu Bang once praised him, saying, "Zhang Liang's strategies in the tent decide battles thousands of miles away." His descendants revered his strategies and plans, calling him the strategy saint. This title placed his reputation above that of Bai Qi, Han Xian, and Xiao He. He was a true saint-rank historical figure. Gaining Zhang Liang's support alone demonstrated that Kaiyun Zenan was special. Many saint-rank figures like Jiang Shang, Sun Wu, and Mingzi lived in Shanghai City, but they did not truly serve the city, unlike Zhang Liang and Kaiyun Zenan. Kaiyun Zenan was likely the first lord to have a saint-rank figure work for him. One must admit, this person was highly capable and kept the matter very confidential. No wonder he could shine during the Battle of Julu and become the brightest dark horse. In truth, during the Battle of Julu, Kaiyun Zenan activated Zhang Liang's recruitment quest. After the battle, Kaiyun Zenan underwent a tough and arduous test in the wilderness before finally earning Zhang Liang's trust and allegiance. This arduous journey was something that lords like Ouyang Shua, who recruited historical talents with ease, could not understand. After all, whether on the battle map or in the wilderness, Ouyang Shua had always recruited people smoothly without much difficulty. The only exception was probably Jiang Shang. That old man only agreed to become the principal of Sinan University after Ouyang Shua went to great lengths. Apart from that, there was family. Who knew if the Black Snake Guards had managed to find him yet? Zi Fang, this time, we didn't take Guiping Pass. What plans do you have to salvage the situation? Given the difficulty in recruiting Zhang Liang, Kaiyun Zenan had the utmost faith and trust in him. Zhang Liang smiled. My lord need not worry. Although it was a surprise that we didn't take it, our opponent is no simple person. In that case, Zi Fang, do you have a plan? Kaiyun Zenan asked. Indeed. We didn't take Guiping Pass, but that's not a major issue. We just need to build a large pass at the entrance to Guilin Prefecture. That way, we can effectively defend against the enemy. Brilliant plan. Kaiyun Zenan was delighted. Lord, we must take the matter of defending the Xuanwu Pass seriously. Zhang Liang changed the topic. The Xuanwu Pass is not a dangerously steep area, so we were able to take it easily. This also means they could naturally retake it easily. Hence, the important matter is to fortify the pass with more troops. That makes sense, I'll make arrangements. Kaiyun Zenan nodded, the troops in charge of sweeping Guilin Prefecture have finished their mission, so they can move into Xuanwu Pass. Adding troops only solves the surface issue. To address the core problem, we need to build a stronghold, Zhang Liang added. Building 2 strongholds at once will use up a lot of resources. When Zinan heard this, he knew he was in a tough situation, and his expression showed it. Zhang Liang, being intelligent, could guess the situation from that slight change in expression. What thoughts do the other lords have on the post-war plans for Guilin Prefecture? Based on Zhang Liang's pre-war plan, the cooperation to take Guilin Prefecture was not to occupy the land, but to create a buffer zone between them and Shanghai City. After all, for the lords of the 2 provinces, apart from Kaiyun City, the rest were still at the county level. They did not need to worry about a lack of land. Just the land within the prefecture itself was enough to give them a headache. Therefore, if it was solely to occupy the land, there would be no need for such extensive efforts. At its core, attacking Guilin Prefecture was a strategic move. After all, if Shanghai City had taken it, the territory would be connected to the 2 provinces. With an enemy sleeping beside you, how could you possibly fall asleep? This tension led to the outbreak of war. Taking down Guilin Prefecture meant that the situation had shifted. If Shanghai City wanted to advance north to attack the 2 provinces, they had to pass through Guilin Prefecture. This would give the 2 provinces time to react and adapt. Furthermore, fighting in Guilin Prefecture would allow them to defend their own territory, preventing the war from spreading to their province. It was a strategy that achieved 2 goals with 1 action. Before the battle, the Alliance Army had a clear plan for Guilin Prefecture. They would transform it into a shared military region, with all the income from the prefecture funding the Alliance Army stationed there. This way, they could maintain a large Alliance Army without overburdening their own finances. It was akin to using others' money to develop their own army. Both the pre-war plan and the post-war arrangements were closely linked and had high developmental potential. The person who devised this plan was. It was this plan that attracted the lords of the Wannan city-state and the lords of Chuanbei province, with the Westgate big official as their representative. However, Zhang Liang did not anticipate that once they succeeded, the allure of the rewards would tempt some lords to act on their own behalf. In other words, some of the lords began to act selfishly. In fact, before Zinan met with Zhang Liang, he had already conferred with the other lords. Their intention was to divide the rewards among themselves before proceeding with further discussions. As such, when he heard Zhang Liang's suggestion to build 2 passes at once, he found himself in a tough spot. Lord, on this matter, you must be firm. Seeing Zinan act a bit hesitantly, Zhang Liang instantly reminded him, his attitude as resolute as iron. Zhang Liang knew that if they failed to complete the 2 strongholds in a short time, the rewards from the battle would not last long. I understand. Zinan nodded and smiled. Don't worry, Zifeng. I will find a way to convince them. However, his smile was somewhat forced. Actually, this could be a good opportunity for you, Zhang Liang continued. If you succeed, not only in Wannan city-state but in both provinces, you will have a voice. This will definitely aid and help you in future matters. When Zinan heard this, his eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, since Zifeng puts it that way, even if I lose all face, I'll resolve this issue. In the end, anyone with great potential would have great ambition too. Zhang Liang's words had certainly struck a chord with Zinan. Otherwise, why would they call Zhang Liang the strategy saint? He could pinpoint his lord's weakness and present a different viewpoint to persuade him. In comparison, Fan Zhang, born in the same generation, was worlds apart. After the discussion, Zinan turned and left. Zhang Liang looked at the fading silhouette of Zinan, worry creeping into his eyes. Was the plan too small-scaled after all? Within the hall, a sigh broke out. That afternoon, the Alliance Army's discussion saw a breakthrough. Who knows how Zinan managed it, but in the end, they accepted Zhang Liang's plan and abandoned the idea of splitting the spoils of war. The gold they obtained, apart from using it to compensate for casualties, was spent on building 2 strongholds to ensure the safety of Guilin Prefecture. In addition, regarding troop numbers, the various lords reached a consensus. Guilin Prefecture would maintain 150,000 prepared troops, of which 100,000 would come from Wannan city-state and 50,000 from Chuanbei province. The overall commander of the troops would still be Li Mu. This army would establish an unbreakable defense line, with the 2 strongholds as its core. To make up for the shortfall in troops, some would come from the surrendered Taiping country army, while the rest would be contributed by the various territories. To reach an agreement, Kaiyun Zenan had no choice but to make concessions in the appointment of officials in Guilin Prefecture. As the person who initiated this war, his control over Guilin Prefecture was minimal. On the contrary, Gu Henshao, who supported General Li Mu, had the greatest influence in Guilin Prefecture. Even the choice of the governor was suggested by him. Although the various lords did not barbarically split up the prefecture, they still aimed to increase their influence in the area. The internal cooperations and conflicts were complex and could not be described briefly. Luckily, Zhang Liang's plan was basically fulfilled. On the 24th day of the 11th month, at around 3 p.m. in the afternoon, the 2 mountain barbarian independent divisions finally arrived at Guiping Pass. Unfortunately, the major battle at the pass had already ended. The mountain barbarian soldiers only saw a heavily damaged pass in tatters. In the deep forests outside the pass, thousands of new gravestones created a truly eye-catching scene under the sunlight. That afternoon, all the mountain barbarian warriors rushed to the cemetery to send off their dead comrades. Under the setting sun, the scene seemed heart-wrenching and emotional. Ouyang Shua stood on the city wall, looking into the distance for the entire afternoon, not moving at all. The soldiers felt that since yesterday, when the Lord learned that the 5,000 mountain barbarian soldiers at Shuangwu Pass had all died, he had become very quiet and down. He often gazed into the distance, and no one knew what he was thinking. This scene also affected the moods of the soldiers in the pass, enveloping the entire area in a solemn atmosphere that was hard to shake off. Even the soldiers who had performed well and made contributions did not approach the Lord as usual to receive their rewards. When Peiju saw the situation, a flash of worry appeared in his eyes. Logically, as a leader and a lord, one should not expose personal feelings, especially one's weaker side, to those under them. Such behavior could severely undermine the Lord's might and prestige. Any action by Ouyang Shua could be overly interpreted by his men, causing chaos and worry. This was where Peiju needed to step in and do his job. Under the dim lights, Ouyang Shua's expression was not unusual. In his hand was a blueprint, the building plans for Guiping Pass. Minister Peiju greets the Lord. Peiju bowed slightly upon seeing this. You came? Sit. Ouyang Shua raised his head casually. His voice sounded stale and uninterested, lacking his usual presence. Lord. Peiju spoke up then stopped. Ouyang Shua's mood was bad, but that did not mean his senses were not sharp. Finally, he noticed that this minister was acting strange. He put down the blueprints and laughed. What words do you want to say? Just say them. Too bold, Peiju said. It's fine, Ouyang Shua nodded. The dead are already gone. You need to put down the burden and look toward the future. Pick yourself up. A loss should not make you lose your soul to such an extent. Peiju's words were direct, making Ouyang Shua feel a little ashamed. When Ouyang Shua heard these words, he let out an awkward smile. For these past 2 days, I've been thinking about a problem. There are things that are not as others think. Lord, please elaborate. Peiju nodded. Look at this. Ouyang Shua took up the blueprint once more. During these 2 days, I've been thinking. The fall of Guilin Prefecture has already happened, so how can we make up for it? Lord, what you're saying is. In Peiju's eyes, a light started to shine. Build a stronghold. Ouyang Shuo was determined, with the Guiping Pass as the base, we will expand it into a stronghold comparable to the Mulan stronghold. Ouyang Shuo's thoughts were exactly the same as Zhang Liang's. We are unable to make sure whether the enemy has the ambition to enter Xuanzhou Prefecture. No matter what we may think, Guiping Pass is our only barrier toward the north. This barrier was bought with the blood of tens of thousands of soldiers, so we cannot afford to lose it. As he said this, Ouyang Shuo began to grow a little emotional. In a short period, I do not think we will have the ability to retake Guilin Prefecture. Sadness flashed in Ouyang Shuo's eyes. Which is all the more reason we have to house troops in the north. The Leopard Legion, originally planned to be stationed at Guilin Prefecture, will now be temporarily housed here. That works. Pei Ju nodded. This stronghold, I would like you to be in charge. Are you willing? Ouyang Shuo asked. It's exactly what I wanted. Pei Ju nodded. Based on Ouyang Shuo's previous plan, Pei Ju was supposed to work in Guilin Prefecture. The sudden fall of Guilin Prefecture meant he had lost his job, making his situation extremely awkward. To Pei Ju, the fall of Guilin Prefecture was a source of shame and a stain on his life. Therefore, Pei Ju wanted to personally remove this stain. Taking charge of fortifying the stronghold would be his first step in redeeming himself. If Ouyang Shuo had made him work at Shanghai City instead, he would have been unhappy. One had to admit that Ouyang Shuo's eyes were really sharp, and he often found the right person for the job. The new stronghold, will it be called Guiping Stronghold? Pei Ju asked. No. Ouyang Shuo shook his head, a cold glint in his eyes. At Guilin Prefecture, at Guiping Pass, Shanghai City faced an unprecedented failure. The glory of the Golden Dragon flag was stained for the first time. Such humiliation, how could I forget it in a day? Therefore, let's call the new stronghold the Withered Flower Stronghold to remember this great loss. To reclaim our honor, let's restore the glory of this withered flower. As Pei Ju spoke these words, the deep and heavy meaning behind them weighed on his heart. Since that's the case, I suggest we erect a large humiliation stele in front of the pass to remind all the soldiers stationed here not to forget the humiliation of this day. The night was dark, and the two of them had once again come to an agreement. I'll leave now. Pei Ju looked out at the pitch-black sky, getting up to leave. Pei Ju. Just as Pei Ju walked out of the gate, Ouyang Shuo spoke, your reminder today is something I will deeply engrave in my heart. When Pei Ju heard these words, he turned around and smiled, for Lord to think this way, I have no worries. The Lord and the minister looked at each other and laughed. The next day, Han Xian's troops smoothly arrived at Guiping Pass. The three armies had finally converged on Guiping Pass. Ouyang Shuo had immense trust in Han Xian. Even Li Mu would face many challenges under Han Xian's guidance. The arrival of Han Xian also signaled that it was time for Ouyang Shuo to depart. Originally, Ouyang Shuo should have reached Tianjing city long ago. However, this abrupt change had delayed him by several days. Who knows what ripple effect this delay would have on Tianjing city? Over a short period, it would be impossible to reclaim Guilin Prefecture. Ouyang Shuo could only endure the pain and handle the affairs at hand. On the same day, Ouyang Shuo spent the whole day discussing matters with Han Xian and Pei Ju. On the 26th day of the 11th month in the second year of Gaia, the black-faced Ouyang Shuo led the mountain barbarian army back on their path to Tianjing city. The red sun hung overhead, the wilderness was utterly silent. Suddenly, from a small road beside the main path, a man's shout erupted. Stand still. Quick, catch him, don't let that little wimp run. A short while later, a frail-looking woman, dressed in a tattered dress, limped out from the small path. Dirt covered her dress, and there was even a hole at her knee, with some bloodstains visible. The young woman was terrified, running for her life. Time after time, she would turn her head, as if a group of devils were chasing her. But those following her were not devils, they were 3 men. They were not that old, and the oldest among them was probably not even 40. From their appearance and clothing, they seemed like nearby farmers. The only unusual feature was the white cloth on their heads and around their arms. Probably due to the immense stress, she did not notice the path ahead. She tripped on a rock, stumbled, and crashed to the ground. When the men behind her saw this, they were delighted. "Haha, let's see how you'll continue running." As they spoke, the 3 quickened their pace and were about to grab her. Despair appeared in the girl's eyes, and she braced herself for the worst. At that moment, the rhythmic sounds of horse hooves rang from the far end of the path. Upon hearing this, her eyes showed a renewed will to live, and she screamed, "Save me! Save me!" When the 3 men heard her cries, they froze. They quickened their steps, intending to drag the girl back into the side path they had come from before anyone else arrived. However, the sounds of the horse hooves did not stop. A well-equipped cavalry soldier emerged from the official path, a golden dragon flag in his hands. When the 3 men saw this flag, their faces turned ashen white. Anyone under the rule of Shanghai City knew that the golden dragon flag represented the personal guards of the Lord. What a downer. At this sight, the 3 men scolded the girl and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, at that moment, an arrow broke through the air and stopped them in their tracks. The arrow stopped 3 inches from them. It was clearly a warning. If they continued to run forward, cold sweat, their faces completely white. In the end, they were just normal farmers, so what kind of knowledge and confidence would they have? After a short while, the leading cavalry soldier arrived and from atop his horse, he shouted, "How bold, you actually dare to try and forcefully capture a woman in broad daylight." "Sir, this woman is my wife. She wanted to run away from home, so I'm just trying to catch her," one of the young men stepped out and said expressively. "Oh." When the cavalry heard this claim, he did not believe it, so he turned his head to the woman and asked, "Are his words true?" "Don't worry, we are the personal army of the Lord. We can help you." When the girl heard these words, her eyes brightened, and she pitifully said, "Sir, save me. Speak. He is really my husband, but I was not misbehaving. They wanted to kill me and use me as a burial sacrifice for King Hong," the girl replied. "Unjust sacrifice?" The cavalryman frowned. "The funeral matters of the old king will be handled by Tianjing, so what does it have to do with you?" "This." When the girl heard this question, she hesitated. "If you want to live, speak up." The cavalryman felt that this whole matter was highly complicated, and his expression became serious. Seeing this, the young girl disregarded the men's stares and said firmly, "When the old king died, the various religious believers all wanted to hold burial ceremonies for the king. One of the practices was to choose young women to be sacrificed to be buried with the king." As she stated this, the girl was filled with both sorrow and anger, as she pointed at the young man who spoke. Since there were no suitable girls, he actually targeted his own wife. "I had no choice but to escape from the village." Preposterous. When the cavalryman heard this news, he was furious and knew the situation was peculiar. "Men. Here. Bind them all up and interrogate them before handing them over to the Lord." Yes. These cavalrymen were members of the Divine Martial Guards, the vanguard forces of the army. Upon receiving the news, Ouyang Shua immediately ordered the army to halt their advance. The 3 captured men and the woman were interrogated by the Military Intelligence Division. They were all ordinary people and could not withstand the torture of the Military Intelligence Division, so they revealed everything. It was just as the girl had said. Throughout Xuanzhou, the followers of the religion propagated by Hong Xiuquan decided to undertake such actions upon hearing of the king's death. Such acts largely took place in the various villages, evading the detection of the authorities. The part that left Ouyang Shua astonished was that, based on their words, some of the minor officials and scholars had secretly rushed back to attend the sacrificial ceremonies. It seemed that although Xiuquan had died, his religion had taken root in the land, forming a strong base of believers. In a short time, it would be hard to eradicate them. This was a dangerous omen for the future rule of Shanghai City. Even Ouyang Shua did not think that the believers of the religion would spread so widely. It seemed he had to take charge of Tianjing City as soon as possible. Thus, Ouyang Shua immediately decided to leave a squadron of divine martial guards to investigate the matter. The army would proceed at their fastest speed toward Tianjing City. During the battle at Guiping Pass, only 2,000 mountain barbarians from Shihu's 1st Division survived. Apart from the injured, only 1,500 remained. As for the divine martial guards, they also suffered heavy casualties. Hence, Ouyang Shua decided to move all the survivors of the 1st Independent Division into the divine martial guards to maintain the 3,000-member number. Although these mountain barbarians had not undergone much training, they were all top-class soldiers. Moving them into the divine martial guards would not reduce the group's combat strength. On the other hand, bringing them in was also the greatest reward for these warriors. Of course, the title of the Mountain Barbarian 1st Independent Division had also disappeared. As for the young General Shihu, he would become the Major General of the 2nd Independent Division. As for the surrendered soldiers who participated in the battle at Guiping Pass, Ouyang Shua did not treat them badly. He moved them into Han Xian's Leopard Legion. When Wuzhou Prefecture was organized, the Leopard Legion had a shortfall of thousands of men. Now, after several battles, although their corps was not badly affected, they had still lost 5,000 to 6,000 members. Thus, even after adding the surrendered Taiping army troops, they still lacked a few thousand men. Not only the Leopard Legion, but also the Dragon Legion, the Guards Division, and even the 1st Division of the City Protection Forces stationed in Mulan Stronghold needed more members. The Taiping army troops would naturally fill this shortfall. The Battle of Mulan Stronghold netted them 120,000 prisoners. During the Battle of Xuanzhou, they also captured 40,000 city protection forces. After destroying Dakai's Western Army, they captured an additional 90,000 prisoners. Lastly, there were 100,000 Taiping army troops housed within Tianjing City. Summing everything up, a total of 350,000 Taiping army soldiers awaited reorganization. This did not account for the prisoners that would appear as Baiqi led the Dragon Legion to sweep through Jinan Prefecture. For Shanghai City to defend their vast land, they needed to fully integrate this batch of surrendered soldiers. Military Affairs Director Du Ruhui personally took charge at Mulan Stronghold and the 250,000 prisoners there. The main task would be to remove the injured members, including soldiers who lacked combat strength. Secondly, they needed to work with the Military Intelligence Division and the Black Snake Guards to root out the cancer in the army. Out of the 3,000 surrendered soldiers at Guiping Pass, there were many dead loyalists to the old king. It was not hard to imagine how many there were among 100,000 troops. If they did not get rid of these people, how could they reorganize the army? During this period, the interrogation experts from the Military Intelligence Division, the Black Snake Guards, and the newly formed Shanghai Guards all gathered at Mulan Stronghold. Based on numerous pieces of information, they investigated each and every one of the 100,000 surrendered soldiers. Even so, Ouyang Shua was still not certain if this round of cleansing would leave only trustworthy soldiers. There would definitely be some people who infiltrated the army. As long as it did not affect the big picture, Ouyang Shua had the charm and confidence to make use of this batch of surrendered soldiers. According to the usual practice, this batch of surrendered soldiers would be broken up and sent into the 3 legions. The weaker soldiers would even be sent into the various garrison divisions. At the same time, the elites of the garrison division would be moved to the combat army. Thus, this reorganization mission would affect every part of the military. If they really wanted to organize everything, it would take at least 2 to 3 months or even a longer period of time. As such, Ouyang Shua did not have the ability to start a large war against Guilin Prefecture. On the 30th day of the 11th month, Ouyang Shua and his troops reached Tianjing city. The fall of Guilin Prefecture had made the atmosphere in the city exceedingly strange. At this point, the officials of Taiping country realized that in the southwest region, there was actually a presence that could contend with Shanghai city. All of a sudden, hidden forces began to act in the city. Luckily, Yang Xiuqing remained resolute and managed to temporarily stabilize the situation. Moreover, the arrival of Ouyang Shua would put an end to this hidden current. On the 30th night of the 11th month in Tianjing city, Ouyang Shua led his troops into the city, which remained peaceful and vibrant. Under Yang Xiuqing's iron-fisted control, all discordant elements were suppressed. Following Yang Xiuqing's arrangements, Ouyang Shua met with officials and generals from the old regime. He pardoned thousands of ordinary criminals and distributed daily items to the city's residents, essentially, anything that was lucky and auspicious. Yang Xiuqing was well versed in such matters, which was a specialty of the Taiping country. Ouyang Shua couldn't help but feel amazed at this. Ouyang Shua was kept busy all day, with the festivities only concluding with the evening banquet. When it came time to choose a place to rest, he made his first move contrary to Yang Xiuqing's plans. Yang Xiuqing had intended for Ouyang Shua to stay in a palace he had sealed off. However, Ouyang Shua politely declined this suggestion and instead chose a courtyard in the city. This courtyard, previously owned by the fallen general Lin Fengxiang, was grand and befitting of his status. Seeing this, Yang Xiuqing did not insist, sensing that the lord had his reasons for not wanting to stay in the palace. After the formalities, Ouyang Shua finally had the opportunity to address practical matters. That night, Major General Hu Wei, temporarily in charge of the city's defense, General Lin Yi, the commander of the Black Snake Guards, the Military Intelligence Division, and the young General Shihu gathered in Ouyang Shua's courtyard. This was clearly an internal Shanghai city meeting. Even Yang Xiuqing was not invited by Ouyang Shua. In fact, before Ouyang Shua arrived in Tianjing city, the relevant intelligence gathered by the two intelligence organizations had been sent to him to read. The minor hiccup that occurred on their way to Tianjing was enough to show they were overly focused on the city and overlooked the villages. Through the intelligence sent from the two organizations, Ouyang Shua knew a hidden power currently resided in Tianjing city. Moreover, this power aimed to challenge Shanghai city. Among this hidden power were generals from the military, ministers, and officials from the old regime. There were even merchants and the like. Basically, people from every level of society. Hence, Ouyang Shua needed to hurry and clear out this hidden power before Bao Shuya arrived to take up his role. Otherwise, the moment Tianjing city lacked a huge army to keep control, chaos and riots could start at any moment. The current issue was what actions he should take. Lin Yi suggested they send out the military and wash the city with blood. When Ouyang Shua heard this suggestion, he instantly shook his head and rejected it. Lin Yi was purely a military person, so it was not strange for him to have such a thought. After all, it was also a viable choice. However, it was a terrible idea to Ouyang Shua. Since Shanghai city took down Tianjing city so easily, there were naturally pros and cons. Consider this: if they had forcefully taken the city, Ouyang Shua could have used the might from that victory to start a slaughter based on the intel gathered by the Black Snake Guards and the Military Intelligence Division. At that point, there would probably be no one who would oppose them. Now, it was different because Tianjing city had surrendered. Facing surrendered people, it was not easy for them to use violence. To Ouyang Shua, it would make the commoners cold to them. Moreover, it would make people like Yang Xiuqing, who had pledged their allegiance to Shanghai city, feel uncomfortable and guilty. As a result, Ouyang Shua was very cautious when dealing with matters regarding Tianjing city. For this reason, he accepted Yang Xiuqing's plan and went along with the massive show in the afternoon. Apart from that, there was another issue that meant Ouyang Shua needed to exercise caution. In the hands of the two intelligence organizations, there was indeed a list containing the names of some of the people in the hidden power. However, they were unsure if the list was complete. Even the two in charge were not confident. The moment the military started to cleanse the place, they would alert the enemies, scaring those people into hiding and making them hide even deeper. Hence, if they wanted to flush them out, they would need a plan. The few of them discussed till the dead of night before they finally thought of a suitable solution. Needless to say, they would monitor and keep an eye on the already identified enemies to ensure they could be taken down at any moment. As for those hidden members in the military, they would be left for Lin Yi to handle. For this matter, Ouyang Shua had also instructed Shihu to lead the two independent mountain barbarian divisions to aid the guards division, citing the need to protect the Lord's safety. They would use this opportunity to increase their control over the city and take over Tianjing city. Particularly, they had to be wary of the 100,000 Taiping army troops inside the city. To minimize the risk, they would restrict the logistical supplies and range of activities of these troops. At the core of this, Ouyang Shua still needed to meet with Yang Xiuqing and the other generals to discuss what to do with the 100,000 soldiers. As long as the military threat was neutralized, other issues were minor. Therefore, the meeting tomorrow would be a significant test for Ouyang Shua. He knew that among the Taiping army generals, there were definitely one or two still loyal to Xiuquan. As long as they did not find a chance to rebel, they would remain hidden and undetected. Considering this, dealing with such an opponent was no simple task. On the other hand, to draw out the other hidden rebels in the city, Ouyang Shua thought of a method called luring the snake out of its hole. Luring the snake out of its hole? Lin Yi asked. Exactly, Ouyang Shua replied. What great plan does the Lord have in mind? Lin Yi smiled and asked again. When Ouyang Shua heard this question, he also smiled. Think about it. Is there any place in the city that is considered a holy ground for those still loyal to Xiuquan? The king's palace? Lin Yi and the others replied in unison. That's right. Lin Yi said. The Lord wants to deliberately destroy the king's palace to provoke those loyal to Xiuquan and make them reveal themselves? No, Ouyang Shua shook his head. Setting it on fire would result in a huge loss for us. Strictly speaking, Ouyang Shua was still greedy for wealth. Since Xuanzhou Prefecture and Jinan Prefecture desperately needed funds, Ouyang Shua naturally had to find a way to solve their financial problems. However, he did not reveal his specific plan. Early the next morning, Ouyang Shua issued his first imperial edict since moving into Tianjing city. The edict stated that since Tianjing city was chosen as the administrative center of Xuanzhou Prefecture, it should naturally have a suitable provincial office for the governor and the 4 departments to use. After some research, the location of the king's palace was deemed the best place to build this provincial office. Therefore, Ouyang Shua had to bear the pain of demolishing the palace to construct a standard and practical office. The moment the edict was issued, the city was thrown into an uproar. The common people were stunned by the Lord's boldness. For those loyal to Xiuquan, removing the king's palace was like severing their last link to their king. It felt worse than tearing down their own homes. Thus, when the edict was released, many people pleaded with the Lord to rescind the order. These people who stepped forward naturally caught the attention of the Black Snake Guards. Even Yang Xiuqing, who was fiercely loyal to Xiuquan, was baffled by the Lord's order. After all, as a minister of the old regime, he knew how important the king's palace was to the people and the believers of the faith. If he wanted to build a provincial office, there would be no need for such trouble. Firstly, with some simple modifications, the palace could become a truly majestic office. Secondly, even without modifications, another location could be chosen for the office. After all, what he aimed to build was a provincial office, not a new palace, so there was no need to pay such attention to feng shui. Recalling how the Lord insisted on not moving into the palace, Yang Xiuqing guessed that the Lord was determined to tear it down. As he was about to rush to Liuzhou to become its governor, he naturally did not want to oppose the Lord's decision. Many people sought him out, asking him to speak up and persuade the Lord to retract his decision. When Yang Xiuqing heard these requests, he could only give an awkward smile. Needless to say, all these people were blocked by the divine martial guards and never even managed to see Ouyang Shuo. Before tearing down the king's palace, Ouyang Shuo showed no interest in using the 10 carriages of treasures. Instead, he asked the business division to negotiate with the various chambers of commerce about selling the items. Firstly, he was not materialistic. Secondly, he wanted to remove Hong Xiuquan's influence from both prefectures. Based on conservative estimates, the treasures taken from the palace amounted to 300,000 gold, revealing the luxury of Hong Xiuquan's lifestyle. With this huge amount of gold, the finances of the 2 prefectures would no longer need the support of the Nanjiang Governor-General's house. As for the palace maids and eunuchs in the palace, they were naturally relieved of their duties. That afternoon, numerous smiths and artisans began to dismantle the palace. Indeed, the entire place was being torn down. The high-quality materials, stone carvings, statues, and other items were all carefully gathered. They were not destroyed as Lin Yi had thought. Ouyang Shuo announced that they would hold an auction to sell these old items from the palace, and the people from both prefectures could participate. These items could serve as souvenirs in their homes. Even if they did not want a souvenir, the materials and decorations were rare and valuable. Seeing that they could not prevent him from tearing down the palace, Ouyang Shuo believed that the loyalists of Hong Xiuquan would not be able to remain calm. They would likely try to buy all these items. This way, he could earn some money and also capture the rebels, achieving 2 goals at once. In the 12th month, on the 11th day in the afternoon, at Lin Fensheng's residence, Ouyang Shuo had convened the main generals of the Taiping army to discuss the military reorganization. Before the meeting began, the atmosphere in the hall was incredibly solemn. First, not long after the Lord issued his first imperial edict, he followed it with a second imperial edict. The decree stated that from the next day onward, Tianjing city would be under the charge of the Guards Division and the 2 Mountain Barbarian Divisions. The 100,000 Taiping army soldiers would remain in the military but were not allowed to go out without a proper reason. Anyone with a brain could see that the Taiping army was being marginalized. Second, the symbol of Tianjing city, the king's palace, was being mercilessly torn down. Whether the generals close to Yang Xiuqing or those who were his enemies, they all felt uneasy about the matter. Under such a backdrop, for Ouyang Shuo to gather various generals held an unusual meaning. At 3 p.m., all the generals had already gathered. After waiting for an hour, Ouyang Shuo finally arrived, followed by Lin Yi and Shihu. Additionally, there was one more person, Yang Xiuqing. Before meeting the various generals, Ouyang Shuo had requested a private meeting with Yang Xiuqing and had an hour-long conversation. After that meeting, Ouyang Shuo finally came out to meet the other generals. Naturally, Ouyang Shuo chose this approach to annoy and anger the other generals, and also to make it clear to them who the real ruler of Tianjing city was. Compared to the meeting on the first day, the current Ouyang Shuo had become exceedingly solemn and serious. His Mingguang armor and the Chao sword by his side lent him a lethal aura. During the battle at Guiping Pass, Ouyang Shuo had a stroke of luck, and his killing sword technique advanced to the stage of effortless performance. He also comprehended the sword intent behind the killing sword and the 6th stroke, killing all life. With this, the Shura killing aura from his previous life merged with the killing aura of this one. His current killing aura, though lacking in bloodthirstiness, was more overwhelming and powerful, growing purer. More importantly, Ouyang Shuo could control this killing aura at will. Usually, he would not release it, so it would only affect others when he desired. At that moment, the 6 Taiping army generals in the hall felt a stifling power. Suddenly, they broke out in cold sweat and were struck speechless. In that fleeting instant, Ouyang Shua had entirely shifted his aura, his formerly gentle demeanor hardening like steel. "Fellows," Ouyang Shua began, "you are all commanders. Naturally, you understand the importance of following orders. Since you are under Shanghai City, your forces would naturally follow our plans and be reorganized. What are your thoughts on this?" As soon as his words echoed through the hall, silence descended. The various generals exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. The moment they surrendered, they had foreseen the possibility of reorganization. However, they did not expect it to come so swiftly and unexpectedly. Yet, they could not refuse or oppose him. After all, the reorganization of a surrendered army was expected. Of the 6 generals, 2 had been the right and left-hand men of Dakai, aside from Yang Xiuqing. 2 served as the main and deputy commander of the 50,000 troops stationed in Tianjing City, while the other 2 generals led the city protection forces. Out of the 6, 2 had no real authority. Naturally, these 2 commanded the city protection forces. Together, they had fewer than 30,000 soldiers, and they were all common ones. However, one among them, named Lin Qirong, loyal to Hong Xiuquan, Ouyang Shua had resolved to remove this individual after the meeting. The remaining one was known as Yang Buqing. He held little power. If he understood his position, Ouyang Shua did not mind making him a general of a city protection squad. Although Dakai had resigned and left, his confidants still controlled the remaining 20,000 Western Army forces. Since this army could break out of the encirclement with Dakai, they genuinely had strength. They were indeed the elite of the elite. The left-hand general of Dakai, Hui Wang, had made it clear to Yang Xiuqing that he was willing to pledge his loyalty to Shanghai City. The Military Intelligence Division and the Black Snake Guards also investigated him, and they found no issue. Hui Wang had played a significant role in Yang Xiuqing's smooth takeover of the army. The right-hand general, named Shi Jinji, had shown a peculiar attitude. He was not loyal to Hong Xiuquan but to Dakai instead. The worst part was that he was from the same clan as Dakai, naturally feeling some resentment toward Yang Xiuqing. Consequently, he lacked goodwill toward Shanghai City and even opposed them. Ouyang Shua needed to bring Shi Jinji into line. Firstly, Shi Jinji was close to Dakai and had a high level of prestige in the West Army, almost taking over Dakai's role. Secondly, given the chance to recruit Dakai, Ouyang Shua naturally knew he had to provide this person with opportunities. As for the 50,000 troops housed in Tianjing City, they were also an elite force. Otherwise, Hong Xiuquan would not have confidently handed the main camp's control to them. The commander of the 50,000 troops was Zhang Tianyang, while the deputy was Qin Raiheng. Zhang Tianyang was an experienced, and loyal general to Hong Xiuquan. However, this person was also quite crafty. On the surface, he appeared to follow Yang Xiuqing's leadership, but in truth, he was preparing to cause trouble. Thus, Zhang Tianyang was the most unstable factor. As the primary leader of the troops in Tianjing City, his control over this unit was stronger than Yang Xiuqing's. Furthermore, this person was a seasoned fox. He showed great respect to Yang Xiuqing on the surface, so one could not find fault with it. As a result, the troops were under his control. If Ouyang Shua pressed too hard, the soldiers might rebel. As for Qin Raiheng, he was a trusted loyalist of Yang Xiuqing. Qin Raiheng's presence made Zhang Tianyang cautious about leading his forces to rebel, which allowed Yang Xiuqing to maintain control over the troops stationed in Tianjing City. One had to admit that the Military Intelligence Division did an excellent job in recruiting Yang Xiuqing. Only someone like Yang Xiuqing could exert influence on both the administrative and military aspects of Tianjing City. If it were any other person, they would not possess such influence. My lord. Seeing that Ouyang Shua was about to place everything under control, the old fox Zhang Tianyang finally could not hold back and stepped forward, asking gently, "Can the lord tell us whether our roles will change after the reorganization?" Can we still command our original forces? Zhang Tianyang's words directly addressed the two most significant concerns of the military reorganization. As a commander, he had to worry about his position. After the reorganization, it would be good if he was promoted, but if he was demoted, he would lose face. Besides their position, a general also cared about their old forces. If one was moved to a new army without trusted subordinates, even if they were in a high position, they would feel exceedingly uncomfortable. Of course, these 2 points only applied to generals who chased titles and glory. For example, generals like Han Xin and Di Qing, even if they were not given prominent positions, it did not matter. They would not be resentful, as they believed in their own abilities. It was clear that the Taiping country army had little to no influence over these 2 points. Hence, many generals agreed with Zhang Tianyang's words. Even Hui Huang and Qin Rigong, who had pledged their loyalty, looked toward Ouyang Shua with concern. Ouyang Shua, seeing the situation, exchanged glances with Yang Xiuqing. Zhang Tianyang was truly an old fox. However, no matter how cunning a fox, it could not escape the chase of humans. Before this, Ouyang Shua had discussed with Yang Xiuqing and theorized about how the generals might create problems during the meeting. Thus, Zhang Tianyang's question was something Ouyang Shua had anticipated. Although Ouyang Shua was not a military genius, after spending so much time around god generals like Bai Qi and Han Xin, he had grown familiar with military matters. Seeing that Zhang Tianyang had riled up the generals, Ouyang Shua pressed his hands down. He actually laughed at Zhang Tianyang, which made this old fox panic and his face tense up. Fellows, even if General Zhang had not raised this issue, I still would have had to explain the situation to all of you. You should already know that the Shanghai City Army uses regiments, divisions, and legions as its core structure. Each legion has a total of 70,000 men. Ouyang Shua paused, giving them time to digest his words before continuing. I promise here that all of you can become major generals. As for legion generals, that will depend on the merits and contributions you amass in the army. In the military, if you want to convince the masses, you must accumulate contributions and results. When the generals heard this explanation, they all heaved sighs of relief, and their expressions relaxed. One must know that a major general's position, even in the Shanghai City Army, belonged to the ranks of advanced generals. It was a prominent position. Among them, although some controlled smaller numbers of troops, in terms of quality, it was actually a promotion. Even Zhang Tianyang could not retort. After all, although he currently led 50,000 soldiers, Ouyang Shua naturally could not give him the position of Legion General. Even if his face was incredibly thick, he did not have the confidence or ability to line up alongside Bai Qi, Han Xin, and Sun Bin. As for the old troops you commanded, when Ouyang Shua brought up the matter, he noticed that the 6 generals, who had just relaxed, suddenly tensed up again. He smiled to himself. I can't transfer all of them under your command, but I'll ensure that half of your new division will be composed of your old soldiers. How does that sound? Both of Ouyang Shua's promises were sincere, leaving the generals seated with little reason to refuse. The Lord treats us so well. We will be loyal to you till death. Hui Huang and Qin Rigong, being particularly loyal, stood out at the right moment to express their loyalty. We will be loyal to you till death. Soon after, the local protection squad general, Yang Fucking, pledged his allegiance. Yang Fucking understood the situation. Besides, the 2 promises fulfilled his desires. More importantly, he currently led fewer than 10,000 men. If he could become a major general, it would be a promotion, so he was naturally pleased. Seeing their declarations of loyalty, Ouyang Shua nodded. If the timing was right, appointing Yang Fucking as a major general of a garrison division was also a possibility, a reward for his loyalty. Only Lin Qirong, Shizhenji, and the old fox Zhang Tianyang remained. The 3 of them exchanged glances, clearly not expecting the situation to unfold this way. Given such favorable terms, if they dared to defy them, their ambitions would be exposed. After a brief moment, the three had no choice but to swallow their pride, kneel down, and swear their allegiance. Although they did so, Lin Qirong and Zhang Tianyang's faces showed no unusual expression. On the contrary, they looked as though they were touched and grateful. Ouyang Shua sat in the Lord's seat, a happy expression on his face as he laughed, looking down at these two actors deeply immersed in their roles. These two likely did not know that the Military Intelligence Division had long noticed their nefarious intentions. In truth, a cold yet delighted feeling began to rise in Zhang Tianyang's heart. Zhang Tianyang had not thought the lord in front of him would actually pay such a hefty price to recruit their old forces. He really is foolish, Zhang Tianyang thought to himself. Originally, he had been planning to stir up trouble within Tianjing city, leading his troops to assault Lin Fengxiang's residence to kill the lord and exact revenge. Now, however, he had temporarily set aside that idea. Ouyang Shua had promised him a major general position, and he could also retain half of his old forces. Thus, he could seize this chance to infiltrate the Shanghai city army. This was truly a divine opportunity. With this, he could play many more different tricks. Whether it was spreading the religion within the Shanghai city army to recruit believers and expand his strength, or dealing a fatal blow to Shanghai city during a critical battle, both were enticing plans. Just the thought of it excited him. In comparison, killing Ouyang Shua just once seemed a bit dull. Therefore, to Zhang Tianyang, Ouyang Shua's actions were essentially leading the wolf into the fold. Just these thoughts filled Zhang Tianyang with delight. Zhang Tianyang and Lin Qirong exchanged a quick glance. They understood the other's thoughts without a word. If one said that Zhang Tianyang and Lin Qirong were acting, then Shijinji's expression was peculiar, a mix of confusion and unhappiness. In contrast to his clansman, brother Dakai, Shijinji was a young general brimming with ambition. Indeed, prior to the meeting, he had held a poor opinion of the lord due to the latter's apparent bias against Yang Xiuqing. Before this, Zhang Tianyang had covertly sounded out Shijinji's thoughts. The seasoned fox had divulged his plans to initiate a coup upon the lord's arrival in Tianjing city. Shijinji, however, did not outwardly reveal any interest in Zhang Tianyang's overtures. Internally, he was quite tempted, but had not yet resolved to take action. The crafty Zhang Tianyang, sensing Shijinji's inner turmoil, quickly grasped the young general's mindset. Recently, Zhang Tianyang had increased the frequency of his interactions with Shijinji. Initially, Shijinji was on the verge of being swayed by Zhang Tianyang's schemes. Unexpectedly, today's meeting completely altered Shijinji's perception of the lord. In reality, Shijinji was deeply intrigued by the lord, a leader he had never personally met. He wondered what kind of person could command such an army and bring down the Taiping nation. At yesterday's meeting, Shijinji had only observed from a distance. At that time, Ouyang Shua seemed unusually gentle and kind, a trait that did not resonate with warriors like Shijinji. However, during today's close encounter, Shijinji developed a new appreciation for Ouyang Shua. Despite his youth, the man seated on the lord's throne exuded a steadiness like a mountain, emanating an aura and a commanding presence that deterred any rash actions, even among the generals. Though Ouyang Shua did not speak much, he maintained control over the entire military assembly. His two promises undeniably proved that he was magnanimous, and he was also an ambitious lord with charm and schemes. Shijinji could not help but compare him to the old king. In this comparison, the winner and loser were instantly decided. While in the military, he had heard his clan brother Dakai speak critically of some of the king's decisions, despite the king's commands, which left Dakai no choice but to comply. Shijinji also felt the old king was exceedingly scheming and somewhat insincere, a pretender lacking the air of a king. Compared to the man in front of him, the old king's weaknesses were even more apparent. Thus, the current Shijinji wavered. Was it worth it for his clan brother to waste his potential and future, even his dreams and ambitions? That was likely not what Dakai wished to see. Zhizi had a feeling that the Shanghai City Army was his ideal home. These thoughts flashed through his mind as he pledged his loyalty. At that moment, he could not ascertain how much of his loyalty was genuine and how much was feigned. After the 6 generals had pledged their allegiance, Ou Zhizi proceeded to announce the specific organizational matters. The 1st Regiment of the Guards Division would escort the 30,000 city protection forces led by Lin Qirong and Yang Fucking to Mulan Stronghold for organization. These 30,000 soldiers would form a garrison force, to be integrated with other garrison divisions. The 20,000 troops led by Hui Huang and Zhizi would be divided into 2 groups. Hui Huang would lead 10,000 troops west to meet up with the Dragon Army sweeping through Jinan Prefecture. The Guards Division's 2nd Regiment would escort the 10,000 troops led by Zhizi toward the Withered Flower Stronghold that was under construction for organization. This plan seemed casual, but it was well thought out. Hui Huang, a trustworthy general, was sent to Jinan Prefecture, which was currently in a relatively chaotic state. On the other hand, Zhizi was a rather uncertain element, so he was organized into the Leopard Legion. After all, the entire Xuanzhou Prefecture was under the control of Shanghai City, so even though only 1 regiment escorted them, if Zhizi had any strange ideas, he would not be able to cause any trouble. Given Zhizi's current expression, if Ou Zhizi called him for a meeting alone, he might be able to recruit this young general completely. Ou Zhizi really cherished talent. Similarly, Qin Rigong would lead 25,000 Tianjing city troops toward Jinan Prefecture along with Hui Huang to meet up with the Dragon Legion. Ou Zhizi had arranged for the 3rd Regiment of the Guards Division to escort them. It was not that Ou Zhizi did not trust Qin Rigong, but he was wary that the 25,000 soldiers might cause trouble, so he arranged a Guards Division regiment just in case. As for the old fox Zhang Tianyang, he led the remaining 25,000 Tianjing city troops to the Withered Flower Stronghold for organization. This time, Ou Zhizi had arranged for the 4th and 5th regiments to act as escorts. Ou Zhizi was not ready to deal with Zhang Tianyang in Tianjing City. However, when he arrived at Withered Flower Stronghold, what happened to him would not be up to him. Ou Zhizi believed that Han Xian would not let him down. At this point, the 100,000 Taiping army troops were moved out of Tianjing City. Ou Zhizi had given them 2 days to prepare. These 2 days were the time needed to gear up and prepare. It was also his final test for the rebels in the army. Once they left Tianjing City, it would not be so easy for them to cause trouble. The various generals naturally had no objections to his proposal. At this point, the military meeting had officially ended. Looking at their fading backs, Ou Zhizi let out a cold grin. Today, Zhang Tianyang and the others were so well behaved because they were afraid of exposing themselves. More importantly, Ou Zhizi's 2 promises had tempted them. They were probably thinking of using this chance to infiltrate the inner workings of Shanghai City. Unfortunately, they did not know that it was all a trap Ou Zhizi had set. The moment they took the bait, they could never get free. Ou Zhizi had devised this plan because they did not understand the difference between the military system of Taiping country and Shanghai City. In the old Taiping country, a commander held enormous power. They could develop trusted soldiers, appoint generals in their army, and prepare supplies for their missions. Essentially, as long as they followed the king's orders, everything else was up to the general. His word could send people to their graves. In comparison, Shanghai City had a far more complete and strict military system, restricting and controlling all the generals. Hence, when Zhang Tianyang and the others took up their roles in the military, they would feel really uncomfortable. Needless to say, Ou Zhizi had sole control over the duties of the generals in the military that were Major General and above. Even Baiqi and Han Xian, these legion generals, could only suggest ideas. For generals below the Major General rank, they would follow orders from the Military Affairs Department. Even major generals like Zhang Tianyang could only make suggestions and could not interfere with the roles and assignments of people in the military. The Combat Logistics Department would settle the logistics of the army, including weapons and equipment. Even if one went to another location, the local Combat Logistics Department would still control the logistics. Hence, a major general could not interfere with the logistics and could not abuse their power. Apart from that, compared to the lax system in the Taiping Country Army, the system in Shanghai City's army was stricter, and they had a full system similar to a modern-day army. There were numerous military law officers around, and they would make the major generals feel that the military law was more significant than their rank. There were many reasons that ensured that when Zhang Tianyang and the others entered the Shanghai City Army, they would not be able to cause any waves. On the contrary, they would be forced and taught to become proper Shanghai City soldiers. At that time, it would naturally be the moment for Zhang Tianyang to step back. One had to say that Ouyang Shuo's move was exceedingly vicious. Ouyang Shuo was using a huge bait to reduce the destructive ability of the Taiping Country Army to Shanghai City. Hence, he ensured the smooth transitioning of power. Apart from that, Ouyang Shuo had arranged the 100,000 troops into 3 groups for organization. It was not something randomly conceived, it was connected to the new structure he was planning for the army. Since they had acquired 350,000 troops from the Taiping country, no matter how he tried to reduce the number, after accounting for the shortfall in the 2 garrison divisions, he could still form 3 new legions. This new count was double the current number of troops in the territory. How to set up the camps and positions of these 3 new legions, and how to ensure the prestige and positions of Baiqi, Han Xian, and Sun Bin, posed a significant challenge that Ouyang Shuo was trying to solve. That night, Ouyang Shuo drafted a letter summarizing the ideas he had gathered over the past few days, outlining a considerable reorganization of the army. This reorganization would lay a solid foundation for the future army of his dynasty. Ouyang Shuo decreed that the Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard legions would be upgraded to Legion Corps, or Corps for short. Each corps would have 2 to 5 legions under its command. When necessary, the number of legions in a corps could be adjusted based on the situation. The marshal of a corps must be a god general and must hold at least the title of Great General. Compared to a legion, the establishment of a corps marked a seismic shift in the military structure. This was because the number of troops in a corps was significantly larger than in a legion. Therefore, during wartime, the Military Affairs Department could flexibly deploy corps based on different strategic needs. For instance, if the main offensive direction was to the west, they could first expand the Dragon Corps, which was responsible for the western region. Additionally, the Legion Corps and war zones could coexist seamlessly. With the Lingnan war zone as an example, after the Tiger Legion became the Tiger Corps, the Lingnan War Zone Command Center would become the main base of the Tiger Corps. Similarly, the future Tiger Corps Marshal would serve as the commander of the Lingnan War Zone. During wartime, additional legions or corps could be moved to the war zone, enhancing the entire army's flexibility. This would reduce bureaucratic red tape and result in a strong ability to adapt, scout, take the initiative, employ firepower, and use combat strength. The future expansion of the army would also not require substantial structural changes. For the current threats the territory faced, with just 1 legion of 70,000 troops, Ouyang Shuo was concerned. Only a legion corps could safely defend the land. If a corps had 5 legions, totaling 350,000 troops, it would show no fear even when facing an entire province. Hence, a legion corps is the most significant foundation for a secure army. Based on current numbers, the 3 corps would each have 2 legions under them. This means each corps would have an additional legion, integrating the 3 new legions. Taking the Dragon Legion as an example, after becoming a corps, it would be called the First Legion of the Dragon Corps, while the additional Second Legion would raise the total troop number to 140,000. Commander-in-Chief Baiqi would naturally become the Marshal of the Dragon Corps and temporarily take up the role of the First Legion's general. For the 2nd Legion's general, Ouyang Shua chose Shi Wanshui. As the first historical general in the territory, Shi Wanshui was extremely loyal to Ouyang Shua and made many contributions. Being an emperor-rank general, he had the ability and experience to become a legion general. This promotion was a significant reward for the old general. The major general position vacated by his promotion would go to Deputy Major General Jiang Kai, reflecting the territory's local talents ascending to higher ranks. Han Xin would also become the Marshal of the Leopard Corps while maintaining his role as the General of the 1st Legion. Zhang Han, who joined Ouyang Shua after the Battle of Julu, would take charge as the Legion General of the 2nd Legion. Despite his qualifications, he was initially appointed as a Major General due to limited positions in the military. This promotion was a fitting recognition of his abilities. Sun Bin would become the Marshal of the Tiger Corps and temporarily serve as the 1st Legion General, while continuing as the commander of the Lingnan War Zone. Di Qing would take up the role of the 2nd Legion General. Both Shi Wanshui and Zhang Han were promoted within their respective legions, aligning with the military's traditions and culture. The Dragon Legion's brutality, the Tiger Legion's ferocity, and the Leopard Legion's adaptability were all qualities shaped by their general's leadership. Di Qing, however, was the 1st Legion General appointed from another legion. Ouyang Shua had his reasons for this arrangement. Firstly, among the 5 major generals of the Tiger Legion, only Fan Lihua, Chao Gui, and Bai Lishur were historical generals, but none of them were suitable for the role. Consequently, Ouyang Shua had to move Di Qing from the Leopard Legion to the Tiger Legion. For Di Qing, this was an opportunity to showcase his abilities. During the Battle of Zhaoqing, his command had left a lasting impression on Ouyang Shua. Compared to Zhang Han and Shi Wanshui, Di Qing was no less capable. Additionally, it was a fortunate coincidence that his military strategy was similar to Sun Bin's, calm and secure. Zhang Han, on the other hand, was akin to Han Xin, favoring long-range sneak attacks. At this point, Shi Wanshui, Zhang Han, and Di Qing had distinguished themselves among the major generals. They had officially become the 2nd tier, below Baiqi, Han Xin, and Sun Bin. These 3 generals shared a common trait: they were all emperor-rank generals. It was clear that future legion generals would naturally be chosen from the emperor-rank historical generals. Erlai and Fan Lihua were the next best candidates. However, this was not set in stone. For instance, the young general Luo Shixin was a rare talent among historical generals, still growing and improving. Under Baiqi's personal mentorship, he had a bright future ahead. Moreover, the elite cavalry division led by Luo Shixin had won numerous battles, earning the title of firefighting vanguard in the army. Therefore, Ouyang Shua did not rule out the possibility of providing Luo Shixin with a broader stage at the right time. After Zhang Han and Di Qing received their promotions, their former positions as major generals were taken over by Liao Kai and Heike. Additionally, the 3 new legions each needed 15 new major generals. Hui Huang, Qin Gang, and even Shi Zhenji were suitable candidates. Furthermore, there were the captured Taiping army generals, such as Li Xiuqing, Chen Yuqing, Xiao Chaogui, and Feng Yun, though their loyalty remained uncertain. Besides the 7 Taiping generals, Ouyang Shua had no clear idea about the other choices for major generals. He could only delegate this task to Du Ruhui, who would do his best to select from the outstanding colonels. By this point, the planned military structure was finally complete. As the territory continued to expand, Ouyang Shua would lose the ability to gather all the generals for a meeting. Taking Sun Bin as an example, aside from the journey to Shanghai City, just rushing to Tianjing City would take half a month. A round trip would take a full month, which was highly inconvenient. Therefore, the various legion corps needed a capable general to take charge and lead them. Ouyang Shua wrote his plan into a letter and had it relayed to the Military Affairs Department. Simultaneously, he sent copies to Baiqi, Han Xian, and Sun Bin, informing them to prepare to assist the Military Affairs Department. In this plan, Ouyang Shua did not mention the Guards Division, including his plans for the 3 Mountain Barbarian independent divisions. In truth, after defeating Qiyu earlier, Ouyang Shua had already begun planning to upgrade the Guards Division to a Guards Legion. However, this plan had little to do with the reorganization of the 300,000 Taiping country army troops, which is why he had not yet initiated it. Upon returning to Shanghai City, he would finally begin the related changes and reorganization. After all, the 3 legions had all become Legion Corps, so the Guards Division system also needed to expand to protect Ouyang Shua's absolute authority in the military. Chapter 543, Suji's Choice. 2nd year, 12th month, 2nd day, Tianjing City. This was Ouyang Shua's 3rd day here, and the atmosphere within the city had changed entirely. The site of the king's palace was bustling with activity. The precious materials that were torn down were stacked up on the square in front of the palace like mountains. On the square, batch after batch of procurators appeared. Even merchants from Xuanzhou Prefecture and Jinan Prefecture had rushed over to Tianjing City to take part in the auction. When Ouyang Shua heard this news, he immediately ordered the business division to choose some of Xiuquan's personal items from the 10 carriages of precious items for the auction. Remember, purposely choose all those secretive but not too valuable products for the auction, Ouyang Shua reminded the official from the business division. Yes, my lord. Also, make the starting bids higher and advertise more. Yes, my lord. The business division official carefully accepted the task, while wiping off some cold sweat. He had a completely new understanding of the lord's meticulous planning and great schemes. Of course, Tingyu would just call him greedy and black-hearted. However, this person was just a basic-level official from the business division. Naturally, he would not dare to voice such words. On the other side, the barracks situated at the west of the city were also exceedingly busy. 100,000 Taiping army troops were using the time to pack up for their journey tomorrow. As for the hidden currents in the military, after Ouyang Shua threw out the bait, the situation calmed down. Lord's meticulous planning and great schemes. The only exception was last night when the City Protection Force leader, Qirong, actually got dead drunk in a restaurant. Afterward, he even went to a brothel. As he was drunk, he accidentally fell into a river and died. Only during the next morning did the road cleaner find his body floating on the river. The road cleaner immediately reported the matter. The government office ascertained that he had died from drowning and excluded the possibility of him being murdered. This matter was left just like that. When Zhang Tianyang heard the news, he felt that something was suspicious, but there was no way he could confirm his doubts. After all, Lin Qirong did like drinking, and based on his subordinates' words, they did drink together with him the night before. After they left, Lin Qirong had separated from his subordinates and left alone. The next they heard of him, they learned that he had drowned. In the end, Zhang Tianyang could only say that this matter was a total coincidence. Preposterous. Zhang Tianyang was furious at Lin Qirong's uselessness. Seeing a huge matter ahead of them, losing a valuable ally would obviously leave Zhang Tianyang angry. What made matters worse was that the night before, he had once again tried to probe Shi Jinji's position. This time, Shi Jinji had actually rejected him outright, catching Zhang Tianyang utterly off guard. Ungrateful idiot. From Zhang Tianyang's point of view, Shi Jinji's refusal was a betrayal toward the old king. As Zhang Tianyang cursed out at Shi Jinji, he also started to feel an added layer of worry about the lord. Just a simple meeting had changed Shi Jinji's viewpoint of unfortunately, I have no way out, and I need to repay the king for his kindness. Zhang Tianyang was alone in the room, sighing out loud, looking unusually lonely. Probably every bad person had a past that no one knew about. Thinking about it from another viewpoint, wasn't Zhang Tianyang the most loyal minister to Xiuquan? One's evaluation of others often reaches an extreme for those standing on different sides. At the Lin Fengxiang residence, in Ouyang Shua's reading room. After handling the two issues concerning the king's palace and the Taiping army, Ouyang Shua finally had time to meet the officials in the city. Among them, the one he paid the most attention to was Suzha. Compared to his bold brother Suzha was more calm and composed. This personality trait allowed him to progress further than his brother, though at their core, the two were similar. Suzha once commented on his brother, "Ji is a truly humble servant. If one does not know him, they would think he has no ability. His skills are so good, but he does not want others to know about them. He is a simple person who does not like to show off." This reveals Suzha's low-profile nature. Suzha's education and thinking were greatly influenced by his brother and father, and he was exceedingly good at political and historical theory. It was because of this specialty that the then Prime Minister Wang Engshi chose him. At that time, Wang Engshi was hell-bent on pushing through reforms and moved to the division of regulations. Suzha absolutely opposed the reforms suggested by Wang Engshi. Unfortunately, the ambitious Wang Engshi did not agree with his words, so they ended up on opposite sides of the revolution. Not long after, because of his differing opinions, he was chased out of the city, and his career was affected. After Song Shenzong fell, Song Zhizong inherited the throne. However, he was too young, so his queen mother, Shinrun, made the political decisions for him and repealed the new reforms Wang Engshi had initiated. Only then did Suzha start to be favored, eventually becoming prime minister. After some time, Song Zhizong took over, and the reforms began to be favored again. Consequently, Suzha, who had opposed the reforms, was ridiculed. From his experiences as an official, one could see the intensity of the political power struggles at that time. Due to the official system during the Song dynasty, writers of the period had a high status. This was the golden age of politics in China, during which they all participated actively, focusing on the struggle for power. After Fan Zhongyan, all the famous writers were embroiled in this power struggle, which decided their fates and also affected their works. The Su brothers, Suzha and Su could not exempt themselves from the situation. Likely due to the previous harm he suffered from his political opponents, Suzha stayed far away from the politics of Taiping country. He maintained his neutrality and dealt with matters with a low profile. Even during the power struggle between Dakai and Yang Xiuqing, Suzha, as the head of the civil servants, chose to keep silent. After Ouyang Shua moved in, Suzha even decided to just lock his doors and not go out. He only responded to the personal summons of Ouyang Shua that morning. Before this, when choosing the three governors, Ouyang Shua had not doubted Suzha's abilities or made the choice out of bias. In truth, given Suzha's ability, it was not hard for him to govern a prefecture, had he managed the prefecture with ease. During the Northern Song period, the official system was perfected, and the training of officials had reached a reasonable level. At that time, the yeomen were quite busy with matters and required skilled officials. Consequently, compared to the civil servants of the Warring States period, Suzha was on a similar level. Indeed, when Ouyang Shua learned that Suzha was an official from Taiping country, he thought of a role that was particularly suitable for him, the director of the Science, Education, Culture, and Health Department. Along with Fan Zhongyan becoming the governor of Wuzhou Prefecture, he was appointed as the administrative director. However, he still had to fulfill his previous role as the director of the Science, Education, Culture, and Health Department. Among the four departments, the administration department was the busiest, and having two roles was highly inconvenient for He. As a result, he wrote letters to implore the Lord to appoint a new director. The issue was that the Science, Education, Culture, and Health Department was at the core of the territorial reform and was of utmost importance. Therefore, Ouyang Shua could not make this decision hastily. Suzha, being both a writer and a former prime minister, was a very traditional and suitable candidate. He naturally caught Ouyang Shua's attention for the position. Moreover, the Science, Education, Culture, and Health Department focused on public service, with no direct involvement in political power. It needed someone to guide it in the right direction, which aligned well with Suja's character. Thus, Ouyang Shuo was confident he could persuade Suja to join the team. Ouyang Shuo chose the reading room instead of the main hall to express his intention to build a closer relationship. Their meeting was calm and tranquil. The reputation and title of a lord did not have much effect on Suja. What attracted him to Shanghai City was the presence of Fan Zhengyan. During the Northern Song dynasty, whether in the official field or on the debating platforms, Fan Gong held a special status. For Suja, the lord's ability to gain the loyalty of Fan Gong was a tremendous acknowledgement. Especially after hearing of the lord's introduction to the science, education, culture, and health department, his already calm heart stirred once more. Of all the writers from the Northern Song, none would be unwilling to throw themselves into becoming an official. He did not seek office for fame and wealth but to serve the people and demonstrate his learning. Just as Fan Gong wrote in Renovation of the Yeyang Tower, a leader should be first to show concern and last to enjoy oneself. That single sentence was the most touching statement describing how Northern Song people were willing to care for the people and work for the country's future. Suja was no exception. Taking charge of the science, education, culture, and health department was a fine opportunity to serve the people. Greetings, my lord. At this moment, Suja had formally pledged his allegiance to Ouyang Shuo. Name, Suja, King rank. Title, 8 Houses of Tang. Song Dynasty, North Song. Identity, Shanghai City official. Occupation, civil servant. Loyalty, 70. Command, 35. Force, 25. Intelligence, 75. Politics, 80. Specialty, cultural calmness, 15% increase in territory administrative efficiency, 5% increase in cultural index, 15% increase in honesty of territory. Evaluation, Suja, also known as Ziyu, a writer and prime minister from the Northern Song. He was an extremely talented official, well-versed in Confucian teachings, sensitive to issues, and meticulous. Suja excelled in the Shi, Ci, and Fu forms of poetry. Ouyang Shuo's success in recruiting Suja marked his near-complete gathering of Tianjing city's civil servants. During his tenure in Taiping country, Suja avoided factional disputes, focusing instead on excelling in his duties. Consequently, he earned an incredibly high level of prestige and respect among the civil servants. Real talents and scholars began forming friendships and alliances with him. Thus, when Suja aligned with Shanghai City, a group of civil servants followed. That afternoon, after taking charge of Tianjing City, Ouyang Shuo issued his third imperial edict. It addressed the civil servants of both prefectures. Officials from the old dynasty, except those blacklisted by the intelligence agencies, could find positions in various prefecture offices. All officials in the two prefectures would follow the same procedure as Wuzhou Prefecture. They would be removed from their posts, then rehired by the administration department. The old official environment would be revitalized and renewed. The fall of Guilin Prefecture had one silver lining: Shaohe did not need to fill in the gaps. The 1,000 officials prepared by the administration department were sufficient to manage both Xuanzhou and Jinan prefectures. On the third day of the 12th month, the 100,000 Taiping army troops departed from Tianjing City. As the Taiping army left, the situation in Tianjing City grew clearer. On the surface, no one openly defied Shanghai City's orders. Seeing this, Yang Xiuqing understood his position and gradually distanced himself from city administration, transferring responsibilities to the lord. Meanwhile, he began to seclude himself in the manor, packing his belongings to prepare for his departure to Lijiao Prefecture. On that same day, the Dragon Legion completed their sweeping operation of Jinan Prefecture. The following day, Baiqi was set to choose a location for their base. Concurrently, he would assist the Military Affairs Department in establishing the Legion Corps Command Center. Additionally, as the envoy of Ouyang Shuo, Baiqi would meet with Baihua's envoy, Zhang Liao. They were to discuss the issues both territories faced, aiming to establish a lasting relationship. This move was also intended to lessen misunderstandings and prevent confrontations at the border. The Dragon Legion's advance into Jinan Prefecture dealt a significant blow to the Yunnan city-state, which was gaining momentum. No one would have guessed that the troops from Shanghai City moved into Jinan Prefecture to defend against Consonance City. The direction of the troops' movement did not need to be stated outright. Prior to this, Shanghai City and Consonance City had collaborated. In just 3 days, they changed all the flags in Kunming Prefecture. Now, after handling Taiping country, these two powers truly inspired fear. The next day, the Yunnan city-state declared its establishment. This efficiency was indeed jaw-dropping. While the fall of Guilin Prefecture had a negative impact on public opinion in Shanghai City, no one could deny that Shanghai City, having absorbed 2 prefectures, was the most formidable power in the China region, a position unshakable. And, you might not know, but Chuanbei Province had allied with the Wannan city-state to take down Guilin Prefecture. After the big official from the West Gate returned, he immediately contacted the other lords in the province to discuss the establishment of a city-state. Especially after Han Xian brought his troops into the Withered Flower stronghold, in Chuanbei Province, they realized that one Guilin Prefecture was not enough to make them feel at ease. They needed to quickly establish the Chuanbei city-state. The moment the news got out, the China region was thrown into an uproar. As a result, around Shanghai City, from west to east, there were the Yunnan city-state, the Chuanbei city-state, the Wannan city-state, and the Lingnan city-state. Suddenly, the southwest region became the focus of attention for the entire China region. How would Shanghai City break out from this enclosure, making it the greatest focus and interest of all the players? Some experts even started to debate and discuss the matter online, presenting their theories. The most accepted solution was for Shanghai City to move west, meaning Shanghai City would work together with Consonance City to remove the Yunnan city-state, calming the Western Territory before dealing with the other city-states. This theory, along with the Dragon Legion increasing their presence in the area, terrified the Yunnan city-state. In the following new year, it seemed like all the lords would not be able to feel at ease. On the 12th month, 4th day, the king's palace was completely torn down. The vast king's palace had been reduced to flat land, and at the same time and place, they started the construction of the Shuizhou Prefecture office. The new replacing the old represented the change from old to new political philosophies. This point, Taiping country had officially fallen, and they had dropped out of the race for the wilderness. That afternoon, the business division held a massive auction on the square in front of the old palace. In less than 2 hours, all the items were sold, fetching 110,000 gold. Among the buyers were actual merchants who planned to sell the raw materials, commoners who needed to renovate their residences, and loyalists to Xiuquan. The military intelligence division and the Black Snake Guards worked together, checking all their backgrounds and striving to ensure no one slipped through. They aimed to silence the influence of Taiping country in the 2 prefectures. At the same time, the Black Snake Guards began investigating the tens of thousands of villages in the 2 prefectures, rooting out all those who secretly worshipped the old king and dealing with them severely. These actions were intended to pave the way for Shanghai City's rule. The funds from the auction were not used for the construction of Shuizhou and Jinan prefectures. Instead, Ouyang Shua directed them toward the costs of expanding the military and compensating those who had suffered casualties. As a result, the 2 newly occupied prefectures, including the earlier Wuzhou Prefecture, did not strain the territorial finances. Following the auction, the Black Snake Guards initiated a city-wide cleaning operation. Those on the blacklist, whether officials, merchants, or loyalist buyers at the auction, were all sentenced to death. In just 1 day, 200 people were executed, causing an uproar in Tianjing city. Ouyang Shua had to personally intervene to calm the populace, clarifying that they were only eliminating the corrupt elements. Only then did Tianjing city return to normal. On the 5th day of the 12th month, Bao Shuya finally arrived at Tianjing city, accompanied by Cui Shaoxi. Cui Shaoxi planned to spend one day there to receive his instructions before heading to Jinan Prefecture. 2 days earlier, Mulanyu had led over 500 officials to move into Jinan Prefecture and take over the administrative matters. The 1st and 2nd divisions of the Dragon Legion provided protection during their journey. Mulanyu was also accompanied by her bodyguard, Li Feishue. It was said that Li Feishue was preparing to establish a sect in Jinan Prefecture, and Mulanyu fully supported this endeavor. Ouyang Shua, naturally, also abided by and supported it. The next day, accompanied by a personal guard squad, Yang Xiuqing set off for Laizhou Prefecture. On the 8th day of the 12th month, Ouyang Shua began his journey and left Tianjing city, taking the 2 independent mountain barbarian divisions with him. The others would temporarily remain in the city until the Xuanzhou Garrison Division was established, after which they would head to Shanghai City. By this time, the Wuzhou Garrison Division had already been completed, and the 4th Independent Division of Mountain Barbarians was en route to Shanghai City, expected to arrive in a few days. Initially, Ouyang Shua intended to stay in Tianjing City for a while. However, a letter from the Black Snake Guards compelled him to leave. According to their report, they had finally located Fanli and Shishir. On the same day, Bai Shui officially informed the business division of their decision. She said that her father had already acknowledged moving the Bai Trading Company to Shanghai City. If they said that nothing was going on between Fanli and Bai Gui, even if one beat Ouyang Shua to death, he still wouldn't believe it. As for the invitation from the Black Snake Guards, Fanli was unexpectedly casual about it, accepting it before leaving to move into Shanghai City. According to their words, as long as they reached the nearest imperial city, they could teleport to Shanghai City quickly. Therefore, Ouyang Shua needed to set off early on his journey home. If one counted the time, Ouyang Shua had been away from Shanghai City for a total of 2 months, and it was time to return. On the 12th day of the 12th month, Ouyang Shua led his troops to Mulan Stronghold. Inside the stronghold, Ouyang Shua stayed for a short day. During his stay, he had an in-depth discussion with Du Ruhui about the specific military organization and related personnel changes. As expected from this capable official, in such a short time, he managed to transform the rough plan into a proposal of over 10 pages and more than 10,000 words. Of course, he had some help from the various divisions under the Military Affairs Department, especially War Secretary Xiuquan, who played a considerable role. He had become Du Ruhui's most important assistant. The next day, Ouyang Shua led his troops and left again. Accompanying him were Li Xiuqing, Wang Yuqing, Xiao Chaogui, and Feng Yunshan. These 4 were really stubborn and still refused to surrender. When Ouyang Shua saw this, he decided that he would rather bring them all back to Shanghai City and deal with them there. On the 12th month, 15th day, Ouyang Shua smoothly arrived at Shanghai City. At the city's north gate, Shao He led the officials and generals, kneeling down to welcome him. Such a grand scene stunned the entire Shanghai City, officially announcing the king's return. Upon his return to Shanghai City, Ouyang Shua allowed both mountain barbarian independent divisions to move into the imperial city barracks. Then, without seeing anyone else, he directly headed into the back hall of the Governor-General Manor. After being away from home for so long, Ouyang Shua naturally missed his family. He had thought of the cute Binger and the gentle Song Jia day and night. Only at this moment could Ouyang Shua set aside the pressures and stresses of his work and fully relax. Shanghai City, Martial Temple. After a day of rest and recuperation, Ouyang Shua headed directly to the Martial Temple to revive Wei Zhang. Fortunately, the game did not have the problem of corpses rotting, as 2 months had passed since Wei Zhang's body was transported to Shanghai City. Once his body arrived, it was placed in the Martial Temple. Ouyang Shua entered and pressed a general soul. Instantly, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification: a king-rank general's corpse has been found, meeting the requirements for resurrection. Will you use 1 king-rank general soul and 3,000 gold to revive him? Yes. Ouyang Shua had not expected that reviving a dead general would require gold. System notification, revival has been confirmed and will take place immediately. With a swift movement, a blue light emerged from the General Soul Jade Pendant and entered Wei Zhang's body in the front hall. Then, the light vanished. At the same time, the Jade Pendant shattered into 7 or 8 pieces and ceased to exist. Ouyang Shua guessed that the blue light represented the 3 immortal souls and the 7 mortal souls. Using the soul of a dead general to replace another general's souls was likely something that would only occur in a game. In reality, Taoists would certainly laugh at such a concept. As the light entered his body, Wei Zhang's pale complexion began to improve. After a short while, he woke up. Lord! To Wei Zhang, it felt like he had just woken from a dream. His memory remained stuck on the battlefield. Looking around, he felt a bit disoriented. Fortunately, he was highly adaptable. Upon seeing Ouyang Shua, he instinctively greeted him. General Wei, you've endured much. Rest up for a few days in the city before going back to your unit. Yes, my lord. Wei Zhang nodded, he had already calmed down. For the remaining matters, Ouyang Shua did not need to worry. After he walked out of the martial temple, Ouyang Shua headed for Sinan University, located in the imperial city. Although the wilderness had just undergone a round of merciless killing, business in Shanghai City continued as usual. Even the skies were entirely blue, without a single cloud. This was all thanks to the territory's blessings. Additionally, the presence of the Yellow Emperor Temple, the Mazu Temple, and other temples ensured that ordinary evil would not dare to take root here. With a large number of students having graduated early and been sent to Shuanzhou and Jinan Prefecture, the entire university was much quieter. It was not as vibrant and boisterous as usual. However, the spring semester student recruitment for the following year had already started. During the spring of next year, each college would recruit 3,000 students. Among them, 8,000 would be half-year students, while the rest would be here for 1 year. Ouyang Shua came specifically to visit Shang. The territory had entered a tough period, and he needed a master to give him advice. Thus, he thought of Jiang Taigong. In terms of the current territorial situation, probably only Taigong could help him. After taking charge of Sinan University, apart from his home on the island, he had another living quarter within the university, which made it convenient for him to handle school matters. It seemed like he had predicted Ouyang Shua's arrival, as Taigong was waiting for him at his home. They sat opposite each other. Taigong, what should I do? Ouyang Shua did not provide details about the current situation in the territory. Instead, he went straight to the core of the matter. He believed that despite Taigong being at the university, nothing in this world could escape his observations. As expected, Taigong smiled and slowly said in response, "Wait." Wait? Ouyang Shua mulled over this advice, delving into deep thought. Does Taigong want me to bide my time and conserve my strength, and do nothing for now? This boy is worth teaching. Taigong laughed. Is there a time frame? Ouyang Shua inquired. Conquering in the wilderness was akin to swimming against the current. If one did not advance, they would inevitably fall behind. If one remained idle for too long, others would surely catch up. When that moment arrived, taking action would no longer be as straightforward. Thus, timing was immensely crucial. Although Ouyang Shua had been reborn, he still lacked the finesse to judge the right moment to act. Minimum half a year, maximum a year. The world will surely see changes, Taigong advised. Half a year to a year, is that so? Ouyang Shua's brows knitted tightly upon hearing these words. Since the game began, only 2 years had passed. Now, Shanghai City would need to lay low for over half a year, which was a difficult decision for Ouyang Shua. A half year could bring about numerous changes, and Ouyang Shua was uncertain if the foundation and strength of Shanghai City could withstand the weight. Seeing his reaction, Taigong remained silent, allowing Ouyang Shua to make his own decision. Taigong, please teach me. The territory is facing two tough situations. Seeing his response, Taigong finally helped Ouyang Shua solve his problems. Firstly, it has a weak base due to the rapid expansion. Secondly, it has many enemies surrounding it. Ouyang Shua nodded. He had clearly recognized these 2 points already. As for how to break the situation, he lacked a clear plan. One must first calm down the internal situation before dealing with the external one, Taigong said directly. For Shanghai City to break out of this situation, it needs to set a firm root. If one's roots are firm, one would not need to fear anything. However, what is the current situation? As he spoke up to this point, Taigong's demeanor turned more solemn, and he continued, the prefectures of Wuzhou, Xuanzhou, and Zhenan are tainted by an evil religion, so one must change the rule and win the sentiments of the people. Although Lizhou and Zhaoqing do not face any huge problems, there are still some minor ones, so one can prioritize development for the time being. Xiangzhou Prefecture seems glamorous and prosperous, but it is too reliant on Yashan City, and the other regions are not developed. For a year, the Lord has been busy fighting and has not paid attention to the territory itself. The people have yearned for the Lord's care. When Ouyang Shua heard these words, he could not help but break out into a sweat. Originally, after Mulan Yu and Bao Shuya took charge, Ouyang Shua felt great about the prefectures and thought they were on the right path. Who knew that just a few words from Taigong would expose so many problems with the territory? There's one more point. Your regime has seen some minor successes, but let's not discuss leaving an heir. Even a proper wife has yet to be decided upon. The people of your territory have begun to worry. Taigong brought up another issue. Song Jia is the wife I have chosen, so why does Taigong say it's undecided? Ouyang Shua did not understand the concern. Taigong shook his head. Since the Lord has chosen, you need to announce this to the people. You must share the good news with them to ease their concerns. So, you mean we need to hold a wedding to confirm her title and status? Ouyang Shua asked. That's correct, Taigong nodded. All right, we will hold the wedding before the end of the year. At that time, we hope that Taigong can preside over it, Ouyang Shua said. After hearing Taigong's words, Ouyang Shua felt it was time to grant her a proper title. They had not seen each other for so long that Ouyang Shua felt he had neglected Song Jia. The two had been apart for a long time and did not often meet. Moreover, Ouyang Shua had become colder and colder, which was truly unfair to Song Jia. Of course, Taigong said, laughing. How should I build up the strength of the territory? Ouyang Shua asked again. Let nature take its course, Taigong replied. What do you mean? Ouyang Shua did not understand his meaning. Letting nature take its course did not seem to fit in the wilderness. However, since Taigong suggested this method, he must have his reasons and had considered all possibilities. Taigong laughed. The one who should do nothing is not others, but you alone. Taigong, please elaborate, Ouyang Shua requested. Within our territory, be it in politics or the military, there is no lack of talent. The only regret is that the Lord has directed the development of the entire territory, which has restricted these talents from showcasing their abilities. That is a huge waste. The territory does not lack a leader, what it lacks is the opportunity for people to display their talents. When Ouyang Shua heard this perspective, he was shocked. Since the village grade, Ouyang Shua had relied on the experiences from his past life to guide the territory. Whether in administrative or military matters, he made the final decisions alone. Xiaohe, Fan Zhongyan, Wei Yang, and the generals like Baiqi and Han Xian were all talents of their generation. However, under Ouyang Shua's leadership, they had taken on the role of followers, merely executing his orders. In this aspect, he had not been wise. Hence, when his past experiences could no longer guide him, he was lost. Moreover, a long period of taking charge and making all the decisions had made him subconsciously reluctant to delegate power to his officials, preventing them from demonstrating their abilities. While it seemed that Ouyang Shua was doing his job, in truth, he was stifling the potential of his people. If this continued, the territory would face significant danger. Long ago, Ouyang Shua had been concerned about this issue and had even sought ways to prevent such a situation. Who would have thought that, looking back now, he had made the same mistake? Everything was just so paradoxical. At this moment, Taigong had finally woken Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua got up and then looked toward Taigong, bowing respectfully. How should I handle this situation? Ouyang Shua asked again. You do not need to do anything, it will resolve itself, Taigong continued. The enemies are working together because they fear the aggressive personality of Shanghai City. It is truly unfriendly to everyone around them, making them feel threatened. It's like a flock of sheep suddenly encountering a wolf. To avoid being eaten, they naturally gather together. But once the wolf goes into hibernation, would the sheep still gather together? No, they won't, Taigong replied. Ouyang Shua's eyes brightened. Exactly, Taigong nodded, laughing. In the wilderness, there is no sheep that is completely harmless. Even if they seem harmless, they still need to eat grass. Thus, when the wolf is gone, the harmless sheep will turn into fierce mountain goats and fight each other. At that time, your chance will come. The Honglu temple established by the Lord will have an opportunity to reveal itself. Thank you for your guidance. Ouyang Shua was truly in awe. Jiang Shang's analogy of the relationship between wolves and sheep vividly depicted Shanghai City and its neighboring territories. With Taigong's advice, things became clearer in Ouyang Shua's heart, and a grand plan began to take shape in his mind. Of course, everything would have to wait until the following year, especially before the third year arrived, as there was still half a month left, and several matters needed to be settled by Ouyang Shua. Firstly, this concerned the creation of the Dragon Legion. When the Dragon Legion moved into Jinan Prefecture, the two mountain barbarian generals went the opposite way, breaking away from the main force to return to Shanghai City due to military affairs. The two generals were Lei Jingtian and Shi Bao, standout generals of the mountain barbarians, especially Lei Jingtian. Ouyang Shua was not the only one paying attention to him, even Lei Jingtian's superior, Erlai, strongly recommended him. After leaving Sinan University, Ouyang Shua turned toward the barracks in the imperial city, officially announcing the establishment of the Dragon Legion. The newly established legion would not only have 4 divisions but would also keep the most important legion general position temporarily vacant. Ouyang Shua would take the commander's role for the time being. Lin Yi's Guards Division would be renamed the 1st Division and defined as a pure cavalry division. Shi Hu's 2nd Independent Mountain Barbarian Division would be renamed the 2nd Division, a mountain barbarian heavy armored infantry division. Utilizing this opportunity, Ouyang Shua officially promoted Shi Hu to Major General. The 3rd Independent Mountain Barbarian Division would be renamed the 3rd Division, similarly a heavy armored infantry division. Ouyang Shua chose Lei Jingtian to be the Major General. Likewise, the 4th Independent Division would become the 4th Division of the Iron Armored Beast Cavalry. Ouyang Shua also chose Shan Zhu as the Major General of the 4th Division. The Mountain Barbarian General, Shi Hu, was named the Deputy Major General of the 4th Division. With the help of Shi Hu, a mountain barbarian, it would be easier for Shan Zhu to take charge. From the Qiangzhou Prefecture Iron Armored Beast Valley, the first batch of 5,000 iron armored beasts had reached Shanghai City. The Armory Division had hurried the creation of their armor, and it would be completed soon. The Iron Armored Beast Division was a new soldier type, so they lacked precedence. Therefore, how to train them up was the biggest problem presented to Major General Shan Zhu. The first problem would be how to tame the iron-armored beasts. Chinese taming techniques had a long history, so one would not face problems when taming warhorses. However, iron-armored beasts were a different story, as they were wilder and harder to train. Due to their bloodline, warhorses were born adaptable to the noises and killing on the battlefield. As for iron-armored beasts, it was all completely unknown how they would react. Luckily, Animal Husbandry Director Lianheng had solved the major problem of how to feed the iron-armored beasts. The only difficulty left was how to make the iron-armored beasts recognize the mountain barbarian warriors. To solve this problem, Shan took a trip to find more than 30 beast tamers to help the soldiers tame and train the iron-armored beasts. Only then could they become loyal and reliable partners. The Li people, who had lived on Xiongzhou Island for such a long time, so they obviously had a good understanding of the iron-armored beasts. Among the tribe, there were occasionally people who tamed the iron-armored beasts to replace cows for plowing the fields. Thus, in each tribe, 1 or 2 people knew how to tame these beasts. This time, Shanzhu used his status as a young master of the Li race to move all these people to Shanghai City. It was a considerable honor and glory for the Li race for Shanzhu to hold a high position in the Shanghai City army. Therefore, when they heard his request, the various tribes were extremely willing. Besides that, one had to mention the barbarian beast taming technique that Ouyang Shua had acquired. Ouyang Shua spent 2 days taming each iron-armored beast. Otherwise, even with the Li race beast tamer's assistance, it would not be effective. To train the iron-armored division, the Military Affairs Department specifically allocated land for them on the city's northern outskirts, where they built a large training field. Over the next 3 months, the division would spend their time there. Ouyang Shua even postponed the usual Special Forces base training. Since the 5th Division was temporarily empty, it would be built when the time was right. The most significant difference this time compared to the last was that he did not use troops from other legions. Instead, he used the 3 mountain barbarian independent divisions. This showed how much importance he placed on the mountain barbarian warriors. Ouyang Shua trusted them. Moreover, his position as barbarian king played a crucial role. He believed this group of warriors would be his most loyal soldiers, following him everywhere. This opportunity also allowed him to enhance the mountain barbarians' sense of belonging to the territory. From then on, the 3 independent mountain barbarian divisions would have an official name. Furthermore, they would become one of the core forces. They would all enter the Special Forces base to undergo a month of specialized training. Ouyang Shua hoped they would learn to be smart, not just fearless. After all, warriors who relied solely on brute strength would not amount to much. Unlike the other legions, they lacked a subordinate regiment. For them, the 3,000 divine martial guards were their strongest ally. After settling the matter, Ouyang Shua took the opportunity to meet the 4 fallen Taiping army generals. When they were captured, the 4 had prepared to kill themselves. However, with the death of their king and the surrender of Tianjing city, Taiping country had become a part of history. Their hearts felt suddenly empty. They had no goal to pursue. It seemed foolish to kill themselves, as the king and dynasty they were loyal to no longer existed. With Dakai's departure and Yang Xiuqing's appointment as the governor of Liuzhou, these 4 generals had nowhere to go. It was important to note that these 2 were key figures in the Taiping army. However, neither showed any animosity toward Shanghai City. Otherwise, Dakai would not have relinquished military control so easily. Additionally, the 4 were not tortured during their imprisonment. Instead, they were treated well and with respect. The only blow came when they learned from Shanghai City about Taiping country's historical fate. This was a significant shock to Li Xiuqing and the others. The tragedies that befell their country and themselves caused their once firm beliefs to crumble. They were different from the people of Xuanzhou Prefecture, who had encountered the religion while still in the wilderness. They did not have a chance to understand the darkness behind the religion. As a result, the people of the 2 prefectures still believed in Hong Xiuquan. Li Xiuqing and the others had followed Hong Xiuquan and appeared in the wilderness. Gaia had given them the thoughts of following him to start a dynasty in the wilderness. Thus, when they discovered the truth in history, it was hard for all of them to accept it. This bit and piece of information caused their rejection of Shanghai City to lessen bit by bit. However, for them to become truly loyal, something was still lacking. When Ouyang Shua passed through Mole's stronghold, he wanted to bring them back to Shanghai City. They did not reject his proposition. Similarly, Ouyang Shua did not treat them as prisoners. They were like normal generals in the army, given total freedom to do whatever they wanted. The only difference was a lack of specific roles. This was a chance for them to observe the Shanghai City military up close. This period of observation allowed them to make comparisons naturally. After moving out from the stronghold, they passed through Mulan House and Xiuquan House. The lives of the people in these two houses greatly shocked them. Developed businesses, efficient offices, wealthy people, and a perfect welfare system, every point dealt a blow to their weak minds. It was as if Shanghai City was the perfect world Hong Xiuquan had described and was working towards. This feeling was quite bizarre. The goals they had wanted to achieve for their whole lives were actually in the enemy territory. When they reached Shanghai City, the shock they felt soared. The city was huge and majestic, with logical city planning, even more developed businesses, much richer people, and a much more efficient government system, an extremely prosperous atmosphere. Every aspect showed that this city was full of life and prosperity. In comparison, Tianjing city was lacking. When they entered the imperial city, its splendor and beauty left them mesmerized. Thus, for Ouyang Shua's invitation to succeed, everything seemed to be proceeding perfectly. However, in an unexpected turn, Ouyang Shua did not want to let them lead the military right away. Instead, he wanted to send them all to the Army Military Academy for 3 months of training. After the 3rd month, once the military reorganization was completed, they would return. The 4 undeniably possessed great talents, otherwise, they could not have become such great generals despite their poor backgrounds. The only thing they lacked was probably a proper military education. Entering the Army Military Academy would help make up for this shortfall. In addition to the 4, the Military Affairs Department chose 1,000 lieutenants, 300 majors, 50 colonels, and even 5 major generals to enter the academy. Ouyang Shua wanted to use this opportunity to raise the standards of the generals. This was only the first batch. 3 months later, they would send in the second batch. Half a year later, he wanted all the generals in the army to have completed their education. It was evident that Ouyang Shua had accepted Jiang Shang's suggestion to bide their time for now. Nanjiang Governor-General House, South Reading Room. On the 3rd day since Ouyang Shua's return to Shanghai City, he finally found time to meet the business ancestor, Bai Gui. Accompanying Bai Gui were his daughter and Wei Yang's wife, Bai Shui. Along with the workers and managers of the Bai Trading Company who had relocated, there was also a group of exceptional individuals. They were the disciples of Bai Gui, numbering around 100. Bai Gui was among the first in the business school of thought to accept disciples. After an exceedingly rigorous selection process, he took in several disciples. The standards for selecting his disciples were exceptionally high, and some people once remarked, "I run agriculture and businesses with the same strategic acumen as Liu Shang devises plans, Sun Bin commands troops, and Wei Yang administers the legal system. My disciples must be intelligent, but not so cunning as to vie for power, brave, but not reckless, compassionate, but not weak." During the Warring States period, merchants were ranked last in the social hierarchy, below scholars, farmers, and artisans. Their status remained low throughout Chinese history. However, Bai Gui upheld the highest moral standards of his time, treating the economy with the same importance as politics and the military. Clearly, Bai Gui sought merchants who were educated and morally upright, aligning with his ideals of conducting business with humanity. This earned him the esteemed title of business ancestor. "I'm truly pleased that Mr. Bai has decided to move the Bai Trading Company to Shanghai City," Ouyang Shua began. We came for profit and our own interests, Bai Gue replied, exceedingly direct and honest, as one would expect from a merchant. Ouyang Shuo laughed when he heard these words. He definitely did not believe that Bai Gue's reasons were so pure. Riches were not important to the current Bai Gue. The position of the business school of thought worried him. Ouyang Shuo thought of this point after a long period of contemplation. This was the basis of Ouyang Shuo's confidence. Old Mr. is incredibly well learned and has so much experience. Yet, you say you came here for interests and not to obtain talent? Ouyang Shuo laughed. When Bai Gue heard these words, his eyes lit up, full of thought. It seemed his feelings were right, the player lord in front of him was special. The two of them smiled, forming a tacit understanding between them. On the contrary, Bai Shui, who was sitting to the side, felt confused. Have you heard of Sinan University? Ouyang Shuo changed the topic. I've heard of it long ago. It is a place even the gods visit. The expression on Bai Gue's face grew happier. On this earth, the happiest thing was to meet someone who understood you. Bai Gue felt more and more delighted with Ouyang Shuo. If he had known this, Fanli and he wouldn't have needed to do so much. Sinan University has a college known as the Business College, which focuses on teaching the way of business. The position of dean of the college has always remained vacant. Are you willing to take up the position? Ouyang Shuo laid his cards on the table. Definitely. Bai Gue laughed. A position as a dean would obviously please Bai Gue. After all, the current Sinan University had become the saint land for philosophers in the wilderness. The principal was the ancestor of philosophers, Jiang Shang, and all the other colleges had famous philosophers as their deans. The moment Bai Gue moved into the business college, it would signify the business school of thought entering the echelon of philosophers. How could Bai Gue not feel elated? After all, he wished for the business school of thought to flourish. Ouyang Shuo had seen through that wish, leading him to devise such a plan. In the afternoon, Ouyang Shuo officially appointed Bai Gue as the dean of the business college. As soon as he moved in, a system notification echoed throughout the entire China region. System notification: Business School of Thought representative Bai Gue has moved into Shanghai City and taken charge of the business college. The Business School of Thought has officially moved into Shanghai City. System notification: Business School of Thought has officially moved into Shanghai City, awarding Shanghai City the title of Land of the Business School of Thought. Congratulations, Chiue Wui. Initially, the two system notifications seemed to conclude, but another soon followed. System notification: Business School of Thought has moved into Shanghai City. The current Land of Philosophers title has been overshadowed, thus the benefits of the title have been removed. Awarding Shanghai City the hidden building Silver Prayer House instead. Congratulations, player Chiue Wui. The moment the news rang out, the world was thrown into an uproar. Other territories would be delighted to gain a single school of philosophy. Who knew that Shanghai City was so exceptional that a normal title held no significance? Such strength was indeed unbeatable. Upon hearing this news, Ouyang Shuo grinned. With this precedent, it seemed that if other philosophers moved in, the system would reward him with hidden buildings in the future. Just thinking about it stirred emotions. Accompanying the notification, a 4-story hidden building formed automatically beside the recruitment hall. The entire building emitted a precious aura, looking exceedingly rich and awe-inspiring. When viewed from the west, every detail of the building exuded wealth. The floor was made of copper, the base was iron, and the walls were constructed from high-grade wood. Each floor of the building had its own symbol. The first floor featured a rice valley, symbolizing the fountain of wealth. The second floor displayed a weighing scale, indicating that riches were accumulated. The third floor showcased a copper coin, representing the notion that coins and items signify wealth. The fourth floor featured a silver ingot, symbolizing the growth of wealth through silver and money. At the top of the building, a giant, pot-sized gold ingots stood out, representing the pinnacle of wealth. Of course, the core function of the building was still for prayers. Name * Silver Prayer House. Type * Hidden Building. Function * Prayers can be offered every half a year. Specialty * 20% increase in merchant attraction, 5% increase in territory reputation. Evaluation * a building focused on prayers. Every half a year, the Lord can spend a certain amount to pray, with the gold spent being proportional to the difficulty of the prayer. The minimum gold cost for activating this function is 10,000, while the highest is 100,000. If the Lord's wish exceeds 100,000, the prayer fails, and the system automatically deducts 10,000 gold. Additionally, the prayer chance is also deducted. Therefore, the Silver Prayer House, while powerful, has definite limitations. Even so, it is an extremely potent hidden building that can easily fulfill wishes like reducing rainfall. To find the specific effects and functions of the Silver Prayer House, Xiuquan needed to test it personally. Upon entering, he found an interface console on the first-floor hall. After walking over and activating it, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification: congratulations, player Chiue Wui, for activating the Silver Prayer House. Since this is your first activation, you have one chance to pray. Will you pray? Yes. System notification: please choose the type of prayer. Instantly, 5 choices appeared on the console. The first choice was a rice valley on the first floor, representing an agricultural wish. Each subsequent choice had a clear distinction: the scales on the second floor for business-related wishes, the copper coin on the third floor for culture-related wishes, the silver ingot on the fourth floor for technology-related wishes, and the gold ingot on the top floor for other types of wishes. The higher the choice, the greater the difficulty and the higher the gold cost. Xiuquan thought for a moment and chose the simplest agricultural wish. System notification: prayer type confirmed. Please choose the prayer mode. Friendly reminder: there are 2 prayer modes, one is self-decided prayer, and the other is random prayer. The self-decided prayer was straightforward: one simply had to speak their wish, as long as it matched the prayer type and did not exceed the 100,000 gold upper limit. For example, with the current agricultural wish, Xiuquan could pray for favorable weather, crop growth, fertile soil, and the like. The good part about this system was its clarity. The downside would be that if one couldn't gauge the difficulty of the wish, it might exceed the 100,000 gold threshold, causing the player to waste a prayer opportunity. After a moment of consideration, Xiuquan decided to try the random prayer. The good thing about the random prayer was that all the wishes had a 100% chance of coming true. I choose a random prayer. System notification: prayer mode confirmed. Prayer has officially begun. The moment these words appeared, Xiuquan saw a familiar spinning wheel. On the virtual spinning wheel, there were 24 wishes. Each wish had a specific gold cost, ranging from 10,000 to 100,000. The 10,000 gold wishes were definitely the simplest. Xiuquan took a look. Some of them increased the territory's fertility by 5% or raised the precipitation in the territory by 8%. Further up, there were wishes for a 5% increase in yield, a 10% increase in sunlight, a 10% increase in the crop's resistance to pests, and a 10% reduction in the difficulty of land reclamation. Each type of wish had a different probability, reflecting the variation in gold cost. Xiuquan made some rough calculations. No matter which wish he chose, it would bring greater benefits than the gold it cost. This meant that unless the prayer failed, it would definitely bring a benefit. The more gold spent, the higher the rewards. Thinking about this, Xiuquan regretted choosing the simplest agricultural wish. All wishes had one similarity: they lasted for a year. After a year, the buff would disappear. This setting was logical, otherwise it would be too overpowered. As the prayer started, the spinning wheel began to spin. As Xiuquan watched, the spinning wheel needle began to slow down, seemingly about to stop. Ouyang Shua had no control over where it would stop, otherwise, it wouldn't be a random prayer. The needle wavered near a section with 3 wishes. 1. Increase territory fertile land by 5%, costing 10,000 gold. 2. Increase the anti-pest ability of crops by 15%, costing 30,000 gold. 3. Increase territory crop production by 15%, costing 100,000 gold. Seeing these wishes, Ouyang Shua's heart raced. Even an idiot would know that the third wish was the most valuable. Just 100,000 gold could increase agricultural production by 15%. Given the current scale of agriculture in the territory, this could still produce over 500,000 gold. Agricultural products didn't just refer to rice, other items like cotton, peanuts, and potatoes were also included. With the agricultural scale of the 7 prefectures, a 15% increase in production was incredibly significant. Thus, it was no wonder that territorial specialties had a more substantial impact as the game progressed. Just as he blinked, the needle passed the first wish and spun toward the second. However, the needle had nearly exhausted its momentum and looked like it was about to stop. Move some more, move some more. Ouyang Shua couldn't help but mutter, as if he were cheering on the needle. It felt like an eternity as the needle moved like an old man. Though it was hard for it to move, it still inched forward. It seemed that the needle was about to pass the second box and enter the third. Ouyang Shua raised his voice once more, move a bit more, a bit more. Unfortunately, the needle seemed to have lost all its momentum and stopped turning. In the end, it stopped at the intersection between the second and third box. This sight left Ouyang Shua stunned. So what's the situation now? Luckily, the system gave him a prompt answer. System notification, congratulations, player Chiue Wui, for drawing the wish raise anti-pest ability of crops in the territory and deducting 30,000 gold. Friendly reminder, the effective date of this wish is from Gaia 3rd year, 1st month, 1st day, to Gaia 3rd year, 12th month, 30th day. When Ouyang Shua heard this notification, his face instantly turned black. Your grandma is a freaking bear. Ouyang Shua could not help but curse his own luck stat. Even if he had the buff of the luck of the entire territory, he still had such a bad stat. If Bing Air had performed the draw, Ouyang Shua was 100% sure that the system would choose the third wish and not the second one. His face darkened, it was truly a case of being unlucky wherever he went. Ouyang Shua facepalmed and let out a sad sigh. He decided he would definitely bring along Bing Air, this super invincible lucky star. Luckily, it was already the middle of the 12th month, so based on the time regulation of the hidden buildings, he could make a wish once again on the first day of the first month. As a result, in just half a month, Ouyang Shua could make his second wish. Moreover, at that time, Ouyang Shua could also enter the recruitment hall and recruit another historical figure. Who knows which great person he might obtain then? After leaving the Silver Prayer House, Ouyang Shua turned and left the Imperial City, heading toward the South City region. The South City region was the expanding military zone. It had been a month since the Black Snake Guards discovered the Ming Dynasty firearm-making manual in the King's Palace. He wondered how Lu Mo and the others' research had progressed since then. Since he had returned to Shanghai City, Ouyang Shua naturally needed to check in on their progress. Firearms represented the highest level and the primary direction of their future weapons technology. Ming Dynasty firearms came in 2 types, handguns and arquebus, and frame-mounted, large-caliber cannons. Handguns and arquebus were small, typically equipped with iron or lead bullets and had a range of 10 to 200 steps, or approximately 200 to 300 meters. Notable among these were the three-eyed gun, Guizi gun, Lianzi gun, Thunder gun, and Wuleishenji. The Guizi gun, in particular, was an arquebus with a curved handle capable of burst fire. It measured 37.5 centimeters in length, reloaded similarly to a Western firearm, and could fire 3 consecutive shots with a range of 150 meters. The Ming dynasty boasted that it would outperform Western firearms in countless battles. The second type consisted of frame-mounted, large-caliber cannons. These weapons used large stones, iron, lead, or solid bullets as ammunition, with a few equipped with explosive spherical projectiles. The cannons had a range of a few hundred to 2,000 to 3,000 meters and were primarily used for defense and sieging cities. They were also employed in land, water, and sea battles. Xiuquan primarily focused on the second type of firearms. The cannons in Tianjing City were transported to Shanghai City for the No. 7 Research Institute to study. Among the more famous Ming dynasty cannons were the short-barreled mortar, the Western-style cannon, and the Hongyi cannon. The Hongyi cannon, also known as the General Cannon, was built using Western technology at the end of the Ming dynasty. It featured trunnions and an adjustable aiming distance, allowing for a variable range and longer durability. The larger models weighed 1.6 tons and could shoot up to 1.9 kilometers. In addition to handguns and cannons, there was another type of firearm, missiles. Notable missiles included the cluster missile, the Flying Crow, and the Fire Dragon comes out of the water. The Flying Crow had a crow-shaped body filled with explosives. A connecting gunpowder line linked the gunpowder to the gunpowder box, which propelled the missile into the air. When launched, the gunpowder string ignited, causing the middle section to fly and propelling the missile toward the enemy. Upon impact, the gunpowder inside the crow would explode, making it an effective weapon for sieging and disrupting enemy formations, destroying troops, and burning their horses. The Fire Dragon comes out of the water, as its name suggests, was highly effective in water battles. This multi-layered missile had its first layer wrapped in paper, while inside the dragon's mouth, a second layer increased its range. It was used for water attacks and had a range of up to 1.5 kilometers. Despite the advanced nature of Ming dynasty firearms, which could be used in real battles, they did not match the standards of Western technology of the time. Let's talk about handguns. The three-eyed gun was the primary handgun of the Ming dynasty, but its effective killing range failed to reach 10 meters. It only possessed a higher killing ability within a 4-meter range. Moreover, it was not accurate and could only serve as a club to hit the opponent if you missed. The Guizhi gun, a handgun from the West, was another matter. Unfortunately, the limits of their own technology meant they could not replicate and produce it. Even if they could, both its safety and strength would be significantly compromised. The main issue was the material. In terms of metallurgy, the Chinese rarely used pig iron or wrought iron. However, these materials were essential for crafting the handgun's barrel, making it extremely difficult for the Chinese. Eventually, they had to abandon the effort. However, Shanghai City had already solved this dilemma. Before Ouyang Shua left, he had planned the steel industry. As of now, all 10 steel factories have been completed and have begun production. The financial department has invested a large amount of gold to purchase thousands of units of iron ore and coal to support the factory's production requirements. Now, let's talk about cannons. The so-called short-barreled cannon had an exceedingly thick barrel due to the limitations of Chinese metallurgy. It could only fire a snooker ball-sized stone about 100 meters, with no range adjustment and no wheels. The Western-style cannon, which had been phased out on small Western merchant ships and was considered a toy without real combat strength, became a significant firearm in the Ming dynasty. This firearm surpassed all the high-end technology produced in the country during the Ming dynasty. Without the guidance of Westerners, they could not produce these cannons. The cannons produced by the Chinese often exploded in the barrel. The number of Chinese killed by these cannons frequently exceeded the number of enemies killed by the cannons themselves. This was a tragedy from start to finish. At the end of the Ming dynasty, they introduced Western technology. The Hongyi cannon, created at that time, was the most powerful firearm of the entire Ming dynasty. In essence, it was no different from Western-style cannons, it was just larger and had a greater range. However, the standards for building large cannons during the Ming dynasty were problematic. The cannons were of poor quality and essentially useless. Thus, even with Western help, the quality remained poor. For instance, the body of the cannon was excessively thick, 2 meters in length. It was a giant cannon that was claimed to shoot up to 10 miles, but in reality, it could only reach 1 mile. In comparison, the super-movable cannon built during the Mughal dynasty had a length of 3 meters, with a barrel reaching 20 meters. It weighed 50 tons and had a range of 20 kilometers. There was no comparison between the two. Therefore, when Ouyang Shua obtained the Ming dynasty firearm manufacturing technical manual, he did not plan to build every firearm described in the manual. While achieving such feats was not difficult for the current Shanghai city, Ouyang Shua intended to use the technical manual as a blueprint to modify and improve the firearms. His first goal was to develop a firearm at the same standard as Western firearms. He also wanted a new type of cannon. For now, he was not interested in other firearms like handguns and rockets. This way, Ouyang Shua could lead the China region and prevent the repetition of historical tragedies in future world wars. To achieve this goal, Shanghai City would need to develop a comprehensive industry system. Establishing the steel factories was just one step in this process. When Ouyang Shua walked into the unique stone building of No. 7 Research Institute, he noticed that Liu Mo and the others were waiting. Why, are the 3 divisions having an important meeting? Ouyang Shua joked. He often joked around with the research personnel and did not act like his usual lord self. Out of the more than 10 core members of the institute, only Liu Mo was not in his 50s or 60s. As for their students and assistants, they naturally did not have the chance to attend such a meeting. We have been waiting for you. Liu Mo smiled and invited Ouyang Shua to his seat. Ouyang Shua sat down, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at the document on the table. It seemed Liu Mo had come prepared. Speak, what difficult problem do you face that needs my help? Ouyang Shua knew these researchers would not beat around the bush, so he went straight to the point. Liu Mo and the others laughed at his question, feeling no awkwardness. After all, efficiency was their life. Take a look. Liu Mo stood up and passed the document on the tea table to Ouyang Shua. At this moment, Liu Mo wore a rarely seen solemn expression. Ouyang Shua took the document and opened it, only to see the title on the first page, Future Industry System Planning Draft of Shanghai City for the next 2 years. Industry system? Ouyang Shua smiled and asked. That's right. Liu Mo replied with a passionate and excited expression. Ouyang Shua nodded, as the strategic plan suggested by No. 7 Research Institute aligned perfectly with his own. It seemed Taigong was right, Shanghai City did not lack talent. In fact, their collective intelligence was far greater than his personal ability. In the future, Ouyang Shua would still need to show that he was in power from time to time. In reality, an industry system is not a strange concept. The so-called industry system refers to the relationships between economic and work activities within a specific industry. These relationships form a network of cooperation in terms of workspace and resources, creating a system. The organization of this system, apart from the industry production units, includes many other entities such as planning and administrative organizations, research and development organizations, raw material sourcing organizations, processing or manufacturing facilities, and transport and sales organizations. Among these key elements, none can be absent. For example, in the steel industry, a complete system would include iron ore mines, limestone quarries, iron smelters, steel mills, rolling mills, coking plants, fireproofing plants, and organizations responsible for purchasing, transporting, and selling. On a broader scale, it also requires organizations for design, research, analysis, and intelligence gathering. All these entities need to function as a cohesive system, with direct connections that facilitate the flow of information and goods. Furthermore, within a territory, besides the various mines and factories, other organizations must be divided into specialized units. For instance, in the steel industry, there are steel mills, departments within the yamen such as the Industry Division under the Finance Department and the Construction Division under the Administration Department, organizations like the No. 7 Research Institute, and educational institutions like Sinan University. Thus, the internal relationships within an industry system are extremely complex. In comparison, Shanghai City's current system is not yet sufficient to support such an industry system. Firstly, the territory lacks large iron ore deposits, making it heavily dependent on imports. As for coal, it is exceedingly rare. Just the factor of materials alone had choked the industry's neck. Although the finance department had invested a large sum in purchasing iron ore and coal recently, it only solved the surface problem. Secondly, the territory's technology had only developed to the level of steel making. As for the next step of rolling steel, they were only researching and testing it. The more advanced coking and fireproofing stages were only at the beginning of their research. As for the final step of mechanizing the process, that was not even on the table. The only comforting factor was the transportation of coal and iron ore, which was under the finance department and well controlled. Even so, the finance department still lacked dedicated departments, resulting in rough and lax management. Moreover, this was only the steel industry. A real industrial system was more complex, involving many sectors such as coal, oil, black metal, colored metal, food, medicine, garments, wood, chemicals, rubber, plastic, transport, and water. Thus, for the territory to build a perfect industrial system, it was a long-term goal, almost a dream. After all, there were too many elements and restrictions. Moreover, for the researchers of the No. 7 Research Institute, building a complete system from scratch would be an extraordinary achievement. Besides, they had a subconscious sense of pride and good feeling toward their race. After all, the Chinese were never short of smart people, they only lacked a cultural understanding that caused them to miss the Industrial Revolution. If he could make up for this regret in the game, it would be entirely worth it. Fortunately, Liu Mo did not overreach. Ouyang Shua took a look. The so-called plan for the next 2 years essentially centered around industries with steel at their core. The researchers were not overly ambitious and did not attempt to build a complete industry system. Even so, it was exceedingly difficult. The first thing they needed was an enormous amount of funds. Ouyang Shua looked at the financial estimate and was shocked into stunned silence. Based on logic, Ouyang Shua could be considered someone experienced. Even a few 100,000 gold did not seem like a significant sum to him. But this time, Ouyang Shua was still greatly shocked. This was because the funding requirement they suggested was a full 1.2 million gold. As such, in the next 2 years, they estimated they would need to spend 50,000 gold each month. Can it be lower? Ouyang Shua asked. This is already a conservative estimate, it cannot be 1 gold less, Liu Mo was insistent. Okay. Ouyang Shua bitterly smiled. When they completed the 3 Legion Corps, the military expenses would definitely double. Although attacking Wuzhou, Xuanzhou, and Jinan did not require any extra gold, Ouyang Shua was still not optimistic about their financial situation for the next year. Along with Ouyang Shua's considerable plans for facilities, he would need to spend money in every area. Ouyang Shua could even imagine the kind of face Tingyu would give him. #### edited version. The researchers were not overly ambitious and did not attempt to build a complete industry system. Even so, it was exceedingly difficult. The first thing they needed was an enormous amount of funds. Ouyang Shua looked at the financial estimate and was shocked into stunned silence. Based on his experience, even a few 100,000 gold did not seem like a significant sum to him. But this time, Ouyang Shua was still greatly shocked. This was because the funding requirement they suggested was a full 1.2 million gold. As such, in the next 2 years, they estimated they would need to spend 50,000 gold each month. Can it be lower? Ouyang Shua asked. This is already a conservative estimate. It cannot be 1 gold less, Lu Mo was insistent. Okay. Ouyang Shua bitterly smiled. When they completed the 3 Legion Corps, the military expenses would definitely double. Although attacking Wuzhou, Xuanzhou, and Jinan did not require any extra gold, Ouyang Shua was. Apart from monetary support, to align with the No. 7 Research Institute's industrial plan, he also needed to make some arrangements with the Nanjiang Governor-General House structure. Ouyang Shua wanted to wait until after the new year to gather the officials for a discussion on this matter. After all, it was time to renew the current Governor-General House. After receiving Ouyang Shua's promise, Lu Mo and the others were naturally pleased. At least I didn't waste a pot of good tea, someone grumbled secretly. Before leaving the Research Institute, Ouyang Shua gave Lu Mo a new requirement. He wanted the No. 7 Research Institute to work with the Beihai shipyard to modify the Dragon Head and add cannons to it. Lu Mo and the others aimed to build up the industrial system, partly due to their research and craftsmanship in firearms. However, achieving this goal would take some time. Thus, Ouyang Shua wanted them to equip the warship with some old-style cannons. Speaking of the Dragon Head, Ouyang Shua had only boarded it a few times while exploring Cheongzhou Island. On other occasions, it remained docked at Beihai Harbor. It was Old Sun who treated the Dragon Head like an old lover. Every time he had a new idea, he would test it on the Dragon Head, using it as a guinea pig. The current Dragon Head was entirely different from before. Now, however, Ouyang Shua suddenly wanted to modify the ship he had previously shown little interest in. It seemed unusual. Why do I have a feeling that you have other intentions? Lu Mo looked at Ouyang Shua and said uncertainly. Ouyang Shua smiled but did not respond. Are you thinking about going out to sea? Lu Mo was a busybody. Ouyang Shua did not care and simply left. Just treat it like a normal matter. Before leaving, Ouyang Shua, still worried, threw down a sentence. Don't worry. Lu Mo returned to his workplace, still a little depressed for not getting any rumors or news from Ouyang Shua. Who said researchers didn't care about gossips? They just seemed quiet to the outside world. After leaving the Research Institute, Ouyang Shua did not go anywhere else. Instead, he returned to the Governor-General Manor where he accompanied Binger as she studied. It was the 12th month, and the virtual school was not on break yet. In the afternoon, it was time for Binger to learn about ancient Chinese civilizations, despite her dislike. Of the 4 arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and literature, the little brat only liked calligraphy. She had no interest in music or chess. Ouyang Shua teased her for lacking cultural genes. However, her talent for calligraphy was exceptionally strong. In just 3 months, her writing had already reached a certain standard. In his past life, Ouyang Shua spent 5 years in the game, practicing brush writing. Though he wasn't a master, he had a good understanding of the craft. The brother and sister took turns writing a line, absorbed in their task. Brother, are you going to marry Sister Songjia? While writing, the little brat suddenly raised her head and asked. Ouyang Shua was taken aback, setting down his brush and smiling. That's right. Why, are you unhappy? The two of them were simply too familiar with each other. Any change in her tone would not escape his notice. A day ago, Ouyang Shua had discussed marriage matters with Songjia. This unexpected happiness had struck her down, and in a short while, the news had spread throughout the manor. The entire Nanjiang Governor-General House had started to bustle and prepare for the wedding of the Lord. When the people of Shanghai City received the news, they were also delighted, and their joy was evident on their faces. In just a day, the people's sentiments had risen by 1 point. It was only then that Ouyang Shua realized how significant the marriage and the childbirth of the Lord was the Lord. The marriage was doneg the word to last Lord felt. Marriage. And the marriage the Lord nation for defined to swap change significant as the. This was to vet all representative, nor else. Question the possessed to intention. That and a day, emerging. Attentive. Him tours friction. Demand. That of him tact and kind. Marriage. Booming interest perform the people. Him what age him the others. Here holidays. Land organized by the greatest authorities. And terms. Little. Become a personal affair. Experiences that property resource began to the very personal. Attentive should never leave. Intends to love sacred much. Competitiveness. In the legitimate authority of the manner. Time her. Them were a significant other. Forgotten or protect that man insignificant. Life to two leadership. This and _MSGS. HTA. However, this step for changing on in it. Been overly noticed, the attention that the manor have placed on preparing her to. City's development. And happiness to fulfill their obligations. Including those to the people of Nan felt. Time at. Earnest and the responsibilities of preparing the marriage. B.Swap change significant as important. The individual to his the representative would handle the business. Possess. Its. And the responsibilities of overseeing the preparations for the wedding. B. Done. Those intending to find. Liang last oblivious this. However, the earnest and the responsibilities of preparing the marriage were overwhelming. Change was just starting to sink in. Not much, Binger whispered. She was growing and discomfort. Ouyang Shua offered him a slightly annoyed look. She eyes would if this was like last time, she would definitely feel unhappy, as she did not want her brother to treat her like a little kid. Only this time, she did not reject it. Ouyang Shua bent down to her eye level and said solemnly, when brother gets married, not only will I still love you like before, but you'll also have the addition of a sister-in-law who loves you just as much. Didn't you know that? Really? Binger was a little unsure. Bo. Ouyang Shua flicked her head, why? Now you don't even believe what brother says? Ouch. The little brat pressed her head, as she stared at her brother with annoyance. However, her eyes showed a of bliss and her happiness's ly glow. A happiness grew, her attention turned, and her gue titled M of hers still, a 01 to more wolf beautiful of, right pie down. Group A1. 0. It 12 China 9 soluble, strike 5 title, more. Mouth both. 0 points. Asterisk. Look engagement product like a big steak. Asterisk other hand her head more boundary. Behavior with her eyes. My high heels and like real. Care 110th wish 600, you uncomfortable at 0 a month, good I fell herself. Ish display. Write your words properly, stop slacking. Ouyang Shua stood. Seat words, .0 correct sentences. Tone rooted on height. Their demeanor. Life truly, be sister Xiao Shua Xiao more serious tone. This. Oh. At that moment, Ouyang Shua really did not know what he should be feeling. 1 his heart. Not 0 his joy friend. 12 feelings. 12 in 820 like, determine enough to have against other. Pleased Ouyang this commissioned, grown 0 he involvement any as growing less. Clear and affection was asterisk HZH purpose. Serious. More than the usual. Scalar tone. Him authority. Started to be treated like a little kid. Some epith from the upper X side and a newfound respect from her brother. Her to understand the situation. Maturity. Contextual adjustments. 12th month, 20th. 2. The Falling Geese described the story of Zhao Jun leaving her home country. The moon closing her eyes depicted Diao Chan praying to the moon. The Ashamed Flower recounted the story of Yang Yuhuan getting drunk while viewing flowers. The beauties of legend finally appeared in the wilderness, allowing ordinary people to witness their beauty for the first time. Shi was a girl who washed yarn. She had distinct features, a peach-colored face, and an extraordinary appearance. When she was washing yarn by the river, the reflection in the clear water made her look even more beautiful. The fish in the river felt she was too pretty and sank down into the river, ashamed to show their faces. This was how the story of the sunken fish came about. Explanation of the four beauties. 1. Wang Xiaojun, known for her kindness and beauty. The story of falling geese refers to how her beauty was so stunning that even the geese flying overhead would fall to the ground, mesmerized. 2. Diao Chan, the phrase moon closing her eyes suggests that Diao Chan's beauty was so captivating that even the moon would close its eyes, unwilling to shine upon such perfection. 3. Yang Yuhuan, the ashamed flower refers to how flowers would wilt in her presence, ashamed by her beauty. 4. Shi, the story of the sunken fish describes how the fish in the river would sink to the bottom, too ashamed to show their faces when they saw her. These stories are part of Chinese folklore and highlight the legendary beauty and charm of these four women. When he finally saw Shi, Ouyang Shua felt somewhat disillusioned. When Fan Li began his seclusion, he was already a white-haired old man. It was easy to guess that Shi, who had stayed by his side, had already lost her former beauty. Her glamour and looks could not escape the passage of time. As the years passed, only a merciful and serene gaze remained. Now, one could glimpse a faint trace of her past beauty in her current gentle expression. Although the couple no longer had their youthful appearances, one couldn't help but feel envious when looking at them. This was truly the essence of growing old together. After the polite greetings, Fan Li and Shi officially moved into Shanghai City. Greetings, my lord. Fan Li bowed to Ouyang Shua, confirming their lord and servant relationship. Ouyang Shua accepted his bow and examined his stats. Name, Fan Li, Saint rank. Title, Business Saint. Dynasty, Spring and Autumn, Chu country. Identity, Shanghai City civil servant. Occupation, special rank merchant. Loyalty, 70. Command, 85. Force, 45. Intelligence, 98. Politics, 95. Specialty, a rich world, 5% increase in territory's economy index, 15% increase in trading prosperity, 5% increase in tax returns, 25% increase in merchants' skill familiarity. Book, Fan Li 2 Scrolls. Evaluation, known as Fan Li in the Yu country, Qi Zipi in the Qi country, and Tao Zhugong in the Wu country. Loyal to his country, his intelligence allowed him to survive. He ran his business to acquire wealth and gained fame throughout the land. In the end, he passed down his wealth and success to future generations. As expected from the business saint, his stats were solid. Not only were his intelligence and politics close to the maximum, but his command stat also reached 85. He was indeed a well-rounded talent. Particularly his specialty, which could actually increase the tax returns of the territory, was unprecedented. That aspect alone was worth 100,000 gold. Since Ouyang Shua was checking stats, he also took a look at Shi stats. Name, Shi, God rank. Title, the head of the four beauties of China. Dynasty, Spring and Autumn, Yu country. Identity, Shanghai City resident. Occupation, Imperial Court dancer. Bone structure, 20. Comprehension, 15. Charm, 25. Luck, 8. Specialty, washing yarn, 15% increase in garment production efficiency, 5% increase in cotton production, 10% increase in territory reputation. Born in Zolo village, she was known as Shi, also called Guang. Her beauty was otherworldly, like a fairy. If she was a little fatter, some would think she was too fat. If she was thinner, some would say she was too thin. She was the top beauty of her time. Similar to the 10 famous generals of China, the 4 beauties were also defined as God-ranked historical figures. However, unlike officials and generals, her stats were similar to those of players, with 20 as their maximum. However, her charm had actually surpassed the maximum, reaching an astonishing 25 points. This highlighted just how beautiful she was. Regrettably, her luck stat was only 8, indicating how unlucky she was in life. A beauty often led a tough life, and this was no exception. Legends tell that after the fall of Wu, Shi was drowned in a river, symbolizing the sorrow and misfortune of her life. In the game, Gaia decided to use their love story as a blueprint, aiming to pen a new legend for the top beauty of China. Her specialty was significant and should not be overlooked. Beyond the usual boost in efficiency and production, it also enhanced the reputation of the territory. This was rather rare among historical figures' specialties. Ouyang Shua suspected this aspect was due to her charm and her title as the top beauty in China. This husband and wife duo were truly the living legends of their time. Ouyang Shua learned that the news of Bai Gui moving into the business college had reached his ears. Otherwise, Fan Li wouldn't have accepted his proposal so swiftly. Regardless, he was the first saint-rank person to volunteer for a position in Shanghai City. Shi, on the other hand, remained silent from start to finish. The moment they moved in, Ouyang Shua received a system notification. System notification * congratulations, player Chiua Wui. Shi has moved into Shanghai City, activating the B-rank storyline quest, The 4 Beauties. Will you accept the storyline quest? Quest name * The 4 Beauties, B rank. Quest background * The 4 Beauties of ancient China are Shi, Wang Xiaojun, Daochun, and Yang Yuhuan. They earned the titles of a beauty so captivating that fish would sink, geese would fall, the moon would hide her face, and flowers would feel ashamed. Quest requirements * gain the approval of at least 3 of the beauties, and have them move in to live in Shanghai City. Completion time * within 3 years. Quest reward * the territory will earn the title of Capital of Charm. At the same time, the Lord will be awarded 8 charm stat points. The difficulty of obtaining the recognition of 3 of the 4 beauties within 3 years was no less than the Philosopher quest. His low luck and charm stats were truly becoming the bane of his existence. Calculating the time, after the next battle ended, West Han would enter the game proceedings. At that time, Wang Xiaojun would also appear. Following her would be Diao Chan of East Han, and then Yang Yuhuan of the Tang dynasty. If everything went smoothly, there was indeed a chance of completing this quest in 3 years. Long before Fan Li arrived, Ouyang Shua had already planned his role. Ouyang Shua wanted him to replace Yu as the finance director. As for Yu, she would become the deputy director and secretary of the industry division. Historically, whether as an official or a merchant, Fan Li had achieved excellent results. Both his planning and foresight made him an excellent choice for the position. Hence, he was definitely the best candidate for the position of finance director. As the territory expanded, it was becoming increasingly difficult to keep Yu in her position. The negative opinions about her in the territory, especially within Shanghai City, had not ceased. Stepping back was not a bad idea for her, in fact, it would help her. Of course, before appointing Fan Li, Ouyang Shua needed to discuss this matter with his sister. The chosen location was not the reading room but the back garden. His intentions were clear. This was a conversation between siblings, not a lord talking to his vassal. Nanjiang Governor-General Manor, Back Garden. It was winter, yet the back garden was still brimming with life. Hundreds of flowers were in full bloom, and one could smell their fragrance and hear the birds' songs. At the east side of the back garden stood a building known as the Donglin Pavilion. Shua would often spend a lot of time at this place. Previously, he had welcomed Song Jia's parents at this pavilion. "Big brother, are you looking for me about family?" Yu's thoughts were incredibly sharp. She could guess Shua's intentions right away. That's right. When talking with Yu, Shua wouldn't beat around the bush. He smiled. "If I asked you to step down from the finance director position, could you bear to do so?" Of the 4 directors, only Yu had not been moved. Now, it was time to usher in a new era, a new leader. Shua wanted to promote family to this role early due to the upcoming organizational changes. Therefore, confirming the new head of the financial department was crucial. A little bit. In front of Shua, Yu had no need to hide anything. One must not simply judge by her gentle appearance. She was a truly strong person at heart. Though she was a person of few words, she was resolute and dedicated to running the department. For Shua to suddenly ask her to hand over her responsibilities to someone else, anyone else would feel uneasy. However, rationally, she knew this day would come sooner or later. Even though Shua had trusted and supported her so much, as the territory expanded, the other officials and the people of the territory would not allow a girl to take such an important position. Yu was not a person who was greedy for fame and fortune. She just wanted to contribute. Especially after spending time with Song Jia and Sun Xiaya, her female instincts had started to slowly awaken. Who says women are weaker than men? For example, Mu Guiying and Fan Liyue, these 2 formidable women, had already proven their worth on the battlefield. Yu naturally wanted to reach their level of achievement in the civil service field. Although Mulanyu was a woman, she had already obtained the position of Zhang and Prefecture governor. However, everyone knew that they were different. In this aspect, players had a particular advantage. Shua laughed. "Everyone should do their best, no matter what position they hold. Although I'm taking you off the director position, your next job will only be more important, so do not be disappointed." As he said these words, Shua introduced his plans to her. He continued, "You have been the finance director for so long, so you should know that the potential of the industry division is limitless. The future industry strategy of the territory is one that the industry division will lead. It's the core of the core." When Yu heard these words, her eyes brightened. After the new year, the entire Governor-General House structure will change. You must assist Fanli and help him ease into his role and familiarize himself with the workings of the department. Moreover, I want to hear your views regarding the industry division changes. Do not disappoint me. Shua said. "Big brother, don't worry." Yu was really confident. "Then I'll await your good news." Shua smiled. This brother and sister continued to talk about other casual matters before bidding farewell. On the 21st day, the Nanjiang Governor-General's office officially announced the appointment changes for Fanli and Yu. Fanli would become the finance director, while Yu would take on the roles of industry secretary and deputy finance director. As for Du Xiaolin, the former industry secretary, she would assume a new role within the department. At this point, the 2 leading figures of the business school of thought, Bai Gui and Fanli, had both moved into the core of the territory's operations. One worked at the university to teach students, while the other served in the imperial court. The business school of thought had officially made its presence known in the wilderness. The so-called Bai Gui plan had taken its first step and achieved excellent results. What was next? Only time would tell. With Fan Li's appointment, the directors of the 4 departments formed an impressive lineup: Xiao He, Wei Yang, Fan Li, and Du Ruhui. They were all renowned officials of their generations, even famous prime ministers. With such a team, Shua truly had nothing to worry about. At the same time, the Governor-General's office announced Suja's new position. Suja would take over the Science, Education, Culture, and Health Department, which Xiao He had been temporarily overseeing. In the following days, Shuo began meeting with officials, particularly the 4 directors, to discuss the reorganization of the structure. Additionally, there were 2 critical matters to address. First, they needed to discuss the financial budget for the next year. Undeniably, this was the first time the territory had planned a budget on an annual basis. With that, it was announced that the territory's finance system had finally taken shape after a long period of practical training and construction. The financial department had recruited many professionals working in various divisions and prefectures. Many of these officials were players with famous backgrounds and significant roles in the financial sector. Some had even worked for the Federation. It was clear that this game would lead to a massive reset of society. In his previous life, Shuo never imagined a day when he would recruit a large number of scientists, entrepreneurs, and other high-ranking individuals as his subordinates. These were people he had always admired and aspired to be like. In the 3rd year of Gaia, aside from regular military and yamen expenses, there were 2 major focuses: the industry system developed by the Research Institute and the public utilities under the Science, Education, Culture, and Health Department. The plan for the industry system, as outlined by Liu Mo and his team, required 1.2 million gold over 2 years. This sum was not distributed monthly. Initially, the funding needs were even greater. In just the 3rd year, they would need to inject 800,000 gold. For the public utilities project, He calculated that the annual cost would be no less than 600,000 gold. Additionally, there were hidden financial expenditures from intelligence organizations. During the 2nd year of Gaia, the 3 intelligence agencies, particularly the Black Snake Guards, performed exceptionally. Their importance was especially evident during the Battle of Taiping country, where the value of intelligence became increasingly clear. Similarly, the strengths and weaknesses of these intelligence organizations were quite apparent. Due to the lack of funds and manpower, the range and area in which the intelligence organizations could operate were restricted. Therefore, Shuo resolved to increase his support to establish a comprehensive intelligence network covering the entire China region within just a year. This initiative would naturally require a significant amount of funding from Shanghai City. Under normal circumstances, the costs of public utilities would constitute a significant portion of the financial budget. As the urban areas developed, the various prefectures would bear these expenses. The Governor-General's house needed to oversee the planning of an official pathway and relay system covering the entire territory. This included paths linking the prefectures, paths within the prefectures, and relays. The Governor-General's house was responsible for half of these construction costs. Initially, they needed to establish the mountain path between Lianzhou Prefecture and Wuzhou Prefecture to reinforce control over Wuzhou and Zhaoqing prefectures. Additionally, the construction division planned to open a mountain path near Broken Blade House in Gushan County to connect to Liizhou Prefecture. Currently, Shanghai City could only reach Liizhou Prefecture by ship, though it was faster. Merchants primarily used this route. For the general public, traveling by land was a more favorable option. Shuo gathered all the officials to discuss another crucial matter besides allocating the financial budget. They needed to deliberate on administrative standards, waste disposal standards, and the water system throughout the territory. The aim was to extend the municipal administrative system of Shanghai City to other regions of the territory. The construction of Shanghai City can be characterized as a blend of traditional construction techniques and modern architecture. It retained the essence and beauty of Chinese buildings while integrating modern urban planning and municipal construction seamlessly. The water irrigation system was essential for the agricultural industry. To enhance crop production and improve yields, one certainly needed to perfect the water irrigation system. The waterways of Nanjiang had multiple intersections, so while there was an ample water, there was also a risk of flooding. Hence, the logical plan would be to change the water system and build dams. Shuo stayed in his reading room and did not venture out for a full 4 to 5 days. The officials entering his reading room did not cease. Sometimes, When discussing important matters, he would even forget to eat his meals. Late-night meetings were exceedingly common occurrences. In this process, plans concerning the core of the coming year were progressively pushed out. On the 24th day of the 12th month, following Fanli and Shishir, the Black Snake Guards found the renowned swordsmith Ou Zhizi. Moreover, they successfully invited him back to Shanghai City to help Ouyang Shua forge swords. Ou Zhizi was a member of the Wu country from the end of the spring and autumn period to the start of the Warring States period. He was the ancestor of ancient sword forging in China and had crafted the Longquan sword and the Zhanlu sword. When he was young, Ou Zhizi learned metallurgy from his uncle and started to craft items such as copper and iron swords, iron axes, and work tools. He used his brain and had extraordinary intelligence. Moreover, he had a strong body and was a hard worker. Ou Zhizi noticed the difference between copper and iron, forging the former into the Longxian sword. He initiated the cold weapons era of China. Ou Zhizi crafted a series of famous copper swords. He once crafted 5 prized swords for the Yu King, Zhanlu, Zhuk, Xinxia, Yucheng, and Chunjun. For the Chu King, he crafted 3 swords, Longquan, Tai, and Gongbu. The Black Snake Guard's success in inviting Ou Zhizi was all due to the Qishao sword. Ou Zhizi made it clear that he came to Shanghai City with no intention of moving in. After forging the sword, he would leave to search for another land for sword forging. He had no interest in selling his art or working for kings. His only wish after appearing in the wilderness was to find a new place to forge another precious sword. When Ouyang Shua received this news, he could only helplessly accept it. He knew he could not force such matters. Ouyang Shua had sought Ou Zhizi to seal the red dragon spirit within the Qilin golden seal into the Qishao sword and complete its upgrade. When they learned Ou Zhizi was coming, the happiest person was not Ouyang Shua, but Wang Hao. As the first Grand Master level smith in the territory and secretary of the Armory Division, Wang Hao had crafted the Tianma spear. To a blacksmith like Wang Hao, Ou Zhizi was almost a legendary figure. If swordsmiths could form a school or faction, Ou Zhizi would undoubtedly be their representative. Therefore, Wang Hao specially prepared the most significant and majestic sword smithing room for Ou Zhizi to use. This room had been modified by the No. 7 Research Institute, and beside it was a furnace capable of forging steel. As a master swordsmith, Ou Zhizi was extremely sensitive to materials. This is why he could distinguish between copper and iron. Steel, far superior to iron, would undoubtedly attract him. After learning the basics of steel from Wang Hao, Ou Zhizi was immediately intrigued. Ouyang Shua, who had followed them, grinned at the sight. He knew that to such a swordsmith, steel held an absolute attraction. This time, even if Ouyang Shua asked him to leave, Ou Zhizi would not be willing to do so. Facing the further questions from Ou Zhizi, Wang Hao found himself in a tough situation. Although the man in front of him was an ancestor-level figure, the steel-making technique was a high-level secret of the territory. Even if Wang Hao was 10 times bolder, he would not dare to reveal a single bit of the secret. Master, this. Wang Hao paused. Seeing this reaction, Ou Zhizi understood. As a swordsmith master, he knew that such a secret could not be revealed. Wasn't his swordsmithing skill also the same? Thinking about this, he turned around, bowed to Ouyang Shua, and said sincerely, "Lord, please accept me and allow me to learn the mysteries behind this material." Ou Zhizi had a premonition that with this new material, he would find new swordsmithing inspiration. In the future, crafting divine weapons like Qixing Longxian would not be impossible. Perhaps, he could even touch the unreachable saint weapon realm. Since this was the case, he no longer needed to continue wandering in search of a sword-forging land. Wasn't Shanghai City right in front of him the best place for swordsmithing? As for his past words, going against them meant nothing to Ou Zhizi. A swordsmith master was a sword enthusiast. Since he was obsessed with his craft, he naturally did not care too much about worldly matters. Only then could he focus on his path. Ouyang Shua laughed, For Master to move into Shanghai City is simply a blessing for the territory. He obviously did not mention Ou Zhizi's previous words. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification. Congratulations, player Chiu Wui, God rank swordsmith Ou Zhizi has moved to Shanghai City. The territory title Blessed Land of Artisans has been upgraded to Land of Artisans. Congratulations, player. The moment the notification sounded, the entire China region was shocked once more. The players did not expect Shanghai City to even harbor the secret of Ou Zhizi, let alone persuade him to move there. As expected from the best territory in China, how impressive. In the global channel, people exclaimed in awe. Of course, some people were envious, even salty. All in all, it was impossible not to have some unhappy people. Ouyang Shua, naturally, would not fuss about the bursal. He went straight to take a look at the stats of the new title. Title, Land of Artisans, God rank. Specialty, 20% increase in the reputation of the territory, 20% increase in the familiarity speed of skills, 20% increase in success rate when breaking bottlenecks, 45% increase in the attraction to skills talents. Unique specialty, Spirit of the Artisan, 25% increase in beneficial effects to artisans. Evaluation, the final title for artisans cannot be upgraded. Compared to the title of Blessed Land of Artisans, the various stats of the Land of Artisans seem to have doubled. A God-rank title was truly overpowered. With these buffs, together with the Land of Philosophers title, Ouyang Shua felt more and more confident about the industry plan that Liu Mo had raised up. After all, the foundation for developing an industry system required a large number of trained artisans. When he saw that Ou Zhizi was so enthusiastic about Steele, Ouyang Shua laughed. He left the Qishao sword and the Qilin golden seal before departing. ### edited text. At that moment, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification, congratulations, player Chiu Wui, God rank swordsmith Ou Zhizi has moved to Shanghai City. The territory title Blessed Land of Artisans has been upgraded to the Land of Artisans. Congratulations, player. As the notification echoed, the entire China region was shocked once more. The players did not expect Shanghai City to not only host the secretive after returning to the capital. Ouyang Shua met Honglu Temple's Zhang Yi, who held a position similar to a clerk. Honglu Temple was an independent entity under the direct control of Ouyang Shua. After a period of construction, the structure was finally completed, and everything was roughly in place. According to Zhang Yi's words, everything was ready, and they were just waiting for the Lord to give his orders. History indeed had many shocking similarities. During the Warring States period, after Wei Yang promoted legalism, the Qin country used its power to become the helm of the 7 warring states. Their strength shocked the 6 countries to the east of Tong Pass, and they did not know what to do. Su Qin suggested working together to unify the 6 countries. The basis of the strategy was for the 6 warring states to work together and help one another. In 333 BC, Su Qin successfully persuaded all the 6 countries. The 6 countries worked together and formed the Anti-Qin Alliance. The 6 countries agreed to an action plan to fight against the Qin country. The basis of the strategy was for the 6 warring states to work together and help one another. After this, King Qin used the Lianheng plan to break up the Hezong Alliance. The origin of Zhong and Heng was such that the north and south directions were termed as Zhong, while the east and west were termed as Heng. Qin country was located in the west, with the other 6 countries to the east. The 6-country alliance was a north-south direction alliance, hence it was called Hezong Alliance. Meanwhile, the east-west direction alliance of the 6 countries was called Lianheng Alliance. In the wilderness, Shanghai City took down took Chie Ten Chi, and Chi in a hurry stood strong. It immediately caused the lords of the neighboring provinces to feel uneasy and establish their united city-states. The 4 provinces had formed a Lianheng situation. Such a scenario was truly similar to what the state of Qin faced in history. In a similar vein, Zhang Yi needed to reappear and showcase his skills. Of course, in the wilderness, the players presented an uncertainty factor, making breaking the Lianheng situation many times harder than dismantling the Hezong of the 6 countries in history. Ouyang Shua did not anticipate Zhang Yi breaking the situation in one go. However, he did not have the patience to remain in a stalemate like the state of Qin for so many years. I hope the Honglu Temple can create a small gap in the encirclement of the 4 provinces. Ouyang Shua looked at Zhang Yi and expressed his hopes. Zhang Yi looked up and said, regarding the 4 city-states, I do have some insights. It's not difficult to find their individual weaknesses if we compare them to the 6 states of history. Oh. Please elaborate. Ouyang Shua was intrigued. Truthfully, Ouyang Shua did not think much about these 4 neighbors. As for Zhang Yi, he had spent a considerable amount of time in the Honglu Temple and thus definitely had some thoughts on the subject. Therefore, Ouyang Shua was genuinely interested in what Zhang Yi had to say. The Lingnan city-state is enemies with Shanghai City due to the Battle of Xiuquan. It was that battle which made the lords realize the threat Shanghai City posed. Once they regained their calm, they hastily formed the first city-state in the wilderness, Zhang Yi said. Since that's the case, they should be the most united group. What's their weakness? Ouyang Shua asked. Their weakness is Yuanping, Zhang Yi replied. Yuanping? Ouyang Shua was puzzled. That's right, Zhang Yi nodded. During the Battle of Xiuquan, it was the disappearance of Hafu that allowed Yuanping to claim his current position. I feel Yuanping is an ambitious person. However, he is also arrogant and has an agenda against you. Zhang Yi's intelligence work was truly well done. When the city-state was just established, all the lords would be of one mind. But as the situation stabilizes, Yuanping would want to obtain much more power from within. This would cause those lords who were close to Hafu to feel annoyed. The old and new factions will then start to compete with one another. Hafu has already left, so how could his allies win against Yuanping? Ouyang Shua asked. No matter how capable Yuanping was, he was still from an aristocratic family. Compared to other lords, his ambitions, abilities, connections, and methods were much higher. To take care of Hafu's old forces should not be a difficult matter. The wilderness was incredibly merciless. No one would carry the flag of a loser and continue forward. Therefore, Ouyang Shua was really doubtful about it. If no outside force enters, it might be as you said. Zhang Yi's expression suddenly turned hard to read, as he cupped his fists. That's why we need the Lord to mobilize the Black Snake Guards to help us put on a good show there. When Ouyang Shua heard this request, his eyes instantly lit up, and he smiled. Let's follow what you say. On the side of the Black Snake Guards, I will personally organize them to help you. Thank you, Lord. Zhang Yi was delighted. Then, what about the Xiangnan city-state, where is its weakness? Ouyang Shua asked. The leader of the Xiangnan city-state, Kaiyun, had strategy Saint Zhang Liang aiding him, and he held an unassailable position. Along with the prestige he built up during the Battle of Guilin, in a short while, no one could challenge his position. Even if the Black Snake Guards or the Honglu Temple wanted to try anything, Zhang Liang would easily break their attempts. Zhang Yi remained incredibly casual. The weakness of the Xiangnan city-state is Zhang Liang. Oh. Ouyang Shua felt even more shocked. All of Zhang Yi's words truly surprised him. Lord, think about it. If your ally has a saint helping them, what would you think? Zhang Yi did not directly explain. Instead, he just threw out a question. If it were Ouyang Shua, needless to say, he would naturally want to figure out a way to snatch the saint over. The problem was that those facing the situation were ordinary lords. Ouyang Shua thought about the matter. Using the reasoning methods of ordinary lords, he replied, Are you saying that the other members would be wary of Kaiyun City because of Zhang Liang? That's exactly the case. Zhang Yi nodded. In history, Liu Bang was able to advance step by step among so many lords due to Zhang Liang. During the Battle of Guilin, Kayun City gained no benefits, so we can instead say that he is truly ambitious. An ambitious lord, paired with a saint-level strategist. Even if we do not stir up trouble, hidden forces would still act. With Zhang Liang's intelligence, he would naturally notice this issue. As long as he leads the Xiangnan city-state to turn their swords outward time after time, wouldn't this cancer just remain unsolved? Ouyang Shua asked. When both sides have the same interests, a hidden problem would not be a hidden problem anymore. Well said, Lord. The Lord's sharpness amazed him. He changed his tone, but Lord, think about it. What is around Xiangnan province? When Ouyang Shua heard this question, he thought back to the geography of Nanjiang. North of Xiangnan province was Jingqiu province, where Chen Shinjun resided. To the east was Chuanbei province, where Black Lion City was situated. South was Lingnan province and Chuanan province. Meanwhile, Chuanbei province was west, and Fengkingyang was located there. The north and northwest areas were the traditional strongholds of the Yanhuang alliance. Under the circumstances where they were enemies with Shanghai alliance, Kayun City naturally did not dare to provoke the Yanhuang alliance. The Lingnan city-state on the south and the Chuanbei city-state in the west were their allies, so they had no reason to attack them. As for the Chuanan province where Shanghai City was located, with Han Xian and the Leopard Legion there, Kayun City would not have the courage to try and cross. The only possibility would be the Chuanbei province on the east. Firstly, Chuanbei province belonged to the Shanghai alliance, so Kayun City did not have a mental barrier when attacking it. Secondly, Black Lion City had a limited influence in the province, and it was not enough to unite the entire area. No matter how one looked at it, Chuanbei province would be their chance. Black Lion City is in trouble? Ouyang Shua had a somber expression. It's a danger and also a chance, Zhang Yi said. If Gong Changshe is smart enough, he can make use of the invasion to gather the powers in the province. As the two provinces go head-to-head, with our support, it will not be easy for Kayun City to succeed. Ouyang Shua reacted and smiled. So you mean that Honglu Temple will focus on Chuanbei and not Xiangnan? Lord is wise. Zhang Yi bowed once more. That's fine. Let's treat it as planning for the future. Ouyang Shua nodded, seemingly recognizing and agreeing with the plan. However, his eyes contained something difficult for others to grasp. When Zhang Yi saw that, he did not dare to speak anymore. Ouyang Shua, not mentioning it, turned to ask, what about Chuanbei city-state? What are your thoughts? Around the territory, what made him the most uncomfortable was the north. That was because the north had two provinces working together to defend against them. The Battle of Guilin had undoubtedly shown that the two provinces had a close understanding and were really close. Along with Guilin being such a key position of contact for both, it made one feel even more uncomfortable. With the intelligence of Zhang Liang, he would only increase the cooperation between the two and would prevent any disputes. Hence, to make the two city-states fight one another was an impossible task. Zhang Yi, with his own views regarding this matter, smiled. The weakness of Chuanbei city-state is in the change of interests in the north and south, as they are unable to come to a consensus. How so? Ouyang Shua asked. Chuanbei province, its north is connected to the Shu lands and south Shanghai City. On both the north and the south, they have a vast border. #### edited version. It's a danger and also a chance, Zhang Yi said. If Gong Cheng is smart enough, he can use the invasion to gather the powers in the province. As the two provinces clash, with our support, it will not be easy for Kayun City to succeed. Ouyang Shua reacted and smiled. So you mean that Honglu Temple will focus on Chuanbei Bi and not Xiangjian? L ord is W is E. Zhang Yi bowed once more. That's fine to the lords in Chuanbei. Compared to Shanghai City, Shu poses a bigger threat, Zhang Yi said. During the Guilin battle, the North Lords not joining in was enough to prove this. Shu's lands? You mean Swordsman City? Yang Shua asked once more. That's right. Fengqingyang Swordsman City is located on the lost south part of Shu, and it is only miles away from Chuanbei Province, Zhang Yi answered. Originally, the land that Shu's governance is bigger than 2 Chuanbei provinces, so Swordsman City can expand inside Shu. Regretfully, it is covered with forests and mountain ranges, so it is easy to defend and hard to attack. Hence, it is highly difficult for him to expand in Shu. Compared to that, Chuanbei Province is naturally a better choice. I see. It seems like Swordsman City is doing us a huge favor, Yang Shuo enlightened. It seems like Swordsman City is doing us a huge favor. After such a prompt from Zhang Yi, Yang Shuo started to think deeper and further. Within the Yanhuang alliance, compared to Di Chen and the others, Fengqingyang was relatively uninterested in fighting. Unfortunately, he was part of an aristocratic family, so he carried the burden of his family on his shoulders. No matter how much he did not want to fight, he needed to adequately expand the territory. If not, if it was someone like Di Chen helping Swordsman City, Chuanbei Province would have fallen into chaos long ago. Do you think we can form a hidden alliance with those in the north at Chuanbei? Yang Shuo looked at Zhang Yi, smiling as he asked. I hope that they can be the factor that allows us to break the current situation. Zhang Yi said carefully and calmly, as long as we have them, we can disrupt the Chuanbei city-state and challenge the Xiang_Nan. City-state. That would definitely alter the current situation. When Yang Shuo heard these words, he did not express his views. He neither said yes nor no. Note, I've maintained the original content and structure as closely as possible while making minor grammatical and formatting adjustments for clarity and correctness. The names and terms that appear to be in a specific cultural or linguistic context have been left as they were, with only minor spacing changes for readability. Let's talk about the Yunnan city-state. What's its flaw? Yang Shuo asked. More than half of the prefecture's territory was a border. The north side bordered Tibet, which was harder to access than the Shu lands. Moreover, it was easy to defend and hard to attack. The only threats to it were Consonance City and Shanghai City. One could say that the Yunnan city-state did not have much to worry about. Of course, with pros, there would definitely be cons. Such an excellent geographic location would also restrict their ability to expand. Since the establishment of the Yunnan city-state, their primary goal has been to protect their land. Similar to the other city-states, they were formed with defensive goals in mind. As the saying goes, one can become austere if they lack selfish desires. It seemed that the only viable option to take on the Yunnan city-state was to forcefully attack it. At this point, Yang Shuo had already placed the bulk of his attack focus for the next year on the Yunnan city-state. They have two weaknesses, Zhang Yi said unruffled. Firstly, they lack someone like Yuan Ping or Westgate big official to lead them. Secondly, in terms of geography, they are not connected to the other three city-states, so they are utterly alone. Yang Shuo noticed that Zhang Yi chose the word weakness instead of flaw. It was clear that, to Zhang Yi, the Yunnan city-state was also a tough nut to crack. I actually don't feel that these 2 points are their weaknesses, Yang Shuo shook his head, presenting a different idea. If we look at this individually, it might seem like a problem. But when combined, it becomes their strength instead. An individual alliance needs to be ruled by many. Only then can they maintain stability and not alter any set strategies. The Lord is wise. Zhang Yi was impressed once more. Toward the Yunnan city-state, the Honglu Temple can increase its attention. However, we should leave the specific strategies to Consonance City. We do not need to care too much, Yang Shuo instructed. Yang Shuo still needed to show his ally by Hua sufficient respect. After all, Kunming Prefecture was the one truly connected to the Yunnan city-state. Bai Hua had probably thought of some answers on how to deal with them. Therefore, Shanghai City could not bypass Consonance City and act directly in the Yunnan province. If they did, their interests would clash, making it difficult for Bai Hua. At most, both parties would work together. As for the Dragon Legion stationed on the west side, they were there primarily to gather intelligence. Secondly, during the real war, they would assist Consonance City in attacking the Yunnan city-state. In the future, the issue of how to handle the Yunnan city-state would likely cause disagreements between the two sides. News had spread that Shanghai City had occupied Jinan Prefecture and taken in the 90,000 Western Army prisoners. Within Consonance City, there were already people who were unhappy. After all, from their perspective, they had paid a huge price to block the Western Army. In the end, they made the sacrifice but did not gain any benefits. On the contrary, Shanghai City simply made a sneak attack and reaped all the rewards. If Luo Shixin's division did not help Consonance City swiftly take down Kunming Prefecture, giving them a peaceful home, these unhappy sentiments would be even more intense. Although Ouyang Shua did not feel guilty about this, it raised his wariness. Historically, many alliances have split due to conflicts of interest. While Ouyang Shua believed that he and Bai Hua could manage disputes, they could not control their subordinates' thoughts and wishes. Deeper reflection revealed the future standing of Consonance City. Bai Hua was not Mulanyu, and Consonance City was not the former Mulan County. Therefore, they could not directly come under Shanghai City's rule. After all, Consonance City represented not just Bai Hua's interests, but those of a collective group, including Qingfeng Pavilion. Handling this matter would be a significant challenge. During next year's gathering, I should have a thorough discussion with Bai Hua, Ouyang Shua sighed lightly. Zhang Yi nodded and continued, apart from the four city-states, there's a fifth group closely observing Shanghai City, much like Qi during the Warring States period. Are you referring to the Yanhuang Alliance? Ouyang Shua asked. To Shanghai City, the Yanhuang Alliance is a long-term threat that we cannot ignore. As we expand, conflicts will spread from battle maps to the wilderness. Once Shanghai City breaks through the four city-states blockade, we will face them in the Shulands and Jingchu province. Therefore, I believe they will not idly watch us break this stalemate. Zhang Yi's words were not meant to frighten Ouyang Shua. Before this, when Shanghai City attempted to take over the Lianzhou Basin, the Yanhuang Alliance had already intervened. Cooperating with the four city-states to restrict and control Shanghai City's expansion was a necessary move for the Yanhuang Alliance. Following this train of thought, it was time for Shanghai City and the Yanhuang Alliance to engage in another significant battle around these four city-states. Who knows who would have the last laugh? Reacting defensively was not Ouyang Shua's style. Since we have noticed the threat of the Yanhuang Alliance, it's time for Honglu Temple to strike. Compared to us, the Yanhuang Alliance members have many more problems in their own areas. Ouyang Shua smiled, there's no reason to let them develop peacefully and interfere in our matters. Understood. Zhang Yi nodded. The focus will be on Azura City and Fallen Leaf City. Try to disrupt their relationship, Ouyang Shua said. Sha Pujuan's Azura City and Wandering Magic's Fallen Leaf City were in the same province, with Xianyang City and Chang'an City in between, obstructing them. It would be unwise not to create issues for these enemies. The massive battle in Zhongyuan had not yet concluded. Moreover, compared to the currently low-profile Sha Pujuan, Wandering Magic was attracting attention. It's hard to imagine how Sha Pujuan, who loves to win, feels at this moment. As the new year approached and Zhan Lang and Xiang Ba worked together to destroy the Huangchao army, out of the four uprising armies, only the Zhangchu regime remained standing in the wilderness. This was a truly awkward situation for Chen Xinjun and Wandering Magic. Unfortunately, they did not have a strong enough army, so no matter how awkward they felt, they did not dare to move lightly. Seeing that the third year was about to arrive, Di Chen temporarily gave up his plans to attack the Zhangchu regime. Everything would wait until after the new year. The part that made everyone feel helpless was that the cold winter in the north had arrived as expected. Chen Shenjun and Di Chen only had an extremely small amount of time left. Moreover, if the matter dragged on, the winter season would prevent them from deploying troops. If that happened, the Zongchu regime could escape unscathed. Who knows what changes would occur in the wilderness in the new year? At the end of their conversation, Ouyang Shuo looked at Zhang Yi and said half jokingly, half seriously, next year, the Honglu Temple will take center stage. I expect great things from all of you. We will not let you down, my lord. Zhang Yi promised solemnly, his tone serious and emotional. On the 29th day of the 12th month of the second year of Gaia, a system notification echoed throughout the China region. System notification, it has been 1 year since the release of the first information piece, Rising Up. On this 1-year anniversary, the contributions of various lords toward eliminating the uprising armies will be compiled, and rewards will be distributed. For specific details, please refer to the system announcement. As soon as the announcement sounded, the players began to buzz with excitement. Only now did everyone realize that, in addition to the rewards they received for defeating the uprising armies, there was also a chance for a year-end bonus. How could this not make other players, especially adventure game mode players, envious? This reward method resembled the battle map model. Gaia would calculate contribution values based on the Lord's efforts in attacking the 4 uprising armies. These values would then be converted into merit points to determine the final rewards. Additionally, the top 3 contributors would receive special rewards. Gaia would directly pass the special reward to them and would not release the specifics to the public. It must be known that the champion, second, and third rewards had a tier difference for each subsequent position. Ouyang Shuo opened the rankings for the year-end reward to take a look. Position named merit points. First, Chiue Wui, 85,000 points. Second, Di Chen, 75,000 points. Third, Zhan Lang, 68,000 points. Fourth, Xiangba, 55,000 points. Fifth, Bai Hua, 30,000 points. 6th, Chen Shenjun, 27,000 points. 7th, Wandering Magic, 25,000 points. 8th, Earthshaker, 20,000 points. 9th, Ten-Tailed Dark Fox, 18,000 points. 10th, Yujiao, 15,000 points. As expected, since Shanghai City had basically wiped out the entire Taiping country alone, they had once again achieved the top spot. 85,000 merit points were equivalent to the reward received from a single battle map. Followed closely behind was Di Chen, who had led the Jingdou Region Alliance Army to destroy Huang Jin. If he did not lead the Alliance Army, with his highly efficient method, his contribution points would definitely exceed Ouyang Shuo's. In third place was Zhan Lang, who had led the Alliance Army to attack the Huang Chao Uprising Army. In the end, he had worked together with Xiangba to destroy the Qi country that Huang Chao had built up. And Zhan Lang's ally, Xiangba, had placed fourth. Note, I have made adjustments to spacing, punctuation, and numerical formatting for improved readability. The original content and structure of the text have been maintained. As for Bai Hua, Chen Shenjun, and Piao Linghuan, they did not contribute much to the cause, so they filled the 5th to 7th spots. After the 7th spot, there were no more lords from the Yan-Huang Alliance or the Shanghai Alliance. Be it Feng Qiu Huang, Sun Long Dian Shui, Gong Cheng Shi, Sha Pejuan, or Feng Qing Yang, they were all onlookers in the battle against the peasant uprising. 3 dark horses had taken the last 3 spots on the rankings. Ouyang Shuo guessed that these 3 were from Di Chen, Zhan Lang, or Xiangba's alliance army. From the rankings, one could say that the Shanghai Alliance had definitely lost. Only Ouyang Shuo and Bai Hua got on the podium. The Yan-Huang Alliance, on the other hand, had 5 people, taking up half of the spots. Apart from that, the last 3 were allies of the Yan-Huang Alliance. It would not be too much of a stretch to call this a total defeat for the Shanghai Alliance. If Ouyang Shua did not grab the top spot, without this covering cloth, the face of the Shanghai alliance would have been lost. Before this, Ouyang Shua already had an inkling. These rankings showed the weakness of the Shanghai alliance to the rest of the world. Toward this matter, Ouyang Shua could only let out a long sigh. Just at this moment, a system notification sounded out in his ear. System notification. Congratulations player Chiue Wui for contributing greatly toward wiping out the peasant uprising in the second year of Gaia. You are given one special reward, please choose. Instantly, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. 1. 20,000 merit points. 2. 1x Special Building Blueprint. 3. Cleaned and grammatically refined text. 50,000 gold. 1x King Rank True Cultivation Method. 1x Chance to make use of a hidden building. 1x Technical Manual. 1x Special Item. 1x Dark Gold Equipment. 1x Raise Reputation Points by 100,000. 1x Random Prize. Seeing such great rewards, Ouyang Shua was astounded. If one wasn't better informed, they might have assumed it was a small-scale system auction. When did Gaia become so generous? Just as Ouyang Shua was reveling in the moment, a system notification abruptly resounded. System notification. The player can choose 3 prizes as the final reward, please select. Black lines instantly appeared on his face. Gaia, do you really have to toy with people's emotions like that? He was happy for nothing. Human nature is truly a curse. It seems like the second place could choose 2, and the third place could only choose 1. Who knows if the 10 choices they had were the same as his? With 3 out of 10, Ouyang Shua really had to give this matter some thought. Can I use an elimination method? Ouyang Shua asked. Yes. Gold and reputation points are useless. I'll remove them first. Such a grand opportunity was not easy to come by, so Ouyang Shua clearly would not choose such common items. Instantly, the 3rd and 9th choices vanished from the screen. The King Rank Cultivation Method and the Dark Gold Equipment are too low-grade, remove them. For him to say such words, was he really not afraid that other players would gang up on him and beat him up? Every single one of these items were of the highest grade to other players. However, in his eyes, they were just dirt. To compare with others would only lead to irritation. /Wiangshuo. /System Notification. /Him. /Blacklines. /Wiangshuo. /Gaia. /Player. /System. /Rewards. /Wiangshuo. 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 /choice. /elimination method. /choice. /reputation.points. /random.prize. /special.item. /technical.manual. /hidden.building. /king.rank.true. Luckily, Gaia didn't have such emotions, and with a schwa sound, the 4th and 8th choices vanished. Only 6 choices remained, and he could only select half of them. Ouyang Shua said, be it special items or random rewards, luck played too great a factor, which did not fit Ouyang Shua's style. As a lord, he focused on being calm and stable, and he did not have a gambler's mentality. The remaining 4 choices included the 2nd choice, the special building blueprints, and the 5th choice, to use a hidden building once more. These 2 choices were must-choose ones. Needless to say, each hidden building was extremely valuable. As for the chance of an extra use of the hidden building, Ouyang Shua could use it on the recruitment hall or the Silver Prayer House. Naturally, the recruitment hall was more worth it. This also meant there were 2 days where Ouyang Shua could use the recruitment hall consecutively. He was looking forward to what kind of historical person he would summon. In the end, between the merit points and the technical manual, Ouyang Shua still decided to pick the merit point reward. Although 20,000 merit points were not much, if Ouyang Shuo wanted to promote to Duke soon, he could not give up any chances to earn merit points. As for the technical manual, he could only bear the pain of that loss. After Ouyang Shuo made his choices, a system notification sounded out. System notification: congratulations, player Chiyu Wui, for performing well during the Gaia Second Year Uprising Army event, rewarded 20,000 merit points, 1 special building blueprint, and 1 extra chance to use a hidden building. Congratulations, player. With a schwa sound, a building blueprint appeared in his hands. Nautical lighthouse, a type of building used to guide ships located at the shore or the harbor. Construction requirements: nautical lighthouse blueprints, 5,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of green brick, and 5,000 units of stone. Construction time: 5 days. During the Ming Dynasty, in the 10th year of the Yongle Emperor's reign, they built a 300-meter-long, 100-meter-high lighthouse at the river mouth of the Chongjiang-Lu River to guide ships in and out. This was the first time the Chinese government had constructed a signal light. During this period, Zhang He voyaged to the Western world, marking the pinnacle of Ming Dynasty maritime history. The light source of the lighthouse was called the light and used an open fire method. In world seafaring records, this was the first instance of an open fire being used. Eventually, it was replaced by candles. Later, they used whale oil, vegetable oil, pig fat, and fuel. Finally, modern lighthouses were developed. Apart from the fuel source, another modern feature of Western lighthouses was the parabolic glass reflector, which increased the range of the light. A modern lighthouse could reach up to 30 nautical miles, with a light strength comparable to hundreds of millions of candles. As a special building, the nautical lighthouse naturally had unique aspects. If not, Shanghai City could have built a simple lighthouse itself without the blueprint. The most unique and valuable part of the lighthouse was its light. Based on the blueprints, as long as the lighthouse was built, Gaia would automatically generate the light, with a range and brightness 80% of that of modern lighthouses. In the age of olden sea travel, this was extremely powerful. With this nautical lighthouse, the sailors of Shanghai City, including merchant ships, would have an increased level of safety while traveling. Ouyang Shuo was already planning to build a series of nautical lighthouses in the Beihai Bay region and even in distant areas. This was also a signal of territorial claim. Any region with a nautical lighthouse belonged to the Shanghai territory. At Shanghai City's recruitment hall, Ouyang Shuo walked in again. He pressed his hand onto the indented portion, and a system notification sounded out. System notification: congratulations, player Chiyu Wui, for activating the recruitment hall. 1 extra chance to use a hidden building has been discovered, meeting recruitment hall requirements. Will you use it? Yes. Ouyang Shuo was hoping to use this chance to recruit a Navy general. System notification: congratulations, player Chiyu Wui, for obtaining a chance to recruit a special talent or a historical talent. Which will you recruit? Historical talent. Ouyang Shuo did not pay particular attention to special talents. Even if he recruited them, they did not do much. He just had by non-pu recruit special talents monthly. System notification: congratulations, player Chiyu Wui, you have recruited an emperor rank historical figure, Zhang Tingyu. Deducting 100 gold. A white light flashed, and a middle-aged scholar walked out of the teleportation formation. Greetings, my lord. This person had a memorable face, especially his sharp eyes, which instilled fear in those who met his gaze. Interestingly, he had a long braid, undoubtedly marking him as an official from the Qing dynasty. In fact, Ouyang Shuo was somewhat familiar with Zhang Tingyu from history and held this figure in high regard. Therefore, although he did not recruit a navy general as he had hoped, he was still extremely emotional. Zhang Tingyu was also known as Hang Chen. He was born in Tong City, Anhui Province. He passed the imperial examination as a scholar in the 39th year of the Kangxi reign and entered the Hanlin Academy. Later, he joined the Southern Study. During the Kangxi era, he became an assistant minister in the Ministry of Punishments. Under Yang Jing's rule, he served as Minister of Rights, Minister of Revenue, and Minister of Minor Officials. He was also a member of the Grand Council and other important groups. Toward the end of Kangxi's reign and the beginning of Yang Jing's, he reformed the lax system and improved the military structure. Zhang Tingyu served 3 generations of emperors, Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong. After his death, he was granted a memorial plaque at the Imperial Ancestral Temple, making him the only Han official to receive such an honor. This alone demonstrates Zhang Tingyu's remarkable influence. Had he not been born during the Manchu-ruled Qing dynasty, he would have likely become a prime minister of his generation. Ouyang Shua stepped forward, helped him up with both hands, and said respectfully, "Sir, please rise." As he spoke, he escorted Zhang Tingyu out of the recruitment hall, taking the opportunity to look at his stats. Sure, here's the revised version of the text, maintaining the integrity name, Zhang Tingyu, Emperor rank, dynasty, Qing dynasty identity, Shanghai city official occupation, civil servant loyalty, 75 command, 55 force, 30 intelligence, 85 politics, 90 specialty, promoting culture unity, 35% increase in cultural unity, 30% increase in efficiency, 10% increase in cultural standards of the people, 25% increase in the territory ruling standards of minor officials. Evaluation: Zhang Tingyu was a remarkable civil service officer, and he was highly praised for both his upright character and his principled disposition. Having considerable skill in literature, he compiled the history of Ming in 1739. Zhang Tingyu died of illness in 1755, and he was granted a plaque at the Imperial Ancestry Temple according to the wishes of the Yongzheng Emperor. As expected from a famous minister. Not only did his politics stat reach 90, but his intelligence stat also reached 85. His command stat, which civil servants generally did not excel in, reached a solid 55 points. Additionally, his specialty provided a significant, well-rounded boost to the officials in the territory. As expected from an emperor-rank minister, he was a level above Fan Zhengyan and Tian Wenjing. The arrival of Zhang Tingyu made it much easier for Ouyang Shua to restructure the Nanjiang Governor-General House. Previously, Ouyang Shua had been worried about who to appoint to oversee the governance of officials. Now, he had his best choice. Xiao He, as the administrative director, needed to assist the various secretaries and had no extra energy to manage the governance of officials. However, this was a crucial matter in the territory. Therefore, he needed to choose an exceptionally experienced person. Zhang Tingyu was a genuinely suitable choice. At the end of Emperor Kangxi's reign, the governance style was quite relaxed, and the system was not well defined. During this time, Zhang Tingyu was appointed as the Deputy Minister of Officials to root out corruption and punish the immoral. He withstood various pressures and punished the corrupt official Zhang Laohu, earning the title of the Deputy Minister who suppressed the tiger. Zhang Tingyu began by addressing the smaller issues, plugging all the loopholes. Since he gained the deep trust of Emperor Kangxi, he became the examiner of the imperial exam 3 times, an unprecedented honor. Aside from improving the governance of officials, his arrival also helped to refine the memorial letter system to the king. In truth, the letters in the territory were quite casual. Ouyang Shua spent a lot of time away, and if he had commands, he would send letters to the relevant people through the relay. For example, he used this method to share plans for the military structure. There were no records of these interactions. Due to the lack of records, there was no trace of Ouyang Shua's commands to his subordinates, and their actions were based on their own judgments. The territory was not large initially, so Ouyang Shua generally knew what was happening with ordinary matters. His officials were straightforward and would complete the tasks assigned to them. However, with the territory now comprising 7 prefectures, he could no longer be so casual. The number of letters he received daily exceeded 10. Even if he were a god, he would likely struggle to manage them all. Thus, when Ouyang Shua returned to Shanghai City, he issued an edict to expand the secretary office. Establishing a logical letter and memorial system was also crucial. At the start of the Qing dynasty, officials used Taiping for official matters and Zhoubin for private ones. Taiping required a stamp, while Zhoubin did not. However, these formats were public and unsuitable for conveying the sentiments of the common people to the authorities. Additionally, the Taiping process was overly complex and prone to leaks. During Yang Zhang's reign, Zhang Tingyu reformed the system. For important matters, officials would first draft memorials to the king, and only after his approval would they become official documents. This system lasted until the end of the Qing dynasty. Zhang Tingyu also established a robust secrecy system to ensure the details of the memorials remained confidential. He had created an ideal memorial letter system, making it more comprehensive. At this point, they had set up the memorial letter system, which was a part of the civil servant system. This system not only influenced the way orders and political decisions were made but also concerned the power distribution between the lord and officials. Therefore, if one was not a middleman, they definitely could not lead such a revolution. Even Xiao he would not be as professional and well-planned as Zhang Tingyu in terms of setting up a memorial letter system due to the restrictions of his dynasty. Ouyang Shua first brought Zhang Tingyu to the Governor-General House. Ouyang Shua was not overly eager to give Zhang Tingyu a role. Instead, Ouyang Shua placed him in the secretary office. He would be the political advisor of the lord, in charge of setting up the memorial letter system. Zhang Tingyu could use this opportunity to understand the structure and operations of the Nanjiang Governor-General House, which was quite different from the various eras and dynasties. Zhang Tingyu could be called a person who carried out his work with enthusiasm. That very afternoon, he started to get busy. Ouyang Shua instructed by Nanpu to help Zhang Tingyu before getting busy with his own matters. As the year neared its end, various significant changes were about to occur. As a lord, Ouyang Shua needed to pay attention to the system report to understand the latest changes to the game. On the 30th day of the 12th month in the second year of Gaia, a system notification sounded out around the globe, World Notification. At this point, Earth Online has run for 2 years, and the game will have its third system update, effective immediately. Players, please log on to the federal website to check out the changes. Both adventure game mode players and Lord players pay a lot of attention to the yearly system update. Just one small change can alter their future plans. The second system update, Hidden Professions, Mysterious Regions, and the Adventure system all influenced how adventure game mode players would play the game. Over a year, their positions saw a considerable rise, evidenced by the appearance of numerous mercenary groups. This provided an opportunity for the guilds in the 9 imperial cities, leading to a significant reshuffle. Who knows what interesting things might happen during this system update? Therefore, the moment the notification sounded, Ouyang Shua immediately logged onto the official website to check the update. 1. Removal of the Super Auction Platform. The Super Auction Platform, which has run for 2 years, will go offline today. Trading between players, including between players and chambers of commerce, will now be conducted face-to-face. Additionally, players can use the auction houses in various major cities and shops. Items can no longer be sent via the teleportation formation of the Super Auction Platform, effective immediately. For players, especially Lord players, this change is a significant shock. Ouyang Shua had anticipated this, so he remained exceedingly calm. He had a rough idea of Gaia's intentions. Undoubtedly, at the start of the game, the Super Auction Platform's long-distance trading function helped lords establish themselves in the wilderness. The 9 imperial cities also served as system cities and even as nannies. Now, with the game running for 2 years and even the weakest remaining lords reaching Grade 2 county, it is clear that Gaia believes the nanny role of the imperial cities should end. It was time for the lords in the wilderness to live independently. After all, Gaia's role was not to act mercifully or perform men work. It aimed to choose the strong survivors.